Richard A. A novel. By Sol Yurick. Copyright 1981 by Herbert Margolis Productions. Narrated by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Ham radio buff Richard Aquilino finds a way to tap into the top-secret communications of the White House and the Kremlin. He is subsequently targeted not only by the CIA and KGB, but also by a mysterious international agency that practices espionage through sophisticated mind control techniques. Strong language and explicit descriptions of sex. From the book jacket. Set against the nuclear, naval, and diplomatic backdrop of the Cuban Missile Crisis is this explosive story of a second special world above and beyond visible national governments. Richard A. is a triumph of suspense and intrigue that transcends and informs history. The story of an uncommonly gifted young man who is 2 decades ahead of his time, listening from his solitary vantage at the fringes of American society into its most secret and desperate bargaining with Soviet power, acting first as an astounded interloper between John F. Kennedy and the Kremlin, then drawn in as a participant in a crisis of enormous ramifications. One of the most inventive, original, audacious novels of our time, Richard A. places Sol Yurick among the handful of American writers blazing new trails in the art of imaginative fiction. About the author. Sol Yurick, a Guggenheim Fellow described by Newsweek as one of America's most talented writers, is the author of Fertig, The Bag, The Warriors, and Someone Just Like You. He makes his home in Brooklyn, New York. Other books by Sol Yurick. An Island Death. Acknowledgments. I would like to acknowledge the invaluable help of Theodore Conant, Robert Osband, Martin Elton, and especially Bert Cowlin and Steve Kindell. Prologue. It was a night for memories. Every October for the last 20 years was a bitter anniversary for Richard A. Each year he vowed that this would be the year in which he would celebrate that anniversary. He had brought himself to the point of readiness 5 years ago, but somehow his courage had failed. But this October, 1982, 20 years later, he might bring himself to act, finally. If he didn't, how much longer could he keep the others together? Richard entered a large room in the back of his house. The house stood on a cliff in northern California. The back overlooked the Pacific Ocean. The nearest house was 25 miles away. Tonight the ocean was calm, streaked with moonlight. The beach below shone white and narrow. It should have been a night for peaceful memories, but he had no peaceful memories. It was a night for destruction. The room was full of electronic equipment, transmitters, terminals, monitors, computers, disk and tape drives, high-speed printers, receivers, teletypes. It all looked jumbled together. But it was one of the best systems in the world, as good as any system of IBM's, Bell's, Citibank's. He was a tall man, hair beginning to go gray. He exuded a sense of tension, power, violence, all held under terrific control. To tell the truth, he would rather hit or shoot someone. At least you had the person you hated in front of you. He did something evil to you, you paid back the debt directly. Your fingers pulled the trigger. The body jerked across the room. He hadn't done anything like that for 20 years now. He paced around the room, smoking, restless, nervous, scared. Yes, he was scared. He sat down in front of a console, and his hand stroked buttons, keys, switches. He stood up and paced again, smoking cigarette after cigarette. Small lights glowed and gleaming sine waves undulated across the screens. Everything was ready. Except him. He inhaled deeply. He shook his head and started to walk out the door. He stepped onto the patio, facing toward the ocean. How calm. He walked to the railing, turned, and leaned against it. He looked up at the sky. On his roof, like a mock black shadow moon, a large disc antenna tracked the satellite he would be penetrating. Invisible tentacles, radio waves, would reach up 22,000 miles. The waves were frailer than a baby's fists, yet they affected the lives of billions, and for 5 years he and the others had sucked those waves downward, stealing the information that was in them. Beyond the dark disk was the real moon, surprisingly big. A harvest moon. They had sown, all right. He would harvest. The features on the moon were obscure enough for him to imagine faces on it, as he used to do when he was a kid. He saw the faces of women he had once loved 20 years ago. Laura, Carol were dead. Or worse. He threw the cigarette over the railing. He watched it arc down over the edge, down, finally disappearing. All things moved down into darkness. The darkness swallowed up all things, all light, all humans. But that darkness that was in humans was a darkness deeper than the blackness between the stars. He went in again. He lit another cigarette and sat down in front of the console keyboard. His hands were together, almost as if praying. His hands spread and his fingers turned and tensed downward, like a concert pianist, poised, ready to play, trembling. The audience, invisible, scattered all over the world, didn't know they were about to hear the most dissonant composition mankind had ever heard. The trembling was almost a shaking. He might hit the wrong keys. He remembered the moon. He remembered the faces of the women. He began to tap some of the keys, and the shaking stopped. He had started. In about 20 minutes he has activated a network of 30 people around the world, in Bonn, in New York, in Tokyo, in Riyadh, in Paris, in Moscow, in Hong Kong, in the Bahamas, in Rio de Janeiro. He was ready to go. They were ready to go. 20 years ago, Ziggy, a blind genius now dead, had told him, "The time is coming soon when the whole world will be nerved up. Everything's going to depend on telecommunications, and when that happens, that's going to be our time. We'll be stronger than armies, more explosive than atom bombs, richer than—" That time had come. Out there in the world, there is a bank. You wouldn't know of it. It does business only with central banks, national reserve systems, national treasuries. In the United States, it has a German name. In Germany, it has a Japanese name. In England, it has a Chinese name. And somewhere in the center of that bank there is a man, a director, a key officer. A man who had once used the name of Keats. It was that man Richard was after. He was going to penetrate that bank's radio network. In about an hour, chaos would begin all over the world. Funds in the major world's banks would begin to ooze, hemorrhage credit from one country to another, flow into that bank, and then begin to evaporate into thin air, automatically drained by the computer programs Richard and the others had developed. Central and clearing banks around the world would begin to report that there was a sudden and tremendous escalation in the world's monetary supplies. Inflation would rise to astronomical proportions. Some countries would find that their treasuries had been drained in an instant. Other countries, with low standards of living, with barely any trade at all and no visible means of support, would suddenly have too much money and choke from the overglut. They would frantically try to lay it off and find that the lines were mysteriously blocked. Real and false orders on the stock and bond markets would make a hash of everyone's system of accounting. The accounting of thousands and thousands of small savers, those who had a few hundred, a few $1,000s, would suddenly grow rich. The internal revenue systems of many countries would begin to disperse billions in refunds. It would work. It would work. Their experiment in 1979 with the Federal Reserve System had proved that. It would be a war of electronic gold against real gold. And in response, from somewhere at the center of that vast web of finance and communication, Keats, the man Richard was after, would get his message and begin to move outward into visibility, emerging once again to hunt him down, and Richard would be waiting for him. And in a few days, governments would begin to topple. Richard A. had begun to get revenge for what was done to him 20 years ago. Part 1. Chapter 1.
You mean he's listening to me every time I pick up the phone?
How like Holcomb to personalize it, Keats thought. It was a beautiful spring evening in 1962, and Keats wished he were elsewhere. It was going to be a long night. Not quite. Not every time.
How did Aquilino penetrate here? How did he even think to find us? No one knows about us.
It was probably an accident. I think he—
There are no accidents in this business, Keats. You know that,
Holcomb said. His huge left hand held a sheaf of papers and, improbably, a .45.
What the fuck are you waiting for? Look at this shit.
Holcomb waved Keats' report back at its author. Keats hoped the safety was on.
Bring him in.
Keats controlled himself. He hated Holcomb, a real primitive, a leftover from the old days when the sides were clean, or appeared to be, the good guys and the bad guys. Keats leaned away from Holcomb's littered desk.
I don't think we should rush to do that, sir.
Evening brought a stillness to Richard Aquilino's loft and softened the sound of the perpetual traffic's rumble outside on Canal Street. The darkness inside was lit only by the street lights filtering in through the unwashed windows. The darkness joined the piles of magazines, technical journals, science fiction, telephone operations manuals stolen from Bell Telephone, the wiring, the circuits mounted on their boards, speakers, papers, bed, refrigerator, posters on the wall, into indistinct blocks. Everything seemed to fuse. It might have been the interior of a spaceship. A speaker played music, rock and roll, not too loud. The songs were of lost loves, loves never consummated, loves that didn't lead to marriage and happy endings. Lovers drifted apart, missed opportunities. He couldn't forget Laura. It was finally working. It would take some fine-tuning. It didn't work all the time, but it was working. He had made a breakthrough. Richard was seated in front of a table on which was mounted a huge, upright sheet of plastic. The whole rig was about 6 feet high and 10 feet long. As it grew darker, the intricate wiring behind the sheet, leading through the plastic's little holes, faded, leaving only the little lights attached to the sheet, gleaming, blinking, as circuits all over the country, circuits he had plugged into, connected and disconnected. As it got darker, the lights seemed to float in space. Each one marked an ongoing conversation. Sometimes, when it was completely dark, he would watch the lights blinking on the board and imagine they were stars, galaxies. He was in a spaceship, journeying across the void to planets with strange exotic populations, who talked strange exotic languages. True, now and then he had heard languages other than English, but even what he heard spoken in English was difficult to understand. The lights, each one of which represented a telephone connection into which he had penetrated, and now his rig made the hookups for him automatically, were individuals. Each of them branched out into complexes of other individuals, groupings, populations, all leading lives that were mysterious to Richard. He wondered about those people, and for over more than 2 years he was beginning to understand what it was most people thought about. Every time a light went on, a connection was made, a conversation was held. Instead of holding a receiver to his ear, Richard had rigged up a speaker which allowed him to listen comfortably. It left his hands free to make notes. The man who was speaking now was a lawyer in Washington, some man named Atchison, talking to someone in New York, probably another lawyer.
Edward, I don't like what happened in Berlin in June. I don't think that an embargo will be a strong enough measure by far. The people who are around him managed to keep us away from him. I think, frankly, that they're socialists, or worse, academics with no experience in the real world. Frankly, they are selling this country down the river. I think that they and they alone must bear the responsibility for what happened at Bahia de los Cochinos. We could have ended it all there in one fell swoop. And now, with Allen gone from the company, what do you suggest? The sound wasn't clear. Richard suspected a loose connection. The descrambler was working well. He was proud of it. He had designed it himself. We should get together a committee. People like ourselves, very senior. A lot of people from banking and industry. Very senior? Don't depress me, Dean. Who'll carry on when we're too old or gone? I'll be talking to the president later. He's put me off just about as long as he politely could. In the meantime, I'm going to have some papers hand-delivered to you. I think that Tom Dodd, Ken Keating, and Ev Dirksen, to start, should get copies. It'll put them in the picture. You know the list. We should aim for October, late October, the perfect time before the election. Timing is important, I don't have to tell you. They really have to know what's going on down there. Later we can supplement our initial presentation with some pictures. Are there pictures? There will be. Richard didn't really pay attention. He didn't know what they were talking about. This talk about Berlin, Cuba, the Congo. His interest had fallen off since Laura stopped using her phone. Richard had listened to Laura talk to some young man in Connecticut. Was it one of her boyfriends? He should listen in to her. It depressed him, the people she knew, the worlds she lived in, so different now from his own. The man in Connecticut had talked to a woman in Baltimore, a new contact, and the machine had registered it. The woman in Baltimore had made an assignation with someone who seemed to be her lover, a general in Washington. Their talk made him squirm. She was choosing a time to meet the general when her husband would not be around. The lover, the general, had talked to someone in Florida, some kind of military man, but without any rank, at least none had been used. The talk was of landing craft, tanks, and infantry, and strikes. The man in Florida had spoken to this lawyer in Washington, Atchison, who— Except for Laura and the general and his woman, none of it really interested him. What did interest him was how well the switching system worked and how each new connection was permanently registered in his machine. It was all operating beautifully. Richard flicked a switch. The room was filled with a vast, murmuring babble, all of the voices at the same time filtering into his listening post. He liked to do that now and then. It mixed with the music nicely and allowed him to dream of Laura. Laura. Sometimes unrequited love spurs genius. Would she love him again if he sold it all to Bell? After a while he turned it off. He was going out. Ziggy would want to know about the breakthrough. Richard's system of taps and intercepts led accidentally into two realms, one visible, the other invisible. The New York Richard lived in was in the visible realm, the ordinary city of ordinary people. The other New York had everything to make it one of the great underground intelligence battlefields, right up there with London, Zurich, Moscow, Berlin, Istanbul, Washington, Athens, Paris, Tehran, Tokyo, Hong Kong. New York had the UN, filled to overflowing with operatives from the Soviet Union and the United States. Airports, the great multinational corporate headquarters, the great law firms that were not household words, the major international public relations and advertising firms. New York was the communications center, with great banks, major foundations, libraries, great universities, which were part public and part underground. And it had cellars, lots of cellars, and cellars under cellars, and under those even deeper cellars. Surely the temptation of Jesus must have taken place in such an atmosphere. Agents of all countries come here to these invisible realms. They fight one another silently. They make and break, form and reform shifting alliances. They betray and are betrayed. Some have the ability to change sides in the middle of a sentence. Others remain fiercely loyal, willing to die for their countries. Part of the invisible city Richard had inadvertently stumbled into had begun to listen back.
In the basement of Richard's loft building, voice-activated tape recorders plugged into Richard's telephone line. Every 2 days, someone came into the basement, collected the filled-up tapes, and took them away. They were delivered uptown to the Coffin Foundation. Most of the Coffin Foundation was in the visible world, albeit a very expensive part of the visible world. There it stood, in the 40s, down the street from the UN. Anyone could go into the front door and reach any of its offices, if he had business there. Once inside the front door there were 2 channels, although one of them couldn't be seen. One led into the invisible realm. Although a very visible elevator took you there, a small part of the coffin could not be reached directly. The tapes were brought in through the delivery entrance. They were brought upstairs, or maybe it was downstairs, and turned over to a typist stenographer, who transcribed them. It was a game of small moves played out by 2 men who hated one another. Holcomb threw down the report on his littered desk. Holcomb hated being a desk man. He had always been a field man, even in the New York City Police Department, the FBI, the CIA, all of which Holcomb had served in. He was known as a wild man. Of all the uncontrollables, Holcomb had a unique reputation. He was loath to follow orders he thought were stupid or stupidly worked out. He was known to go off on his own and run his own operation. He took chances and frequently produced results that few others did. Keats had just come back from a CIA assignment in the Congo, the province of Katanga. But it was his first overseas assignment. This blond faggot Keats, Holcomb thought, hadn't learned a thing. "Go on, Keats, tell me. Give me some of that college analysis." Keats wondered, how drunk was Holcomb? Big, almost 250 pounds. Big wrists, big neck, big crew-cut head, big ass. Fast-moving, at least in a straight line. But if he was big and brutal, his mind was not. It was the mind of a small, shifty-eyed man, the mind of a man who cannot stay still. Holcomb had that old-time policeman's instinct, the smell for things. Keats had learned about the smell from witch doctors in the Congo. Keats put a little of the bureaucrat's whine into his tone. He knew how much Holcomb hated paper-pushers, and it would throw him a little. "In the first place, Mr. Holcomb, we're not even sure—" Holcomb's fat fingers were tightening on the gun. Keats smiled faintly. "The penetrator's one of theirs," Holcomb said. "I feel it. I taste it. My balls tingle and the hair on the back of my head. Sure signs, buddy." No doubt Mr. Angleton, head of CIA counterintelligence, would be glad to put these signs into a training manual. Keats thought. That was the way Mr. Angleton worked, too. On instinct. "There's a whole missing dimension." "What's the missing dimension?" "The connection. There is none. To whom does Aquilino's take, if there is any, go? If there's a who, it would lead to how and what, which would lead us to why. Some day, Keats thought, I may indulge myself and make Holcomb the first person I kill for personal reasons. It doesn't make sense. It's not the Soviet modus operandi. Holcomb noted that Keats said Soviet and not communist. It counted against him. "Because the other ways aren't working. Listen, when it comes to those godless SOBs—" To Keats, Holcomb was a dangerous dinosaur in a changing world of faster-moving political animals, unable to adapt. Here it comes, Holcomb's lecture on the monstrousness, the cunning, the evil, the endless craftiness of those instrumentalities of the night and Satan, the commies. Times were changing, and sometimes the patriots were worse than the Russians, who had problems with their own Holcombs. For instance, the man they called El Supremo, Vasily Oprichnik's KGB boss. Keats and Vasily had covertly fought their employers, both KGB and CIA, in Katanga, and lost. For the time being. They had lost in the Congo and were ordered to take the battle toward the center of power by their real boss, to the unit under Coffin Foundation cover. It is said that battles begun in St. Petersburg more than 45 years ago in the turmoil of the Russian Revolution are continued, or finished off, in the streets, hotel rooms, cellars, and offices of New York, sometimes carried on by the grandchildren of the original combatants. There are some, if they can be persuaded to talk, who will say that the battles are of even more ancient origin, perhaps even 2,000 years old. Small covert wars that began in Rome and Jerusalem, raged through all the cities of Asia Minor, spread into Europe, and were continued down to these days. Battles not to be found in history books or in the Bible. Maybe they started when the Roman secret police, the frumentori, who were also sorcerers, infiltrated a small group of zealots in the ancient and perpetually troubled land of Canaan. Others will say that the frumentori set up that small group in the first place, its aim, to overthrow the Hebrew hierarchy. Or maybe it was to overthrow Rome. It worked, but in a way no one had anticipated. Her job was boring. She was young, 22. She wasn't even allowed to listen to a portable radio. She had red hair and thought a lot about clothes. She spent her time looking into store windows. She sat all day and typed reports, transcribed dictation, and sometimes tapes. This set of tapes was particularly dull. Maybe if she could have seen the whole scene. 2 men, she figured, were sitting talking over coffee in Ferdi's restaurant across the street from the UN. One was short, skinny, excited. He talked so fast he tended to stutter. He wore an expensive 3-button jacket, charcoal gray, slim maroon tie, Ivy League. But he wore his suit sloppily. The jacket was pressed, but the pants had long failed to hold their crease. The frames of his glasses were bent, and they kept sliding down his nose. He kept nervously pushing the frames up with his thumb, and it looked as if he were thumbing his nose at the person he was talking to. He was very nervous. He plucked at his clothes, arranging and rearranging the silverware, the cups and plates. His name was Abramovitz. The other was tall, blond, aristocratic. He had almost blank gray eyes. His name was Carstairs, and he was very calm. His calmness, his repose, made him hard to remember, even though he was very handsome. They became friends at Harvard, but in some way they didn't really like one another. Maybe the dislike came from the genes. Carstairs had always thought Abramovitz was a pushy Jewish boy genius, the brightest boy in class syndrome. Abramovitz thought Carstairs was an insolent and empty-headed goy. Abramovitz was a junior officer working for the National Security Council. Carstairs was also connected with government, but not in the way Abramovitz thought. Abramovitz was talking about the 1962 round of disarmament talks that had just adjourned in Europe without any real results. He had left, or been forced to leave, prematurely before January 29th. Talks were absolutely deadlocked, and Abramovitz was explaining why. I thought the negotiators were just being stupid and senile. They couldn't see what was right in front of their eyes. I thought that their nickel and diming was going to bring on the war. They were testing out their manhood, playing nuclear chicken, but no. Abramovitz and his opposite number, a junior Russian bureaucrat, had worked out a perfectly simple formula for disarmament. They had almost completed the plan when their superiors found out what they were doing. The Russian was whisked off to heaven knows where, probably the cellars of the Lubyanka. Abramovitz was flown home on a military plane and chewed out by John F. Kennedy personally for one humiliating quarter hour. That had been followed up by Robert Kennedy's tongue-lashing. After that, Dean Rusk was nothing. I would say that's quite an honor to bestow on a junior officer, wouldn't you? Carstairs said. The red-headed girl typed it, missing the irony. Probably you had to see the face. Some honor. That's no language for a president to use. What the fuck did you think you were doing? Making fucking foreign policy by yourself? Abramovitz imitated the Boston accent perfectly. No man should have to eat shit like that. Oh, no, you know what I realized, Carstairs? They didn't want a disarmament plan. Carstairs nodded and shrugged. He remained impassive.
Maybe you're being a little paranoid. Welcome to the real world, he thought. The less Abramovitz understood, the better. There was just one trouble. Every table in the restaurant was bugged. By late afternoon, the conversation was retailed to Americans, Germans, British, French, Russians, and Israelis, by phone. It was known in the Chase Bank and at Lazare Frere. The transmission had been picked up by Richard. That night, Abramovitz was dead. Carstairs was still alive because that wasn't his real name. Of course, the red-headed typist missed the nuances. She didn't have the training. Still, the part about the president was interesting. "Look, bring this Richard Aquilino in," Holcomb was saying. "A couple alongside the head, one or two in the balls, should start him singing. Or scare him to death. Keats, he's a professional. We can do business with him. He's going to expect a display of strength. It's a part of the handling." The Yiddish word sounded strange in Holcomb's mouth. "He'll be disappointed if we don't put it to him that way." "What if he's not a professional?" "He's gotta be. Just look at this shit." Holcomb hated this effete, slender, blonde snake, always showing off his Ivy League education, always giving you the on the one hand and on the other hand, always working toward détente, wanting to work with the Russians. Be careful, Keats thought. Holcomb was one of the old breed, got his law degree at night and went on to join the FBI. But he was uncontrollable. He was kicked out of the FBI by Mr. Hoover personally for drinking, womanizing, and finally calling Mr. Hoover a faggot to his face. A distinguished record did not help. Holcomb, who had intelligence experience in the FBI in Latin America and combating Nazis during the early part of the Second World War, moved on to the CIA. It was in the CIA he had his greatest triumph, for about 2 years under William King Harvey, the Berlin Tunnel operation. Then Holcomb had worked Cuba, and after the Bay of Pigs operation had come on here to the Coffin Foundation to set up a counterintelligence operation. It was not clear why Holcomb had been edged out. It had something to do with his paranoia about Russians. Holcomb had heard something in Berlin, assumed it was a commie operation, made a nuisance of himself, threatened to blow a delicate, subtle, long-range operation. The Aquilino transcript went from the typist up to Morrison. Morrison was supposed to distill all the take into a manageable report. It was not easy to do. In most eavesdropping operations, most of the talk was to the point, but here there was a lot of irrelevancy, an odd mixture of important and unimportant people. For example, the military stuff. Why was there no consistency and follow-up? He was shocked at the sensitivity of some of the material, highly classified. The kid had penetrated it with ease. Yet able to listen into all this, why didn't he just keep on listening? There were a lot of conversations with a woman named Laura. In fact, she was the one person listened into the most. Why? Who was she? Of course, Morrison was surprised at the contacts she had. She got around. The president, and, of course, as he had always suspected, the man played around. Jesus, who was minding the store? Morrison whistled at some of the big names. Congressmen, cabinet members, industrialists, bankers, movie stars, sports figures, football. That talk, for instance, of moving the New York Giants out west. It was as if the kid was impatient. He couldn't sit still to listen to one set of people. As if he was searching for something or someone. A four-way conversation between 2 Americans, a Frenchman, and an Englishman discussing events in the Congo. Just as it got interesting, it seemed to get boring for Aquilino. The notes to himself, they didn't make sense. Was it a code, a scrawl, or what? A surprising amount of it was unclear. A chain of phone calls about something that was going to happen sometime in the near future. The pernicious doctrine of small wars. Who ever heard of 3.5 wars? I vote a strike. Before the power becomes entrenched and unmovable. Morrison decided to prepare 2 reports. The first was to his immediate superior, Keats. It was, as much as he could do, a summary of activities,
an estimation of what was going on and an emphasis on the most sustained threads. The second report, informal and for Holcomb's eyes only, was his own estimate of what this was all about. Morrison didn't trust Keats any more than Holcomb did. Everything about them was different. Background, temperament, looks, education. But be careful. Fat and fool or not, Holcomb had that witch doctor's sense of smell. Dangerous. You couldn't control him directly, and if he couldn't get satisfaction from a higher source, he was just as likely to kill you as not. Keats had planned his moves. The only thing that could spoil it was impatience. He looked mildly, innocently, a little insolently at the pistol pointing his way, the tautening finger on the trigger. What was he supposed to do, shit in his pants? He began. Aquilino is not an agent. He's spook all the way. He's a whole Berlin tunnel operation by himself. Do I have to go through this with you again? What if this fool pulled the trigger accidentally? The President of the U.S. of A., where there is no higher than— There was a higher than, Keats thought. In fact, there were a number of higher-thans, and one of them was right here, on the 21st floor, Edward Kelly. Aquilino was going to help Keats get up there, right up into the Empyrean. Aquilino is just a kid playing games. He's listened in to people who have absolutely nothing to do with national security. If he's a spy, where's he bringing the take? There is absolutely no connection. Come on, Keats, what did they teach you in training? That's his legend, the hobby nut. Who, me? I was just having fun. Well, we'll see if this innocent hobbyist can take one or two in the balls. None of it sounds right, sir. The more channels you penetrate, the more chances there are of getting caught. Keats, your trouble is that you spooks are overeducated. And what do they teach you people in college? Freud, literature, and everything has 1,000 different interpretations, and nothing can mean what it is. You come out of that education shadow crazy. You think the Russians are just shadows and dreams? You haven't been touched by them yet, beaten, had your balls squeezed. Russians have subverted half the country. Why can't you accept the fact that this Aquilino kid is an agent? Because he's probably not. Well, we'll find that out. And if he's not? Holcomb pointed the gun at Keats's head. This is real, right? Keats nodded. What's in it is real, right? Keats nodded. And if I pull the trigger, what happens to your head's real, right? Keats kept nodding, but he knew that the days of daring, of swift, poorly thought-out operations were over. It was the time of the analyst now. The last gasp of the action faction was the Bay of Pigs, and they'd fouled everything up. Now it was a war of attrition, of small moves, little killings, limited wars, and of changing sides. Straightforward chess had mutated into Go, an infinitely subtler game. The real war was between two antagonistic populations, the old guard of all countries, who wanted to keep things the way they were, and the new guard, neither Russian nor American, but international. Aquilino is an innocent. He's a case for the FCC, not us. You're going to stick by that? Yes, sir. And if I order you to bring him in? I'll bring him in, of course, but you'll register your protest in channels. Cover yourself, right? I don't think I have a choice. The finger tightened and whitened around the trigger. What if I ask you to rewrite that report? Keats shrugged. You know I have the final word. Besides, you'd end up with a bad performance rating. I could go further. You know I could. You know the agency is riddled with moles. I can give you some uncomfortable days and nights. And someone might get the idea that you're not worth the trouble of an investigation. Again, Keats shrugged. If we go around doing what they do, we end up like them. Oh, that's cute, Keats. Is that the way you operated in the Congo? Is that why the niggers are taking over the world? I've seen the real world, Mr. Holcomb.
You've read my file. What is interesting about this Aquilino is the way his mind works, how he managed to do what he did. Holcomb, who at least understood bureaucratic infighting, the war of tiny moves as much as he hated it, now understood. Keats wanted Aquilino for himself. To make an executive summary for Holcomb was an arduous daily task. Keats had to go through the already summarized material submitted by Morrison and others. Scanning a summarized, transcripted version of a conversation is always peculiar. There are no rounded sentences, only fragments of conversation. To the outsider, it might sound like gibberish. Seen in print, you don't know where the inflections and emphases go. The sense of speaking is missing. Suddenly, Keats recognized something. His reaction was alarm, panic. He sent for the full transcripts and began to read them. He had almost missed it. But there it was, a transcript of himself talking to people, to Mr. Kelly, to Laura, to Vasily Oprichnik, to Abramovitz. No real names, true, but now he had to listen to the complete tapes themselves, a time-consuming exercise, but Keats forced himself to go through it. When he was finished, he knew. He was almost blown. His voice could be identified from the tapes, possibly even from the full transcript. Keats's first thought was, two people know, the typist and Morrison. His second thought was that he had signed the full transcripts and the tapes out. His name was logged in. He had to keep the tapes from Holcomb. Supposing, for the sake of argument, Keats told Holcomb, Aquilino is, well, a kind of agent. But also, supposing he doesn't know he's an agent. There it was, Holcomb thought, the endless series of Chinese boxes all the younger agents were addicted to. And then he wouldn't know who his contact is, and he wouldn't know who his control is, would he? I'm listening. Maybe it has to do with the new science of control, mind control. A red-headed girl was walking down the sunny streets of New York, window shopping. She looked like a secretary on her lunch break. That's what she was. She worked in the underground city for the CIA unit under cover of the Coffin Foundation. She had been typing all morning, making transcripts of tapes. She started to cross the street. There was a store she particularly wanted to see before she got back to work. An expensive store, fashionable. An exclusive store. Styles 6 months ahead of Vogue and Cosmopolitan. Never be able to afford them. Still, as she crossed, a car started moving, shot through the light, almost crashing into other cars. The car flicked sideways, almost as if it were a human. It caught her, and hit her, and lifted her. Her red hair flashed in the sunlight. She was tossed to the side, over other cars, and into the window of the store she was going to look at. Her body smashed into the plate glass. Her skin erupted suddenly in slashes and punctures. But she was dead before she hit the glass. Her body came to rest among the dresses, the belts, the suits she wanted to buy so badly. Mannequins of icy hauteur didn't change their expression as they teetered, fell, collapsed on top of her. The car kept moving before anyone could react. As people began to walk, run, the car turned the corner a block away. There it pulled up before the only free space in front of a hydrant. The driver got out and walked away. A passerby turned and called after the back of the man, "This is a fire hydrant. You'll get a ticket." Chapter 2. It began this way. Maybe, if it were merely a technical problem alone, or if it were only a matter of love, Richard Aquilino might never have gone as far as he did. Love for a Laura who had disappeared. But perhaps technology and love went together. Add to it the feeling that he was different, odd, a total outsider. He never had believed what his mirror told him. Tall, black hair, wide-shouldered. That's not what his eyes saw. He never knew the right thing to say. All he ever wanted to talk about was radio, telephony, the world of the future,
a universe connected, many individual minds united on this and other planets into a sort of supermind. Ultimately, electromagnetic telepathy, a kind of love and understanding in which spoken words didn't get in the way. All of that drove Richard into an obsession that ultimately carried him, without leaving his loft, into the lives of hundreds of people. Laura had disappeared, or gone with someone. Where? You start looking. A small accident. One day you pick up the phone and dial someone. It's a friend or a loved one. But something's wrong. Nothing special. It happens all the time. There are other voices on the line. Annoying. You talk, but you hear the other voices. Crossed wires, faulty switches. You might even say, "Could you please get off the line?" But somehow or other the speakers don't hear you say that, and that's fascinating, because you can hear them. Maybe it's gossip or a business deal or something more important. There's talk of trading Roger Maris. You talk and listen at the same time, and somehow it's not as satisfying as if you could pay complete attention to what they are saying. Your own interests are overridden. Then their conversation ends, and you are left hanging. What happened? What was the resolution? Did she believe him, or he her? You think that maybe if you telephone your friend or the loved one, you might blunder into that conversation again. But it doesn't happen again. Why not? You're curious. If you're an ordinary person, it's only an idle thought. You say that the telephone company has screwed up and I'm paying too much for such lousy service. But if you know something, you think, what if you could find some way of listening in to these people at will? Some way of crossing the wires, leaving that faulty switch directing conversations in a multiplicity of directions, or find some way of duplicating the faultiness. And if there's a way to do that, then there is certainly a way to be able to find and listen in to the loved one who doesn't love you anymore, and won't give you a reason why she stopped loving you and disappeared so suddenly. Richard Aquilino knew something. He was a ham radio operator. He had begun in grade school, over the objections of his parents, who wanted him to do better. When he met Ziggy, who was crippled and legally, but not totally blind, buying equipment, he learned how to make his transmitters and receivers more powerful, and how to listen all the way out to extraordinary wavelengths. Ziggy also had something marvelous, a complete list of secret and secure frequencies. In order to hear these frequencies, Defense, Air Force, CIA, FBI, Secret Service channels, for instance, it was necessary not only to erect a bigger antenna, but to redesign the receiver, since you couldn't buy such a receiver commercially. Child's play. A lot of fun. A problem which kept his mind off other problems. He and Ziggy had a good time together doing it. In the process, he met some of Ziggy's friends, particularly Tarzan, who was Ziggy's arms and legs, and Marvin, who was a walking memory machine, and a whole circle of people, all fanatics about communications technology, and most of them, like himself, science fiction nuts too. But unlike radio, whose airwaves were available to anyone who could build the proper equipment to receive the bandwidths, the telephone system was different. It went over wires. Somewhere you had to connect. Each conversation was coded for some degree of privacy. If you could afford it, or were important or powerful enough, the degree of privacy increased. Unlisted numbers, classified numbers, top-secret numbers, channels which led to trap-switching centers with an electromechanical and recently electronic guardian before they were put through to their destination. Sometimes they went halfway around the country before they connected two people a few blocks apart. But what if you could find a way to hook into a call so you could overhear what was being said without being suspected? Not tapping in the ordinary way, in which you hooked right into the wire or intercepted the electromagnetic waves surrounding the wire, but from inside the system. How could it be done? Richard decided that it was time he abandoned his little business of repairing radio and television sets a job he had taken to escape the nagging of his parents and his two sisters and their husbands, and get a straight job. He went to work for the telephone company. Where else could you learn but from the competition? Most of all, he wanted to find a way to listen in to Laura, and that meant tapping her parents. He heard more than he wanted to. It upset him, horrified him, but he couldn't stop. Bell Telephone was the first to pick up the penetration, complaints of bad service from valued customers, strange echoes, interruptions, hollow sounds. The security services of various enterprises complained to Bell that they suspected their secure lines might be penetrated. Other subscribers said that a voice had broken in on their conversations. The Maras, owners of the New York football giants, were particularly concerned that someone might have overheard certain particularly delicate negotiations which, if leaked to the press— About what? No comment. Bell investigated a number of lines and found that someone was intercepting. The more they searched, the more penetrations they found. If things had been done routinely, Richard Aquilino's case might never have come into the CIA unit operating under Coffin Foundation cover. Bell might simply have had Richard Aquilino, an ex-employee, arrested. But considering some of the people Aquilino was tapping, and the extent of his penetrations, there might be espionage aspects to the case. The first thing Malraux, who was in charge of Bell's security, did was to assess whether this was a problem Bell wanted to handle alone. Many Bell interests were threatened. The technical aspects of what this person had done were staggering. How had he, alone— unbelievable, maybe not alone— solved some message traffic routing and switching problems that were still vexing Bell Labs? What if the competition, who were trying to get business away from Bell, got hold of the kid? Siemens, Ericsson, ITT. Malraux was shocked at how high a level this kid Aquilino had reached, apparently with bits of wire and jury-rigged switches. A policy discussion was held. Did Bell want to arrest the kid? Did they want to offer him a job, or what? Perhaps he could be used to make a point to the government which Bell had been unsuccessfully trying to make for years. The government, the military, executive, and intelligence communities in particular, needed a completely secure, dedicated, enclosed system with a satellite. It was a disgrace how the civilian and government systems connected. One could blunder, or something more insidious than blundering, from the public sector into the national security sector. AT&T had wanted the satellite for themselves and had been defeated. They had to settle for ComSat, a joint venture. Perhaps, as always, the government had to have dramatic examples before they could or would move. One had to be able to convince budget-minded and technically illiterate congressmen of the gravity of the situation. Maybe Aquilino should have a little help. Help he need never know he was getting. Bell assisted Richard Aquilino in making some more interconnects he probably would never have made by himself, to Allen Dulles' own secure home line. They would have helped Aquilino reach the president, but Aquilino had by himself gotten into Kennedy's line, the one that bypassed the White House switchboard. Did Bell want to take a chance that the government would learn some of Aquilino's secrets before Bell did? After another discussion, it was decided to pass the case on to someone Bell could trust and work with, someone who understood their needs and could make their case to the government. Malraux had an extensive list of contacts in the Defense Department, the CIA, the NSA, and the FBI. Holcomb, for one. Malraux had worked with Harvey Holcomb and Braunstein, an old Nazi, on the Berlin Tunnel operation from 1954 to 1956. They had tunneled to East Berlin and penetrated the Central Telephone Exchange. For more than a year they had intercepted all the phone traffic back to Moscow. Malraux and Holcomb took incredible intelligence out of there in 1956, as well as a lot of good gossip. They began to hear the first themes of a new and cacophonous symphony emerging out of the complicated traffic, gossip about Stalin's crimes, something no one had dared to talk about before. Khrushchev's speech to be made before the 20th Party Congress, was being sent up as a trial balloon. An internal, secret, and informal debate was raging. Should such a speech be made? Should this can of worms be opened? Would it rend the fabric of Russian society? Or could it be a wiping clean of the slate, a new beginning? What would the effect be on Poland, Hungary, Romania, Czechoslovakia? On the other hand, could the speech convince the West of the Soviet Union's good intentions, its basic commitment to peace? Strange music. A red symphony fading to a pink coda before coming to a white end. King, Holcomb, Malraux, and Braunstein tried to trace the discussants. Holcomb, at Braunstein's prompting, began to suspect that Khrushchev's developing speech denouncing Stalin and the slave camps was not Khrushchev's, and by now he was sure that Khrushchev had never made such a speech. In that case, who had? Had the speech been prepared in Washington, delivered to Russia, planted in order to be stolen and brought back to the West, there to be released to the media? Holcomb glimpsed a flash of a deep, long-range operation underneath, something codenamed the Parvis game. Braunstein went wild. He had been tracing Parvis for years. His section had a task force devoted to nothing else but this Parvis, said to be the man who in 1917 had persuaded the German General Staff to make sure that Lenin got to Russia in time to participate in the revolution. Perhaps, Malraux thought, that's when Holcomb's paranoia, or rather his understanding of the complicated, devious, and half-Asian Russian mind, began. And that's when he started to see that the current unrest in the United States, the fight for civil rights and fair play for Cuba, with all the prestigious hangers-on, was all about. It was the Russians weakening the West. They also overheard the Hungarian uprising developing, and the Suez crisis which almost broke up NATO. The British, French, and Israelis versus Egypt and the United States, but with the Soviet Union curiously quiescent, seeming to miss a golden opportunity. Was there some unannounced complicity between elements in the United States and Russia? Were there moles in America? They heard it all developing before the crises flamed into existence. Some of the Moscow-East Berlin traffic was remarkably prescient, as if a forecaster knew just what was going to happen. And how did these events connect to Khrushchev's speech? Was the Grand Alliance breaking up, or being broken up? The Russians discovered the East Berlin intercept. How long could you conceal something like that? The Russians began to plant items for the Americans to hear. It was 6 months before the Americans discovered that their operation was blown. The Americans, in turn, pretended that they didn't know the Russians had caught on. Holcomb, who was an uncomplicated man, was not happy with the operation. He was used to more direct action. Anything that couldn't be solved with a gun was probably not worth solving. Maybe Malraux remembered that, and maybe not, but he decided on Holcomb anyway. When Keats found out he was on the verge of being blown, he began to think what he had to do. He didn't let himself panic. Some intelligence theoretician had calculated that for every minute of action there were, or should be, 3 hours of thought, reading, research, search through the labyrinthine dossiers. The James Bonds were few and far between, and most of them were very quickly dead. Yet his boss, Holcomb, even though he looked nothing like James Bond, was in the flesh a man of pure action. How he had survived this long Keats did not know, and he was determined to overcome the already skewed law of averages by helping Holcomb to his demise at the proper time. Holcomb's marvelous instinct protected him. Where the analytic type would have to go through the tapes and the transcripts and the names and the numbers time and time again to make out the pattern, someone like Holcomb could frequently just feel what was wrong in a second, and that instinct might lead him directly to the crucial points in the glut of raw data, to Mr. Kelly and to himself. Dimly he began to work to a way of deflecting Holcomb. The first thing Keats had to consider, now that the typist was dead, was how to cover up the trail of memoranda that connected him to the tapes. The second thing to consider was how to get rid of the sound of his voice on those tapes, as well as the sound of others. He would need backup, lots of it. The third thing was, how was he going to make use of Richard? Should he go upstairs to Mr. Kelly, the fabled and barely known of Mr. Kelly, with the news? Should he go through channels, or try to reach Mr. Kelly directly? Should he begin to act and come to Mr. Kelly with a fait accompli? Dangerous if Mr. Kelly didn't like what he did. Keats made a decision. He began to plan and write. He contacted certain actors he knew, out-of-work actors. He gave them certain scripts he had written up and some partial tapes of certain characters Richard had overheard. All the actors had to do was to talk to one another on certain phones, using a variety of voices. Richard would be sure to listen in and, well, at least catch some of it. Marlowe found that his Cold War-time buddy Holcomb had ostensibly left the CIA and moved on to the Coffin Foundation. No doubt a cover. Well, no matter, Marlowe thought. It must still be a company operation. They had dinner together. Marlowe watched Holcomb load up on spaghetti and red clam sauce and drink a lot of scotch. "Load up, load up. Guy who owns the place owes me from the big war," Holcomb said. "No one owes anyone that much." "It was a big favor. I helped some of his paisanos in Sicily." Marlowe briefed Holcomb about Aquilino's penetration, its extent, its technical ramifications. Not everything, but whatever Bell felt Holcomb needed to know. If Holcomb wanted to pass the news on to one of his old outfits, that was fine. But no. As Marlowe expected, Holcomb said he would use the information himself. "It's delicate, Holcomb. I don't have to tell you. I mean, we want certain things to come out of this." "I didn't think you were giving this to me out of the goodness of your heart, Marlowe. You know, you people are one of the penetratees." "Oh, Coffin?" "Not so much Coffin. One of its officers." "Oh, Mr. Kelly." "The council. Well, at least it isn't us. What is it you want?" "The technical data. How this kid does it." "I'll give you some backup." "Sure. And there has to be an end." Holcomb chewed and spoke. "How do you like the food?" "Really superb." Marlowe looked around. There was only one other pair of men eating there. Holcomb saw the look. "It's that kind of place." "Is he working for, say, our competition?" "ITT, RCA, GTE? That kind of competition? Don't the Russians interest you too?" "Only insofar as they want to buy our equipment." "Shit, Marlowe. You don't think the Cold War is going to go on forever, do you?" "Till the end of time, Marlowe. You know their song, don't you? 'Tis the final struggle." "Listen, Holcomb. While you people are fighting these Stone Age ideological fights, ITT got Cuba's business. And if the U.S. makes friends with the Spics, you'll get that business. You can do business with anyone. Business cools the revolutionary ardor." "Not the commies?" "There's another end." "Yeah? How come you don't drink as much as you used to? Want to get laid when we finish?" "I'm slowing up. I think that certain people in high places have to understand that national security issues are involved here. I mean, when any kid can walk in off the street and get into the Joint Chief's pants." "With a little help?" "Maybe." "A lot of heavy help?" "Here's the report. Judge for yourself." The Coffin Foundation was good cover. The foundation was devoted to funding research studies on what they called communicology, all leading to developing worldwide communications links. the social, psychological, and neurological effects of new and massive communications and information systems, and how to bring such changes online. And since intelligence is all about communications and information, albeit stolen, what better cover? The foundation had been funded by a consortium of American corporations to help development of research in what they called at that time politneurons. This was done in 1943, when Washington was already planning the Cold War after the Second World War. After the war, the founding American corporations had been joined by corporations of other countries as they recovered from the war. All would work to foster international relations and diminish tension between nations. Good communications dissolved ideological rigidities, a first step toward dissolving nations. When the CIA was established in 1947, it set up a unit using the coffin as a front and a conduit for passing money to sensitive ventures that required laundered funds. The structure of the coffin paralleled the structure of such organizations as the CIA or State Department. Operations were divided by countries and regions, assigned to funding officers. Global planning and coordination was done at the top, which was actually in the basement, where the Situation Room was. In 1953, after Stalin's death, the world business and banking community expected that an opening to the Russians would be made when the regime changed. This had not happened. The other Western allies began to grow restive under American control. A number of American firms, wanting to go truly international, to do business with the Soviet Union, found that America's policy began to grate. In the coffin, there were a series of high-level and highly secret meetings that ran from 1953 to 1956. What to do? New strategies were devised. New initiatives were tried out. The first struggle became the Suez Crisis, ostensibly mounted against Egypt by France, England, and Israel. That was cooled down by the Americans. There were other operations. Bit by bit, the operatives working for the CIA unit inside of the Coffin Foundation were replaced by people more loyal to the people who ran the coffin, the corporations who had set it up. The fight was still going on in 1962. Holcomb was employed by the CIA, but he had to report through channels, which meant that the chain of command went upstairs to coffin directors before being transmitted to Langley. In truth, it was no longer even the corporations who had provided the funds to set up the coffin who ran it. It was now run by directors who no longer always followed the desires of certain American, British, French, West German, Japanese, Swedish firms. Under direction of Mr. Edward Kelly, the legal counsel to the coffin, they had taken off secretly in their own direction and had brought in some high-level Russians discontented with their country's perpetual containment, its stagnation. These Russians were determined to fight their own hard-line ideologues. Certain Americans and certain Russians had turned against their own countries and were at war with them both. When civil war broke out in the Congo over the secession of the mineral-rich province of Katanga, there were those who suspected that Americans fought Americans. A peculiar war, they said. Union minière, minerals, copper, cobalt, chrome, uranium. Fourminière, diamonds. Société Générale, a holding company and loan source, all Belgian, united with Anglo-American, diamonds and minerals, Engelhard, an American minerals firm, several Belgian, French, American, British merchant bankers, together with Northern Rhodesia and South Africa, into a miniature Grand Alliance, opposing UN forces backed by the United States. It was to the Congo that Keats was sent by the CIA. Keats received one set of instructions in Langley, but on his way to Africa he received a message and stopped over in New York. Keats had been double recruited in college. In New York he had an interview with a Mr. Kelly, a lawyer for the coffin. There he was given another set of instructions and provided with laundered funds to support Katanga's battle for independence, contrary to the instructions he had received from the CIA. In Katanga, Keats linked up with Vasily Oprichnik, who ostensibly worked for the KGB. Together they had arranged for Godefroy Monongo, Katanga's Minister of the Interior, to kill the rebel leader Patrice Lumumba. They had difficulty in persuading Monongo not to eat his rival and so ingest his spirit, as his grandfather used to do. They needed the body for evidence. When the war was all but over in November of 1961 and the independence movement had failed, Keats had come back and been assigned to the CIA intelligence unit in the Coffin to replace an agent who had a sudden and unexpected heart attack. A few months later, Oprichnik was assigned to the United States by the KGB. By 1962, the Coffin and its agency undercover were ready for a major test of strength. So was Keats. The next step Keats took was to get in touch with Vasily. This he did, using a Russian transmitter with a dedicated channel to Vasily. They arranged to meet. Keats explained the position to Vasily and the actions he had taken. "Did you consult with our masters?" "I thought that they would be more amenable to that which is already done." Vasily whistled. "You're living dangerously." Keats explained what he had in mind. "Chancy, ambitious. We're a lot simpler in our country." "There's such a thing as sounding too Brooklyn, Vasily." "Listen, some of us trained in the Kansas City Gubernia, others in L.A. Me, I got assigned to Brooklyn, USSR. You went to Harvard. Good grammar is your legend, not mine. Anyway, how do you want this joker? It's going to be expensive." "I don't know." "Come on, Vasily, you owe me a favor. Leave it at that." "Quid pro quo." "Actually, friend, I owe you one rub-out rather than what you're suggesting. It will cost me some of El Supremo's manpower and money, to say nothing of risk, which is more expensive still." "God will provide, as soon as what's done is explained." "If we have learned anything from you people, it's cost efficiency, I'm sad to say. The whole apparatus is being taken over by accountants. The point is, a killing is easier than a tale with all the safeguards for what you want to do. Vasily, after this we're even, and I'll throw in a great French dinner." "Not so. In fact, you will owe me." "How do you mean?" "You neglected to tell me that this person had also somehow gotten into our embassy's communications and heard much that was of interest. For instance, who was fucking who and who was listening in to who." It was Keats' turn to whistle. "Whom, Vasily?" "Who? I'm from Brooklyn, remember? And perhaps he heard the embassy listening to those who shouldn't be listened to. Get what I mean?" "I'll square it, believe me." "State secrets we can part with, but scandals are another matter." "I believe you. Who else is there to trust? But it's these little imbalances that can get out of hand and bring on the final struggle. After all, not everyone is civilized the way you and I are." "We'll connect soon," Keats said. When Holcomb had first received Bell Telephone's dossier on Aquilino from Marlborough, he should have passed it on, formally or informally, to his colleagues in the CIA. But he no longer trusted them. He was sure they were penetrated, rotten to the core. The whole country was penetrated. He had decided to keep the matter of Aquilino under his own control, and anyway, since it was the Coffin Aquilino had penetrated, he felt he was within his rights investigating the case himself. The matter was routed to his second-in-command, Keats. Keats, in turn, had assigned a routine investigation to one of his subordinates, Morrison. Morrison began, in turn, to look into every facet of the penetrator's life. One Richard Aquilino, 25, who lived in a loft on Canal Street, right off 6th Avenue, very close to one of the big telephone centers. Morrison did the usual things: an investigation of Aquilino's family, friends, school records, a black bag job on Aquilino's loft, a bug planted in the loft, a tap on Aquilino's phone line. Without upsetting anything, a complete survey of all the paper in Aquilino's possession. Lots of technical journals, science fiction, some reams of scribbled notes on overheard conversations in some kind of scrawl, code or encryptation, technical drawings and schematics. Everything was photographed. At first Keats decided Richard Aquilino was that most ridiculous of creatures, the pure technician, the quintessential tinkerer and problem-solver possessed by the demon technology. Gradually he began to sense that Aquilino's mind, His unconscious, out of which flowed his interests and his expertise, bordered on the genius. The second fascinating thing was the catholicity of Aquilino's voyeuristic taste. He was interested in everyone and everything. This confirmed for Keats that Aquilino's unconscious was fascinating. Was his unconscious his own, or was it outside of him? That was to say, was someone running him? No sign of a control. Was someone running him without his knowledge? Possibly. Possibly. Doubtful. But that was going to be the legend Keats invented for Aquilino to maneuver Holcomb, and Vasily was going to implement that control. Keats undertook to create a pattern out of the variety of Aquilino's intercepts based on the telephone company's reconstruction. Where names had not been spoken, the phone numbers had been used to trace to the names. Group 1. A lot of men and women who seemed utterly unimportant, about 50 scattered all over the country. Group 2. People of some minor prominence, lower and higher levels of organized crime, politicians, local and national. Group 3. Higher-level politicians, senators and congressmen, especially on key committees. Group 4. Athletes and movie stars, rock and roll stars. Group 5. Key business executives. For instance, the president of AT&T, Frederick Kappel, Harold Janine of ITT, at home and at work. Group 6. Such people as Dean Acheson, George Ball, Robert Lovett, John J. McCloy, Mr. Edward Kelly, Keats whistled, McGeorge Bundy, John McCone, Theodore Sorensen, Robert F. Kennedy and John F. Kennedy, Douglas Dillon, Foy Kohler, Nelson and David Rockefeller, G. Menon Williams, Edward R. Murrow, Ralph Bunch, Andre Meyer, the Congo, Robert S. McNamara, Roswell Gilpatrick, General Curtis LeMay, General Maxwell Taylor, Admiral Arleigh Burke, Edwin Lansdale. Group 7. Women. Marilyn Monroe. Laura. And who was Judith Exner? The elements shifted, came together and dissolved and reformed in Keats's mind as he tried out pattern after pattern. Why so much attention to Laura, whom Keats had briefly met? Did Aquilino listen to them all? How long? What did their conversations mean to Aquilino? What did Mr. and Mrs. Harold Summerson on West 87th Street have in common with Richard Helms? No matter. He would supply the connections and the patterns that Richard's unconscious must have made. A few more steps were required to launch Keats's operation. Keats arranged a lunch in the Coffin Foundation's lunchroom with a man in the domestic section who ran psychological communications. Keats explained some needs and was told that the person to get in touch with was a Dr. Seymour Gottlieb, tied up with a project MK Ultra. He did. Another lunch was required to explain another set of needs, and he was given a list of 4 names. The most likely choice seemed to be a neurobiologist, Dr. Sidney Ficino, who was running a neuron mapping program under the auspices of Columbia Presbyterian up on the West Side. He telephoned Dr. Ficino and announced that he was Mr. Barnstable of the Coffin Foundation, and that he had heard of the wonderful work Dr. Ficino was doing up there at Columbia Presbyterian, and could they have lunch together at the Harvard Club? The next step was to call up Mr. Kelly. On the way to the Congo, Keats had been summoned by Kelly. Now, thanks to Richard Aquilino and Bell Telephone, he had Mr. Kelly's very private and highly classified number. Keats reviewed carefully what he was going to say. He would have to make his presentation quickly, catch Mr. Kelly in perhaps the first 25 words, and take the chance that he wouldn't be dead in 24 hours. The words should be calm, not alarming, not in the least threatening. After a while he thought he had it worked out. Keats made the call. The voice at the other end was calm and measured. "Do you shake a god?" He would. "Sir," Keats said, "my name is Keats. On June 5th, on the telephone, you deplored to someone close to you the policy of holding the price of gold, thus undoing what had been done at the gate to Europe in the 16th century." There was a little silence. A chuckle. No asking, "How did you get this number?" "Sir, I would like to be able to tell you something of importance. In person." "Keats, huh? You had occasion, I believe, to meet the grandson of the head in the oil drum?" The grandson was Godefroy Monongo. The head was his grandfather's, sent back to Belgium. Mr. Kelly knew who he was. "Yes, let's do that. Perhaps next Monday. A dinner, that would be nice. We'll be in touch." The phone clicked off. Now, if Keats wasn't dead in the next 24 hours. He noted, pleased, that he was not sweating, nor were his hands even trembling. There was one final step to take, and that was to work a little on Holcomb. Holcomb's gun was pointed again at Keats's head. The thick finger was whitening on the trigger. All the things by which Holcomb lived were being upset. Sides were dissolving and changing, and he didn't understand what was happening. A new and crazy world was breaking out of the skin of the old. The fear of the changes made Holcomb dangerous. The business with the gun was a well-known out. Still, it was rumored through the agency that he had killed his own men. Holcomb, like some primitive beast, smelled a vast change in the global climate. The very act of smelling the change was the sensing of his own and his species' doom. The theater had changed. The actors were taking on new roles on the global stage. The gun was a sort of magic wand to ward off the spell. What Holcomb saw as the encroachment of primeval anarchy, chaos, the ultimate night, was to Keats the emergence of a new order. Holcomb didn't have the history to put all this into words, but Keats reminded himself the history was in Holcomb's body, with its perfect instinct. The thing to do was to work Holcomb carefully, or he would be dead. It was Keats's second test in a day. Keats was a magician of sorts. He had studied, along with literature and mythology, psychology, and, later, along with economics, the Gnostic crafts of the ancients. You weave your magic out of a person's lusts, fears, uncontrollable habits. To do that, you had to know your target. He knew about Holcomb 2 ways. The first way of knowledge came out of dossiers. Keats had studied 3 sets of them: the Coffin Foundation dossier, the CIA dossier, and the KGB dossier. The second way of knowing had to come from within, for Keats too felt that he had the feel, and that allowed him to enter his subject's skin. He sensed the terror beneath the bravery. Keats waited. The time seemed long, especially when he was having a gun pointed at his head. Timing was everything. He had to wait for that moment just before Holcomb was driven over the edge. Keats began to speak. The tone was soothing, almost hypnotic. Keats had learned a trick from a witch doctor in the Congo, how to make conversation and, at the same time, to emit a contrapuntal hum beneath the words, so low that it was barely heard, but with enough vibratory power to affect the listener. "Mr. Holcomb, in 1957 you had the misfortune to be captured by the Russians. I believe they gave you a very hard time for a month." "They beat the shit out of me. Only reason they didn't kill me was they needed something to trade." "But was that all?" "What do you mean?" "You remember every minute of that month?" "Sure." "You remember every minute of that month?" "Stop playing games. This isn't Darkness at Noon." "Nor is it the Manchurian Candidate. But what if— I'm speaking hypothetically— what if they altered your mind, and part of that altering was to forget what happened?" "That's not what happened." "That's not what happened, Mr. Holcomb. But if it happened, how would you know? You would have forgotten, and not the kind of forgotten where the hint of a memory plays around the outer edges of your consciousness, either. Implanted suggestions, specifically directed amnesias, helped along with drugs, mild and targeted electroshock while drugged, and the event covered over with strong memories of physical abuse. There's a kind of brain damage to the temporal lobes which causes a condition called centigrade amnesia. This leads to an inability to retain new information, an inability to transfer new knowledge from the short-term to the long-term memory. But, of course, we're talking about brain damage which is non-specific, general, imprecise. What if such a damage had been made precise, or designed? If such a thing happened, or was caused to happen, every time you tried to remember and went over your experience again and again and again, all you would or could remember was not the prison hospital with the white walls and the intravenous dripping drugs into your arm and the white enameled bed with a piece in the shape of the map of France, black, missing from one of the bars on the bed, but rather the visual images, the suggestions of the dank cell where they beat you, which your body remembers. Or is it merely your mind which remembers? A pain which never took place, forgetting the white walls, forgetting the man who leans over you and tells you, "You cocksucker, Keats." But Holcomb, half hypnotized, was sweating. "Mr. Holcomb, you're a legend in the company. You've stood up to a lot, and you're not afraid of anything physical. But sometimes there are things that are stronger than a body, and sometimes they are stronger than that gun. Supposing the Russians, who are the most advanced in this art, have learned to damage certain microscopically precise and relevant portions of the brain, to play with the brain's circuitry. Supposing they have learned to mimic the damage with hallucinogenic drugs which bear structural resemblances to the neurotransmitters, so that you don't exactly forget, but cannot remember. I mean, you can't remember, but there's something or someone which can remember for you. Every time you can be made to place your intelligence in a kind of drop, a cutout in your brain. Memory, dreams, fantasies, in the brain they all get confused together. Memory is a chemical compound with a long life. Memory is a series of electrical signals which keeps on going on and on through the years, a complex molecule. Memories, emotions, false or real, clustered, linked, indissolubly bound, going along certain tracks, being switched from complexes of neurons to other complexes of neurons, associated with other memories and tight supermolecules, which are hard to sort out, hard to tear apart. Many memories, Keats lulled, real or false, false, real, which cannot be torn apart, because what you imagined or dreamed or actually experienced might scare you to death. Every time you try to remember, the attempt conflicts with your program, a conflict of instructions. The forgotten and the to-be-remembered is felt as an intolerable discomfort, which you remember only as a dank prison, in which the walls run with damp, and in which the pain of an induced schizophrenia is felt as a memory of someone, and then another, and then a third, who came in and beat you. And the remembrance of the beating is the emanation of your conflicting order, which in other people is the same as the uncomfortable feel of indecision, but which in you is an actual memory implanted in you, which hides the memory of the white room, the intravenous, the white enamel bar with a peeled-off dark spot shaped like the map of France, and the man to whom a section of your brain swears allegiance. You will not remember, no, not even like a nightmare. "It's bullshit, Keats," Holcomb said, but his eyes were a little glazed. "And you're wondering, aren't you, that maybe I'm right, and maybe I know something about you that you don't? And you know that you can stand up to any beating, but can you stand up to having had your mind invaded? And if I try and force you to remember what happened in that white room, I'll drive you crazy unless it's done in the right way. And if it's done in the right way, you'll lead us back to the memory of that white room, and to your control." Holcomb's hand was on the desk, loose around the gun. The body was slumped, but his eyes were dark and steady upon him. "You think Aquilino—" "No," Keats thought, "but all that matters is that you think so." "Maybe. The Russians are very good. They invented this game. We're just come-latelys to this field, but we're making enormous progress. We Americans are a straight-thinking people. We're direct. We're impatient with all that European subtlety and that Eastern sophistication and ancient wisdom. The operation you and Harvey worked on, the Berlin Tunnel, was simple, direct, brilliant. But it was conceived with a built-in mistake that caused it to fail sooner or later. It went directly for the center of the action. Are we to suppose that the Russians didn't learn anything from that? Why wouldn't they want to get directly into our central switching systems? Only thing is that our communication systems are not organized like the Europeans, like an organism with one brain, but something more primitive and more flexible, with many centers. Now, supposing that someone could find a way to get to those centers and then penetrate into the other secure systems, could one person do that alone? Not unless he had an operation as big as Bell itself. No one could handle the take. So supposing that there are many switchboards, many Aquilinos, and what this Aquilino misses, another gets, what then? And suppose that this Aquilino and the other Aquilinos don't even know what they are doing. They've forgotten, like yourself, like the hypothetical yourself, Mr. Holcomb, like the imaginary yourself, Mr. Holcomb. They don't remember the white room and the white bed and the intravenous and the bars of the bed, one with a piece missing shaped like the map of France. And if we come to this Aquilino and beat him and say, "Who's your control?" will the stiff remember? He can't. And if he tries hard enough, he'll go crazy, as you would too, anybody would. And that body of yours won't protect you, nor will any bravery. When you think about it, every telephone in this country leads one way or another to every other one. Holcomb was silent for a long time. Then his right hand left the gun on the desk. He reached for a drawer and pulled out a bottle. "Want a drink, Keats?" "No, thanks. It's too early." "What do you mean early? It's 4 in the morning." "Then it's too late." "All right, what do you want to do? How are you going to run back this Aquilino?" "Drop a plan." What if there really had been a white room when they held Holcomb for a month? Keats leaned forward and took great care not to show his triumph. Real or not, he had put Holcomb in touch with the white room. Everyone should have a taste of the white room. He, Keats, had been through it at Harvard. It was terrifying when you entered it, but when you left it you were liberated, and a little above ordinary mortal men. "You want to go get laid, Keats?" "I just did," Keats thought. Chapter 3. Andrus Harkavy of ITT was sweating, but he knew the KGB man wasn't going to kill, kidnap, or torture him, yet. He didn't ask the question most people would. How did you ever find me? Instead, he asked the question any professional in a difficult position would. How much will it pay? "Always the same question, Harkavy," Vasily Oprichnik said. "One would think you would have learned something. It was what got you in trouble in the first place. You sure belong in this country." "That's why I came." "The pay will be very good." It was understood what would happen should Harkavy refuse. Not his employer, not even the United States could protect him, at least not forever. It didn't have to be spelled out. Harkavy was a professional. Vasily outlined the problem, as he had been told it. He finished by saying, "I can run a transmitter. I can mount a tap. All those things we need to know. But spare me the arcane technical details." They paid a visit to Richard Aquilino's loft when he was not there. Harkavy, ever the technician, was now interested in the problem for its own sake. "Really," the man from ITT said, "it's fascinating." Harkavy was a Hungarian who had come over to the United States in 1956, after the uprising. In Hungary, he had worked for the AVO, the secret police. In America, for ITT, for the CIA. He was a triple. He didn't like to be reminded, especially by the KGB. "Don't get carried away by details. Paint me the broad strokes. What's he done?" "They went up to his place and looked around. The boy knows his stuff. You have to respect the craftsman." Craft, Vasily thought. Obsessions, spy tradecraft, communications craft, bank tradecraft, lawyers tradecraft. They all think that they are at the center of the universe. "All right, Andrus, I respect him." "How, what, where, why? Mostly why?" "From what you told me, I would say it's the game whose playing is its own reward." And that was what Harkavy needed to know, Vasily thought. If Aquilino doesn't have a why, I can give him Keats's why. How did he begin? I can't answer that. A related question, then. Where did he begin? I can't answer that either. But remember, this is not Europe. People do things here for fun. It may be illegal, but it probably has no deeper purpose. So we begin in medias res. What's that mean? Craft talk from another technology. I'll have to go in there and look at the setup a few more times, but I have the idea of how it works. Good thing the kid isn't a spy. He is now, Vasily thought. Keats wants him to be one, for Holcomb. Wants him recruited so he doesn't know it. There are many ways to bug a system. You're learning American, Andrush. Call me Andy. You can connect the wire directly to the wire you want to listen into, but that causes a drop in current and can be detected. You can put a coil near the wire and read the electrical field around the wire. The tap picks up the signal, voice or whatever, and turns it into the voice like a telephone. Harder to detect. But that's still a one-to-one system. You can connect to local or long-distance trunk lines, pick out the wires you want, but in America that raises incredible problems, since the conversation is not necessarily confined to one wire, but is broken up, especially on the long lines, into bits and pieces, routed along many channels. The new microwave relays, or up to the new satellite, and especially the secret military satellites. The bits and pieces of talk are reassembled at the destination. Time division switching, pulse code modulation, multiplexing. Off the lines, what you get is babble, unless you have some way of picking out the conversation you want. Put some sort of tracer on the speakers you are interested in. It can be done. NSA does it. Others do it. With help, of course, from Bell. So that means one has to get into the switching center and connect up there. If you're signal intelligence, NSA, or Bell, that's one thing. You have resources at your command. If you're just one person, that's a hell of a problem. This looks like the one-person problem, which is amazing, considering the amount of traffic. He did work for the phone company a couple of years ago. But now he just does freelance work to make a living, like repairing radios and televisions. Well, he still has all the necessary manuals in his place, up to the minute. That tells us he has friends at Bell. He understands most of the whole system. The whole system. Look, you pick up the receiver to make a call. That's a signal to the system to begin working. It's an electrical request for service. And you get a dial tone. Now, when you do that, if someone is on to you, then there should be a signal also at his place. A sound, a light. He can decide then if he wants to listen in or not. Aquilino's got a whole set of notes about the people he's listened to. Okay. When the target dials the number he wants, a scanner checks his lines and picks up the dial information, the directory number. The number translates into an equipment number which belongs to a particular subscriber in a particular place. The scanner then instructs the machinery to begin a search for a path to the person your target is calling. After all, lines get crowded, and if the signal can't go one way, there should be another way, especially if you are important. Important people never get an overload signal. Now it gets complicated. It raises many technical, economic, historical, and philosophical questions. Philosophical? Come off it. No, really. In Eastern Europe, the system is hierarchical, with central controls. It's easier to listen in to people. In America, the system is democratic. Everyone gets fairly good service. In Europe, the further down the social scale you are, the worse the service is. But this democracy raises other problems. It becomes easier for enterprising people in America to listen in to everyone else. In Europe also, secrecy and surveillance are built into the design of the system. In America, there are ways of getting around secrecy. All this is reflected in equipment design. Secrecy in this country consists of unlisted numbers, classified numbers, top-secret numbers, but they're all to be found in some directory or other. At the top, there are directories locked in office safes. You can build in a lot of complications, identification codes, voice or electronic, but whoever has a phone can be reached. The military, for instance, has its own system, but it's still connected to the civilian system at one place or another. If you know what or who you're looking for, that's one problem. If you're just fooling around and don't care who you get, that's another question. So, when he picks up a conversation, he probably doesn't know who he's listening to unless names are used. If the phone isn't classified, he looks it up in the directories. If the phone is classified, that's something else again. Now let's say, for the sake of argument, the target has a direct line to the president, a line that bypasses the White House switchboard. You listen long enough, you're going to get the number. In fact, one could say that having a specific target makes the problem more difficult. Are you following me? Like the hounds the stag. All right. Now, supposing instead of plugging in line by line, the kid figures out another way. Supposing he invents a parallel signal scanner and distributor and hooks it right into Bell's equipment. When you dial and the instruments give each other instructions, they also give his parallel scanner instructions and open up a line to his house at the same time so that the conversation is routed two ways, to the person who talks and to him. Actually, he doesn't invent anything. He modifies the standard equipment. He probably got into local switching centers and into trunk lines and planted his modified circuit. He reinvented the kind of wheel the CIA, the FBI, NSA, or the phone company uses. He worked for the phone company. He just keeps his pass, or duplicates another, or has friends in the workforce. What about the equipment? That's the easiest in this country. He can pick up a lot of good surplus Army, Navy, Signal Corps, even NSA equipment, tinker with it. With his mind, he goes shopping in the surplus stores, sees this or that, knows what it is. Or he can steal telephone equipment and play with it. All you have to know or believe is that it has been done, that it can be done. Belief is half the battle. You've turned into a mystic, Andy. Now I understand that it works locally, but how about long distance? Does he go to each city and get into the lines and switching centers in various places and do the same thing? He doesn't have the money, does he? Vasily didn't answer. Does he have friends? He has friends. In fact, you are going to make friends with his friends. Well, I've got to figure the circuits out, Harkavi said. We have a partial explanation, and that is a phone call to another city is made. You pick up the line. You can listen in and lift the number when it is dialed, but how would you automatically tune in when that person there, say in Los Angeles, calls someone else? How would you arrange to have it done from here, say in New York? All right, how? I'm not sure yet. It's fascinating. I want to work on that. That's what we are arranging to do. There is a clue. Say you call up from here, New York, to there, Los Angeles? Yes. Well, say you have a test board. They have this board with 2 rows of 6 contacts arranged vertically. They are numbered in one row from 1 to 5, and the 6th contact is called KP. The 2nd row is numbered from 6 to 0, and the 6th button is called ST. It allows you to go through the lines manually. If you have troubles on the line, or perhaps with the equipment, you call up someone in the company in Los Angeles and say something like, I have troubles with my party and your party. Could you check on your end to see if everything is all right? Hook me up to line and pair for area 123, and so forth. Someone checks you out on a verification circuit, that is to say, they call back and verify if you are the real thing or not. Now the kid has to figure out a way of holding and keeping the other line potentially open once the repairman on the other end helps him out.
so we can add it to his network. We can rule friends out, because too many people would know, and sooner or later the phone company would know.
This is more or less what he did. Harkavy noticed that it was not a question.
Now, when I figure it all out and find out where he's planted his circuits, when I get a look at it, then we'll be in business. But it won't be easy.
Why didn't I think of it? I could make a fortune.
Oh, get yourself killed. When you find this out, will you be able to build a number of these devices? I said it won't be easy. I have faith in you. Now let's pose a more hypothetical problem. If you figure out what he did, what do you mean if? It will be, as the Americans say, a piece of cake. He did all the serious work.
I see you have the proper spirit.
Could you rig up a device that plugs into his system and does for him what he's doing unto others, keeping in mind that he's under surveillance? If you'll give me protection.
You'll be covered, don't worry. That's Part A of the examination.
Part B is this. I don't know if I'm going to phrase it right. Bear with us, poor non-technical people. Our boy listens to a lot of people he shouldn't be listening to. There are many switching centers, many lines, many phones, all over the landscape. It's bad for his health.
Aquilino would be getting sick soon.
And we want to protect that health. Supposing we could, loop the lines in such a way that while he thinks he's connecting to and listening to certain people, in fact he's not. The connections appear to be going here and there, where he thinks they are going, but they are going somewhere else, places that are under our control.
You mean he calls this party in L.A., and the pathway goes not to L.A., but to the local center, where circuits have been installed to double back to someone of your choice?
The boy feels that he has listened to L.A., but he has not.
That's the general idea.
Yes, it can be done.
Harkavy forbore from asking if this wouldn't confuse those who were doing the surveillance.
Now for Part C. Can we continue to listen in to the people he was listening into before, but can no longer hear? You will be provided with a list of who he will seem to be listening to and where they are. You're asking a lot. In principle, it can be done, but I don't know if I can do it.
You will be amply rewarded. You'll have backup.
I'm going to give you the name of one of your superiors in ITT, a high-level person who will be delighted to give you every assistance, that is to say, money and other considerations. I know your time is valuable. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Harkavy nodded. He was trapped.
It won't be easy. What if the boys at the bell catch me?
It will be handled. It's a matter of national security.
I'll try.
You'll do better than that,
since I believe it can be done. In your heart of hearts, you believe it can be done. Yes, but you don't know equipment. Equipment is only the concrete manifestation of belief. What are you talking about? Philosophy, Harkavy, philosophy.
Anyway, are you going to let a mere boy outdo someone with your background?
Chapter 4. Richard started to open the door of the cafe and backed off. He stood there in the street, not noticing the people around him. He had never been so depressed. Ziggy's truck was parked down the block from the coffee house on Bleecker and McDougal Streets, which meant Ziggy was in his office in the Café Figaro. The truck had 2 cots and was also loaded with equipment: oscilloscopes, meters, wiring, phones, phone parts, jacks for plugging into street phones, shortwave radio receivers. Ziggy still liked to scan the shortwave military frequencies. He knew most of them, even the most secret, and had monitored the military traffic from Cuba during the Bay of Pigs. Ordinarily, Richard was eager to see Ziggy and the other friends, but tonight he didn't feel like going in. What was wrong with him? The last few days he felt as if he were moving through mud. He was going nowhere. He was 25 already. He wanted to be like other people, regular people, ordinary people. Like his family? No, not like that. He couldn't stand the way they lived.
a life lived for small business, export-import, the junk business. He had just come from a family dinner at his sister Angela's in Queens. "Get married, Richie," his brother-in-law Morris said, right in front of the whole family. The other brother-in-law, Benjamin, had guffawed, and his older sisters, Angela and Elizabeth, tried to protect him. They were growing fat, sort of like his mother, who wasn't fat, but big-boned. His father had glanced at him. Sometimes Richard couldn't stand his father's perpetually commiserating look. His mother, however, had glared at her sons-in-law, silencing them. Ziggy's truck was, he always said, also his body. Ziggy was crippled. He claimed that when he was plugged into his truck, it gave him the senses of a god. He could see what his eyes could not see, hear what his ears could not hear. One day he would feel what his body couldn't feel. Cyber. During the week, Ziggy, Tarzan, and Marvin, and frequently Richard, sat at the back of the Figaro. They had their own table. Others would drift in and join them. Sometimes, when it was not too busy, they would pull up another table, chairs, and the air would be thick with cigarette smoke. Babble. They would sit there until closing time at 1 o'clock in the morning. Most of them wore surplus army clothes. On weekends they would have to go somewhere else because the Figaro was busy with tourists who came to stare at bohemians. Snatches of song filled his head. "Are you lonesome tonight?" Elvis Presley sang. Songs of loneliness. "We parted, but someday we'll get together again." Driving rock and roll beat. Chuck Berry, the twist. Everyone was doing the twist, even the president's wife, Jacqueline. Strange new dances, like African tribes. But lately, just in the past few days, he was uncomfortable listening to music. It was some hidden rhythm, some pitch in the music. "We'll be together again." Why had tonight's dinner in Queens been so different? Something had gotten into him to make him sad and depressed. When are you going to get married? When are you going to get a job? When are you going to be like other people? He wanted to be like them, and he hated the idea. What had made him different? Laura had for a while. Laura was the only woman he had ever wanted to marry. But you can't have Laura. You can only listen in to her, and hear what you don't want to hear. Find another girl. "Listen, Richie, I don't understand what you do, but is there any money in it?" his brother-in-law Morris asked. "There could be. Tell you what, I'll set you up in business. Open your own electrical plant." Electronics, whatever." Richard hadn't been able to answer. He was tongue-tied. Instead, he went into the other room and played with his nephews and nieces. He was good with kids, who seemed to sense something in him that the adults didn't. He spun tales for the kids. "We'll play Space Voyage. Now, the Galactic Empire is falling apart. A small band of people get in a spaceship and flee from the Empire's central planet Morgue, which is full of corruption." "What's corruption, Uncle Richard?" "Corruption is like disease, sickness, prostitution, crookedness, being a crook. They fly through space from world to world, landing and looking for a planet to live on, because it takes so long to travel." "How long?" "Well, light travels at the rate of 186,000 miles a second." "Around the world in a second?" "Yes, faster. Maybe 6 or 7 times in a second. Nothing travels anywhere near the speed of light, so there has to be a better way of getting around from sun to sun, or everyone on the spaceship would die of old age. So they make jumps in space. They have many adventures, for on the planets there are many strange and weird beings." Could they be stranger or weirder than the people he listened into? "There's lots of danger." "What kind of danger?" "Plants that move around and eat human beings, monsters." "There's no such thing." "Is there a princess in it?" Elissa asked. "There is. You must be the princess." That's what Richard was doing with his life, searching for a different planet in which there were different kinds of people right here on Earth. There would be an evil king, and there would be a beautiful captive princess, Laura, whose mind had been put under a spell. He and his wonderful companions journeying through space. Great lizards living in perpetual snow and ice, killing 1,000-mile-an-hour winds. But beneath the snow there are great ice caves, Antonio. Don't call me Antonio, Uncle Richard. Call me Tony. Tony, inside the caves live all kinds of strange and wonderful plants. But there's also the great lizards, dragons, and people. Now, all you kids are the space cadets, and you're wandering around in the cave when the great dragon comes out. That's me. And he had gotten behind an easy chair and had come roaring out. The kids screamed. In the other room, the adults were sitting around the table. His sisters were preparing the meal. His brothers-in-law sat with his parents, his mother at the head of the table. She ran the business. "I have a head for the numbers, but no head for bargaining or sales," his father used to say. Richard looked through the window of the Figaro. The walls were lined with paintings. The artists and the musicians and the writers sat in their own clumps, students and bohemians nursing cups of coffee and talking, except for those that were stoned. They went into the bathroom and smoked the grass. Richard didn't approve. Should he go in? He didn't really fit anywhere. When he was with his family, he hated the way they lived. Business, business. This was his family, right here. But even when he was with Ziggy and the others, he got restless lately and dreamed of what life would be like married, having a steady business, children, a place to come home to at night. Laura. He was an outsider, an eavesdropper, a spy on life, spying on love, looking for the secret of the way people lived and the conversations they had on the phone. Ziggy was the crippled one. Siegfried. Strange name for a crippled man. In the German legends, Siegfried can understand the twittering of the birds. I can understand the twittering of signals. Among the electronic angels, Ziggy was the oldest, in his middle 30s. Everyone else was young, some of them 16-year-olds, hobbyists, hams. Ziggy the mentor, Ziggy the cripple, half-blind. His legs had once been broken and badly set, so he could barely walk. He used canes, sometimes crutches, and when he was tired, Tarzan just carried him. Tarzan proudly said that he was Ziggy's automated wheelchair. Ziggy spoke with a German accent. He had grown up in Germany, and, as he told it, he was a genius with radio and telephony. He had been a communist in those days. He wasn't ashamed to admit it. "We had a dream then, universal brotherhood, an end to exploitation and hunger, solving the world's problems through science and technology. My version of the dream was that everyone would be intimately connected together, by wires, by radio, brain to brain, soul to soul, sharing thoughts and talk, making everyone feel and understand one another. A real international, bypassing language barriers. The truly communist world had to be intercerebral, cybernetic. Weren't we all? Wasn't all matter diffuse and solid forms of electromagnetism? It is a question of designing the proper modulation and demodulation devices to convert one form into another form, just like voice gets put out as a carrier wave, reaches the ear and gets converted into a sort of biological electromagnetism and chemistry. I used to think that's what would bring communism about, abolish nations. I learned better. No one wanted that." They had sat around the table in Queens, the whole family, eating when the food was ready. 3 times a year. The adults talked, the children played. He sat there. He was disconnected. He had been disconnected since he was a kid. He was still a kid among the adults. He was an adult among the kids. What would it be like to have a family, to be a father, to be able to sit at the head of a table and talk so everyone would listen? But what about radio, telephone, circuits, frequencies? He could talk about the voices he overheard, but he was ashamed. Listening in, snooping. How could he explain a thing like that? It was a terrible habit, a compulsion, dirty. Could he tell his family about the way actors, for instance, and actresses talked to one another, and to others? "Listen, I want you down here in half an hour sucking my cock." The terrible and intimate things he had heard. He didn't even tell Ziggy about that. Ziggy knew he listened. They all listened in, but none of them as much as Richard did. Ziggy wouldn't approve of it. It was dangerous. That time when Marilyn Monroe had been sobbing on the phone. A man had been yelling at her, using the vilest language. Whore, cunt. Something familiar about that voice. He had heard it before. Then the man had hung up on Marilyn Monroe before Richard could remember where he had heard that voice. But she didn't hang up. She kept talking, crying. Someone whom everyone loved and worshipped. She was so miserable. He couldn't help breaking in. No one should be that unhappy. It was true. The rich, the famous, were more unhappy. As he talked to her, he closed his eyes and visualized her face from the movies, the way she moved, talked, the way her golden hair swirled, her body, her breasts, her smile. And they had started to talk before she realized the strangeness of the situation. Words of comfort. Surprisingly, they came easily, almost glibly, as long as he didn't have to face her. Who was he? She asked. Where had he come from? He shouldn't have done that. He was lucky. Someone else, instead of being thankful, would have reported him to the FBI. The FBI would have started to track him down. He wouldn't give her his name or tell her where he was calling from. I'm near, no matter how far away I am, he told her. You need someone, he said. You need me, he thought. I'm just a friend. I want to help. I'll always be near when you need someone. Was he in Los Angeles? You're an angel, she told him. An angel. He wanted so badly to tell people. Guess who I talked to? Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe called me an angel. Me. Can you believe it? And then she had hung up and called someone else. He listened. It might be the police. No. Instead, she placed a call to Washington, and she couldn't get through. He turned suddenly. Was someone watching him? He thought he saw movement. No one. People in the Greenwich Village streets. Inside, Ziggy's arms were moving. He was talking, holding the table's attention. 7 of them tonight. During the Second World War, what was Ziggy then, 16? He had worked for the Communist International, which was run by Moscow. He was in charge of communicating intelligence out of Berlin. That didn't sit well with those who were older and had experience running spies, but Ziggy was able to tap into the most secure Nazi lines. He had an instinctive sense for what was important. He was a combatant in what the British called the Wizard War. The trouble with radio communications was that sooner or later the enemy got your frequency and recognized your transmitting style, and then could triangulate you and move in. And the Russians insisted on long transmissions. So he had made a breakthrough, designed a radio that broadcast a carrier wave that couldn't be tracked. It moved through hyperspace, he said, non-Gaussian waves. Built the transmitters and receivers, 2 of each, one set for the Russians and one for himself. Set it up right inside the Alexanderplatz prison in Berlin. Comrade had gotten him in. Who would think of looking for an instrumentalist in a prison? He kept the Russians informed. Troop movements, what divisions were going where, at what time, what armaments shipments. If the Communist International had another network, the Red Orchestra, supplying the Russians with superb intelligence, Ziggy was the infrared orchestra, invisible to ordinary sight. More than troop movements, the Russians kept pestering him about the details of the non-traceable carrier wave and the theory behind it. Ziggy didn't have time to tell them about hyperspace when people were dying. Beat the fascists first, and then we'll discuss theory. There's no such thing as hyperspace, Moscow Central said. It was not a materialist construct, but idealist, which was their way of saying that they didn't believe him. What he didn't understand was that they had begun to think he was a double. Richard had been unable to stand the sitting still, the never talking, with his mother's eyes on him. He was her last, her youngest. Benjamin was saying, "And now that butcher Khrushchev wants to come to this country on a visit again." "But why do you say butcher?" his father asked mildly. "Didn't he reveal the butchery of Stalin?" "Maybe it's a trick to lull us," Morris said. "A very dangerous trick," his father said. "Well, maybe it will mean peace," Benjamin said. How easily they changed their opinions. The conversation triggered something in Richard's memory. "No," he spoke up suddenly. "Aha! Another country heard from." Morris, his mouth full of chicken, said, "What do you mean, no?" Richard remembered. 2 men had been talking. How clear the memory was. "You remember what Herman Kahn said in Thermonuclear War? I never read it. We must all read it." "Really, Dean, why should I read the writings of a man who writes what we already know?" "We will move up the nuclear scale to infinite spasm and mutual assured destruction? I hardly think so. We've got to challenge them. We have to give them a fait accompli. They'll back down. The United States needs a jolt. The Allies need a jolt. NATO's in danger. The Alliance for Progress is stagnating. In the meantime, the Russians go ahead and build a massive shelter program while we diddle away." This most recent conversation had been peculiar, unusual. The voices had been a little slow, deliberate, enunciating everything with an unaccustomed clarity. The reception had been better than usual. "And we can remove the thorn from our side. What can the Russians do from 7,000 or 8,000 miles away? We can send our bombers and they can roll over Berlin, Dean." "Well, and is that all to the bad, Edward? It will reawaken our allies alive to the common danger. It would be a good trade-off. But I even doubt that move would happen. World opinion hardly counts. We would get rid of that thorn in our side, that ranting demagogue dictator with his 7-hour speeches. Maybe the thorn should stay put." "That's entirely too subtle for me, Edward." Edward Kelly. Richard now recognized who it was. The old man who had put Laura under a spell and turned her into a whore. He hated the man. What a cynical tone, how unpatriotic. "Realpolitik, Edward. Cuba is a bridgehead in the west, a salient. Missiles 90 miles from our shore, the base from which the Russians will incite revolutions in Latin America, in Africa, and threaten our interests in the Panama Canal. All right in the teeth of the Monroe Doctrine." "Dean, that hardly has standing in international law." "Norbert Schley seems to think otherwise." "And who is Norbert Schley?" "An assistant attorney general." "Dean, I'll just have to talk to some people." "I'd really like to see you come on board with this one, Edward. We must make the most conspicuous preparation for a military showdown, including the proclamation of a national emergency." "You're sure of those missiles?" "Oh, absolutely. It's only a matter of time." "There will be no peace," Richard told the table. "It's only a matter of time before war." He caught the quick looks his mother and father gave one another. "What makes you say that?" his father asked. "Well, the government, important people, the executive committee, ExCom." "What important people, Richard? What's ExCom?" his father asked. "How do you know?" Morris asked. The incredulous, mocking look on Morris's face goaded him. "Well, I just know. Cuba is going to be invaded," Richard insisted. "Is that a fact, or an opinion, or a wish?" his father was saying. "Or a dream," Benjamin laughed. "Where did you hear that we were going to invade Cuba?" his father asked, smiling. His eyes twinkled. His father, gentle. His mother's dark eyes were focused on him. He never knew what his mother thought. Sometimes she frightened him. "We are going to war, if you can call the United States against Cuba a war," Richard said. "Since when did you become an expert on foreign policy?" Morris said. "You don't know what you're talking about."
I didn't see anything about it in the papers, Benjamin said.
Well, there's a plan. Sure, and they told you.
Well, they did, Richard thought. Invisible voices, without faces or bodies. A general, Maxwell Taylor, talking to Allen Dulles, as if he were not retired, asking Allen Dulles his advice over the scrambler phone.
Hey, Richard, what's happening? The president is making you his confidant? He calls you up every day and says, Richard, I have these problems. What do I do about the economy, Richard? And what do you tell him? Go to war with Russia, and it'll give the economy a good shot in the ass? Morris, his wife said.
The president. Something played around the edges of Richard's consciousness, but he couldn't surface it. He was too angry.
No, there's a plan. It's called INSAM 100.
He caught his mother's stare. There was something new in it.
Why aren't you eating the stuffing, Morris?
His sister Angela asked.
Because it's bread stuffing and I don't like bread stuffing,
Morris said.
I like bread stuffing,
Morris's son said.
How did you hear that?
His father asked Richard. Hear. Watch it. He should never have said anything. Every time he opened his mouth, his sleepy father, those inquiring eyes.
Well, it was in the papers. So what's this got to do with bread stuffing?
What paper? His father asked.
I don't know. The Times?
No, Benjamin said. It was on those rock and roll records you listened to. Elvis Presley sang it to Richard personally over the radio. Everyone laughed. Richard pretended to laugh. He had almost given everything away. Ziggy had been caught. Someone betrayed him to the Sicherheitsdienst. He was tortured. That explained the legs. The only thing that kept him alive was his knowledge. The Germans wanted the secret of his non-traceable broadcast wave, and the name of his control and his network. Even so, they brought him to the edge of death. The torturer's pleasure overcame practical needs. He was ready to talk, to tell them everything they might conceivably want to know. How much pain could a man stand? But the pain scrambled Ziggy's mind. He couldn't remember, and they weren't going to wait for him to recover. Before he could be killed, the war ended, and he was liberated by the Russians. They took him, put him in a hospital, tried to straighten his legs, and made everything worse. He had been sent to Russia. He thought he would be sent to school and get a proper education in electronic intelligence. As Richard went into the Figaro, he saw someone get up from their table and walk away. Someone new, short, stocky man, a little older than their usual run of people, older than most of them. Someone bumped into him and leaned over and muttered an apology, putting his hand on his arm, nodding his head. He had seen the face of the man before, but where?
School! What did I have to go to school for? I could teach them. I saw the wave of the future, and they said, school.
But there had been a purge. He had been thrown into a prison camp again, near Moscow. There he met the man who ran the Red Orchestra, Leopold Trepper. They had heard of one another. Ziggy was given a 15-year sentence. It had done in his eyes. Nevertheless, he had escaped, helped by what was left of Trepper's network, combined with another kind of network, black marketeers. Ziggy was passed along the smugglers' underground, finally making his way to the United States. Nothing, not Stalin, not the KGB, had ever stopped the smugglers' traffic. A business in jewel-studded icons and other treasures going out, jazz records, clothes, items not available in Russia, coming in. Maybe, Ziggy would say, the partial blindness was a kind of blessing in disguise. Now you could really focus, Ziggy laughed at the word, on waves invisible to ordinary sight and hearing. The time is coming when electronics would make people like gods.
You wait and see. I'm not talking science fiction, but the extensions of man. Evolution, telecommunications, and now satellites. We'll be going to the moon soon, and then the planets, and then the stars. We need new bodies. Mind commanding machine, and machine commanding the universe directly, because the machine has more in common with matter than these bodies do. But the monopolies, the governments are going to keep it from us. I'm still enough of a Marxist to understand that. ATT, ITT, Siemens, Philips, the governments all working together. That includes the Russians too, greedy bastards. They're alike all over the world. But we'll beat them. I'll get eyes and legs again, but of a kind we only dream about.
Ziggy's listeners were excited. The prophets are writing about it. Astounding science fiction. They wrote about the atom bomb before it was invented. Galaxy, fantasy, and science fiction.
You know, bastards, the demolished man? Ziggy said. They sure demolished me, but I'm coming together again. Telepaths. You have to read it. Sight, bypass the eyes and go directly into the brain. Pure signals see through to the galaxies directly. That great cloud in the center of Andromeda is like the great cloud in the center of our own brains. Blish, Heinlein, Asimov, Clark, they really don't know shit about science and technology. Yet they manage to tap into waves from the future coming to them from the other end of the universe.
The universe is curved. A great bubble. Signals coming to us from the other end of the universe. That means that the thoughts are coming from right here, from us. Richard heard it as he walked to the table. It alarmed him. It was the usual kind of talk, so why did it bother him? Did the conversation stop? Did everyone turn and look at him peculiarly? For a fraction of a second he felt frozen in place, and it felt like a long time. Then he moved to sit down as Ziggy said, What they dream about in words, we will tap into and build. We are the scientists. Richard sat down. They made room for him near Ziggy, a mark of honor. Why was he feeling so depressed, so suspicious? Was he getting sick? Tarzan put his huge arm around Richard's neck. What's the matter, Richie? Feeling down? Listen, he leaned over and whispered in Richard's ear. I found one of the Bell parking lots. We can pick up equipment and even a truck any time we want. Who was the new guy? What new guy? The one who was sitting with you. He got up when I came in. There was no one new here. Maybe he was sitting behind us and it looked like he was here. Tarzan was the big one, out of Arizona. He had been a radio operator during the Korean War and had never gone back to Arizona. He had become a wanderer until he hooked up with Ziggy in New York. A thug with a thug's face, quick to settle things with his fists, knees, or anything that was around. Cut glass ashtrays, chairs, lengths of wire knotted around his waist. Big, blond, in a city of smaller, fast-moving, fast-talking types, he stood out. A cowboy. Thick-fingered, it looked as if his fingers couldn't feel a thing in a world where sensitivity was required. But he was a wizard with wiring, a sorcerer with a soldering gun. Tell him what was wanted, and he would scrounge, steal, or build it. It was Tarzan who had found Richard a few years ago scrounging at the surplus equipment stalls on Canal Street. They began to talk. When Richard mentioned what it was he was looking for, Tarzan had initiated him into the art of midnight requisitioning. The third one in the triumvirate was Marvin. Marvin claimed he was a loose mind from the Magellanic clouds stuck in a human body, a galactic mix-up. He dreamed of the time when cities would have walls made out of pure, pulsating energy, drawn from adjacent stars, camped out in space. Marvin couldn't build anything, but he had a perfect memory. He forgot nothing that he read, and he read everything. He even read maps and directories for fun. He had memorized thousands of secret government radio frequencies and what agencies really used them. With Marvin, you didn't need to have books and papers around. Ask him, and he would reach into his mind and retrieve it. Richard, what do you have for me tonight? It was a game they played. Richard threw out a telephone number, and Marvin, remembering his line maps, would try and trace the pathways even when they went to blind switching centers. When he couldn't trace the pathways, they would go and connect jacks from the truck and begin their probing. Come on, Richie, my mind needs stimulation. Why don't you try playing with yourself? That's where your mind is anyway, Tarzan said.
All right. Try 288-6866.
What's the area code?
That's the easy way. Marvin got up and went outside to a corner phone to see what he could find out. Marvin remembered where every telephone line went. He talked incessantly, but also he listened. He had figured out how to do both at the same time. He worshipped Ziggy and Richard, but there was something about Tarzan that frightened him.
I don't know what it is, he once told Richard, but that guy gives off weird frequencies.
Marvin looked like Arnold Stang or Woody Allen, a certain New York type you met in great numbers at Bronx High School of Science or at Stuyvesant High School or at City College. They were out of the mainstream, different, wild talents, chestnuts, technical geniuses, jerks, people called them. Richard had been called a jerk in school. Big glasses, thin-faced, short, skinny, febrile, with high nasal voices. A joke. Marvin had one other talent, coupled it to an unending urge. Sex. His penis was probably semi-erect at all times. He loved all kinds of women, old, young, fat, thin, plain, pretty, beautiful. He had developed the ability to seduce almost any woman he set his mind to sleep with. He did this by persistence. He snared them by weaving a web of talk around them. When they were worn down or half-hypnotized, he snared them with his hands. He had beautiful hands, hands that belonged to another person. "Give me a cup of espresso," Richard said to the young waitress. Marvin came back. "Otto von." "The Defense Network? How did you get that one, Richard?" Ziggy asked. "Fooling around." "Maybe you shouldn't fool around with that one," Ziggy said. "Well, I have a right." Richard felt annoyed. "No one said you didn't have a right, but—" The anger mounted in Richard. Ziggy wanted to monopolize everything. He had found the number himself, and now Ziggy was taking it away from him. "How did you get to it?" Ziggy asked. The same feeling he had at his sister's returned. They were all looking peculiarly at him. "You don't own the network, Ziggy." They were probing at him. He got up suddenly and turned and walked out. Behind him he heard Marvin saying to Tarzan, "But what did I do?" Chapter 5. A dinner party. The guests were assembled by the host, Mr. Commando, an investment banker, to celebrate something or other. Perhaps Mr. Commando made a good merger, bringing peace and amity by marrying off two warring corporate families. He was good at that. Or maybe the party was only to bring good friends in the international community together, although friendship had a different meaning in Mr. Commando's world than it had in the ordinary world. Commando was not his original name. That was something obscure, Polish, and long forgotten. Mr. Commando began his career buying and selling anything there was to buy and sell: fresh fruit, leather, drugs, sex, cigarettes, money. Throughout Europe, from his corporate headquarters as a prisoner in Auschwitz. Life, it was very real, as was the dying. We weren't allowed anything, so I began to deal in promises, abstractions, which brought to me a kind of material existence. I became valuable. I could stay alive and keep others alive. You see that picture?" He would point to a Chagall. "Dreams, fantasies, legends, myths, floating through air. The imprisoned dream of that. What I realized was that you could sell dreams, if you could deliver at some point." The house was a two-story penthouse on 94th Street near Park Avenue. Spectacular. The central room was 2 stories high. One didn't see that kind of wood paneling anymore. It was once owned by William Randolph Hearst. The guests, bankers, newspaper, radio, and television executives, statesmen, officials from the UN, were having their pre-dinner drinks, circulating, gossiping softly. All seemed very staid. The men wore black tie. The women wore the latest gowns from Paris, and many of them had their hair done like Jackie Kennedy's. They moved under paintings by Manet and Rembrandt and Chagall and others. Aztec statues of the cruel gods guarded the room. "The death camp guards," Mr. Commando always said jokingly.
I had them preserved in stone.
There were also some perfect examples from the Golden Age of Greece. The latter-day Greeks would have given a fortune or murdered to get them back, if they even knew these statues existed, or where in the world they were. Here and there a number of Greek vases and amphorae were placed. They had amusing scenes on them, of men having sex with young boys. The servants who brought the drinks and passed the canapes seemed curiously alert, almost vigilant. The men were especially big and athletic-looking. But then everyone knew Mr. Commando's tastes. There were guests from all over the world, Englishmen, a few French diplomats, including the redoubtable Mr. Poniatowski, whom few people had ever heard of, Germans, a Swiss, 2 Japanese, a few Africans. Mr. Commando was nothing if not daring, a Russian, and Americans. The conversation would have bored any ordinary person to tears. Most of it was in English, but unless you had learned the language of this world, you wouldn't even understand what was being said. Gossip, it sounded like. Who was sleeping with whom? Snatches of numbers, things like interest rates. Some talk of the art market. And yet behind their relaxed, almost mask-like faces, everyone was listening hard. It was a working party, a conference held in such a way as to avoid, as much as it was possible, observation. The party provided a kind of white noise, hard to eavesdrop. Information, true and false, straight and offensive, deceptive, was being exchanged. The tall young man with blond hair and gray eyes, the shoulders just a little too strong for his dinner jacket, approached an older man, Keats. The women eyed him. He was new. He came carefully, almost deferentially, to the older man, although he could, if he wanted to, physically destroy him. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly was talking to a Russian and a man with a Spanish accent. Mr. Kelly spoke Russian. The Russian spoke French. The man with the Spanish accent spoke English. Keats stopped almost casually, as though he were not walking over to address Mr. Kelly at all, but only wandering through the room. Mr. Kelly was not seated on a throne, but he might as well have been. He was the royalty, the invisible American kind, one of the world's power brokers. He knew where all the important bodies of the last 45 years were buried, helped bury some of them himself. Mr. Kelly was a lawyer, or that's what he was said to be. One of America's elder statesmen. Averell Harriman called him Ed. Winston Churchill called him Kelly. Giscard d'Estaing called him Sir. Mr. Helfand called him my boy. Nelson Rockefeller called him fella. Mr. Kelly brought things and people and businesses together, and took them apart. Presidents consulted him, chairmen of the boards of banks and corporations, prime ministers, or those who would become prime ministers, ambassadors, rulers of less developed countries, listened carefully when Mr. Kelly talked. It was unwise not to.
"The best of all rulers is but a shadowy presence to his subject," he quoted from the Tao to the young men he favored.
It was one of the ways he tested them. Keats, who was awed by so little in life, was waiting for an audience. Mr. Kelly, the Russian, and the man with the Spanish accent continued talking, sipping at their drinks for punctuation. Then the young man approached, as if at a signal. Although a deal was being struck, none seemed to be given. The Russian and the Cuban left, as though dismissed, and the young man reported. The report was sketchy, skimming over the key points. As Keats talked, Mr. Kelly was aware of a curious thing happening to him. He had begun to feel an attraction to Keats, savoring the experience as if it were happening to someone else. That's why he had done something as precipitate as letting Keats preempt this conference with the Russian and the man with the Spanish accent. When Keats was finished, Mr. Kelly sighed and began to talk.
"So much to do and to undo. Did they have to kill Abramovitz? What a waste. I hate fanatics. I hate crusaders. I hate patriots."
He would have gone on talking, sir.
"And who would have listened? A very junior, garrulous young man, an academic, really. Who trusts a garrulous man? Students? All he would have done would be to ruin his career. Indeed, it was already ruined. A young woman came into the room. She was stunning. Her face was wanton, and at the same time that she appeared to be the ultimate of corruption, and innocent. She looked crude and intellectual. There was a slight shift among the people at the party, as their attention was drawn almost unwillingly to the girl. To show emotion publicly was a no-no, but most of the men, those who slept with women, wanted to sleep with her, to say nothing of a number of women. Her hair was jet black, but her eyes, like Keats, were a startling light gray. She was dressed simply, but her sexuality conquered the conservativeness of her gown. She was not tall. She moved sedately, but everyone sensed the terrific power radiating from her body. Keats barely looked at her. He had good peripheral vision, and had learned to stare at something without seeming to see it at all. Mr. Kelly noted that the young man had not let himself be distracted. He approved. Even though Mr. Kelly thought of himself as being without vanity at all, he liked deference. Deference, homage. It hooked you before you knew you were addicted. Knowing this weakness was no guarantee that you could conquer the habit. A twinge of jealousy? He was almost in love with the young man who had the same kind of eyes he had. Mr. Kelly said, "Come, Keats. There are people who you should meet and get to know. Let's begin by my introducing you to Laura. I've learned to think of her as a daughter." Keats knew he had passed another test. He noted the way Mr. Kelly and Laura looked at one another, an understanding, a familiarity that went beyond friendship, perhaps something beyond love. Their hands touched. Eyes, gray eyes, met. Two sets of eyes like Mr. Kelly's eyes. They all could have come from the same family. Candid-looking eyes, open, relaxed muscles, no tension, no appearance of depth, subtlety, or passion. Suddenly there was an explosion in Keats's mind and body, covered up by his habit of intense inner control. Everything fell into place. Laura. Richard Aquilino. Richard Aquilino's telephonic thread of eavesdropping led to this Laura. Then the thread had branched out from her into a vast and tenuous web of connections. How had this kid come to be interested in Laura? She was like the nucleus of a nerve cell. One of the threads led from Laura to Mr. Kelly. Beware. Something inside of Keats was being worked so fast that it was below the level of thought, almost on the level of surges of hormone, chemical transmitters between the nerves, electrical charges flashing down the intricate thread networks. And it was as though he had fallen in love with someone he knew, as though they had loved for many years, centuries. His body reviewed it all, remembered it, as though what had not yet happened had already happened. Keats was a believer in magic. He had studied it, practiced it. His magic was generated by practical things. There was a scientific explanation. Something somewhere inside of him, at the level of the essence of things, on the level of chromosomes, genes, communed with the same something inside of her, as though they were brother and sister, mother and son, father and daughter, all at the same time. Some convoluted biological material in both of them, acting as transmitter-receiver and receiver-transmitter. They spoke to one another. What connected them? An intricate chain. Aquilino, Laura, Kelly. And now him. Laura was Mr. Kelly's, but in what way? Were they lovers? No, not now, no longer. He sensed that Kelly wanted him. He knew a few things about Mr. Kelly now. He had the beginnings of a hold over Mr. Kelly, as he did over Holcomb, but only the beginnings. Plans formed in his mind. He reviewed half-formed options.
Would Laura be a rival? Could he ally with her? First, he would have to separate them because he needed to use her to capture Richard, set up Laura as Richard's control, as indeed it seemed she was, without knowing it. Could he use her at the same time to cement his relationship with Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly took Keats's arm and began to stroll around the room, stopping to acknowledge greetings, gradually working Keats into another room and shutting the door behind them.
How did it happen?
He's a genius with telephones. He found ways of penetrating up to high levels.
Purposefully? Who uses him?
On the surface, he's a tinkerer, a problem solver. Pure technology is his obsession. He's not the kind that thinks through his problems. He makes astonishing leaps, but they are technological, not theoretical. Communications engineers will be fascinated. When we started to investigate Aquilino's background, we did the usual things: school records, interviews with the neighbors on the pretext that he had applied for a government job. He did poorly in school and dropped out of high school. No college. Nothing to indicate where this wild talent comes from. There's a lot of that happening these days. Even if people can't get the right education, the world is swamped with reading matter. One journal in particular, the Bell Telephone Journal for 1960, helped him make a breakthrough. People are figuring out how things work on their own. Mr. Commando, for instance. Another is this Bernie Cornfield. James Ling. They've seen something no one else has. Offshore funds, flight capital, manufacturers anguished about tariffs. These will bust open the national boundaries. And Cornfield is another man who came from nowhere. Keats was getting very close. How much did he know? Mr. Kelly wondered. How much was just probing? They would never replace the old wisdoms, never short-circuit history. Personal connections was what it was all about. This lamentable surge of democracy. It makes you wonder why we need an MIT or a Caltech or even a Harvard Business School, Keats went on. His problem was the telephone system. He cracked it wide open and made his electronic way to the secret places, things someone in his station of life should never have heard. After a while, he was detected and investigated.
Does he know what it all means?
If he's what he seems to be, no. His material is too sketchy from the point when we start to listen into him, but 100 or so like him, scattered around the country, even not knowing what they were doing, linked, organized, each one sampling conversations that the others didn't get to hear. Supposing someone was putting it all together. Then what this hypothetical 100 listened into would total up to a stunning and dangerous picture of American secret policy. I think he's alone,
but you're not sure. And you say, not even knowing what they were doing.
It's possible. If a talent scout went looking for such wild talents, there are ham associations and science fiction associations and other kinds of groupings. It would be a matter of exciting such people, giving them a little technical help, just enough to make such people think they've made breakthroughs, which is not to deny their very real abilities.
When would such an approach be made?
If it happened, probably in high school, when Aquilino dropped out. That seems to be the logical point.
Why did he drop out?
Partly because he had no future in school, partly because he had a disappointing love affair. You know how adolescents suffer.
You never went through such a period?
It was a statement, not a question. Mr. Kelly had been reading Keats's file. I would say that most of what Aquilino heard didn't make sense to him, not consciously. On the other hand, sense could be made of what he heard if he can be gotten to divulge it all. I've prepared a précis. Full conversations can be assembled for your reading. Keats handed a sheaf of papers to Mr. Kelly. The lead sheet had about 70 names, in descending order of importance. Mr. Kelly scanned it.
Do you know what it all means?
Another test. Danger. Tell the truth. Sir, I have a very good idea. It points to me, to Vasily Oprichnik, to you, to Mr. Helfand in Europe, and to the whole Parvis operation. Parvis vis-à-vis Russia and the United States. That's why he had to be protected.
Meaning from your superior, Holcomb?
Keats didn't answer that.
How reliable is all this? Now, please, I'm not talking about what they fashionably call hard evidence, like Bob McNamara. I see his name on your list. Who won't make a move without the numbers. Tell me what you feel.
The feel. Keats sighed it, making it sound as if the feel could relate only to Kelly. Aquilino's ears are everywhere. You have to admire the kid. He listened in to the Defense Department, high-level security advisors.
Mac Bundy, for instance?
Yes, sir.
Then this Aquilino's very political. No, sir. How would he think to get to Mac? Mac isn't a household word.
Because you spoke to him.
We're supposed to have secure phones scrambled.
He designed a descrambler.
Why would he want to listen in to me? That's rather exotic knowledge.
Laura, Mr. Kelly.
Laura? What does she have to do with it?
Pure chance. They grew up in the same neighborhood. He was in love with her in high school. She seems to have been in love with him for a short while. Then she changed her mind. That's the aborted love affair I spoke of. No doubt she got tired of him. He's very good-looking, but not very personable. No small talk. He pined for her. He wanted to know who she talked to. He tracked her through the phones for years, on and off, always hoping, drove himself crazy with jealousy. Then he took it a step further. He began to track those to whom Laura spoke, and who in turn they talked with. Since, I take it, Laura and yourself are very well connected, Aquilino took a tour through the top echelons of our country.
And John Kennedy? Mr. Kelly said. Because I talked to him? His conversations with his brother? His family? His kitchen cabinet? The obsession with Cuba? All those broads?
Yes, but nothing really systematic. A kind of sampling. Delicious. But, worst of all, he listened in to us. Mr. Kelly noted the us. But did Keats understand all the levels and intricacies of this us? Keats had a name, Parvis, which he was an agent of. Keats knew that Parvis was not of Russia or of America, but there were Americans and Russians, among others, in it. Did Keats understand what was at stake, or was he a very brilliant adventurer, or both? He would have to make a call to Mr. Helfand. If Aquilino was too ignorant to piece it together, was Keats? Did he see the first major battle looming, leading to the destabilization of America and the USSR?
We certainly don't want the Russians to come in on this. What have you done to contain it? Taken a holding action.
Holcomb wanted to bring Aquilino in. I managed to divert him. Holcomb can't believe in the accidental or the random wild talent. In his world, everyone who comes to his attention is an agent. Of course, Holcomb would have to be killed. It was time to fully place Parvis people inside the coffin's covert intelligence unit. CIA, state, and other agencies were already seeded. I played on that paranoia. I spun Holcomb folk tales of brainwashing and Russian-designed guided human missiles. I convinced Holcomb that Aquilino is controlled without his knowledge, and that it's necessary to get Aquilino to lead us to his control. There is no control. I managed to get to the tapes. The transcripts are being altered. I put a cordon around the operation, which I'm running in the field using Vasily Oprichnik's people. Then I contacted a Dr. Ficino, a neurobiologist.
Then you contacted me.
Yes, sir.
After initiating the action.
Yes, sir.
You took a chance.
Keats said nothing.
Why not simply eliminate this Richard?
We need to know what he knows, what those who oppose us plan. Yes, he's an innocent. He doesn't understand what he's heard. But on deeper levels, something else is at work. It is said that the deepest levels forget nothing, ever. We have to help his memory along. Something big is brewing, apparently in Cuba, as you'll see from the précis. Countermeasures. We should learn what he remembers, but keep him unaware as we mine the contents of his mind. I've already taken steps. The time will come when the proper machinery will be invented to be able to link people like him up, let their imaginations do the work for us. Aquilino won't run himself, we'll run him. First, we keep Holcomb from finding out what he knows. We find that information out. Then we learn how he did it, and whether others like himself can be welded into a potent eavesdropping force. But we can only hold Holcomb off so long. When we can't any more, we turn to Aquilino and fill him with our own information, what we want others to know. That's the time to let Holcomb take him and sweat out what we want Holcomb and the CIA to know. That information would, in all probability, reach the President. Better yet, we run Aquilino to someone higher, maybe the President himself. We are covered, protected. What we offer up is not a defecting agent, which always arouses suspicions and leads to years of debriefing, but something much more valuable and dramatic and innocent. The ultimate in credibility. It's building deniability into the horse's mouth. Mr. Kelly knew that ever since Keats was double recruited in college by the CIA and by a talent scout for Parvis working as a professor, Keats had been ambitious, power-hungry, dissatisfied with being a node in a network. Now he was listening as Keats worked to convince him that what should be nothing more or less than a little side drama could be made into something of world importance. It was ridiculous to think that so much might depend on this Aquilino, a complete outsider. Still, there was some merit to it. Still, again, the connection between himself and Laura, between this Aquilino and Laura, that troubled him. How long, how many years had Aquilino been listening in to him? Aquilino knew, at least unconsciously, much more than Keats gave him credit for. Worse, he was falling in love. He didn't blame Keats for trying to puff himself up. This little operation, full of telephones, psychology, illusion, and reality, it would be his gift to Keats. If Keats made a good thing of it, let him start his own little empire with an investment of Kelly's confidence, and some government money, of course. He suppressed a tremor. He willed his body to be still. At his age. And yet, when you got older, your body betrayed you. Maybe because you thought that each passion would be the last. "Come to me," Kelly willed. "Hold me." There was a stillness. He shouldn't have even thought it. Keats would sense it. Keats did. You are the wild talent, Kelly thought, not this Richard. It's me you are trying to run. I can't help it. Maybe I should just have you killed afterwards. Eat your spirit. How Mr. Helfand would laugh at him if he ever knew. Did they secretly meet, this Keats and this Vasily Oprichnik, and snicker at their two masters in love with their Ganymedes? Did these young Turks plan a coup, lulling their masters with love? When Kelly spoke, Keats had moved quite close. "Tell me, you saw Patrice Lumumba die?" "Yes, sir." Mr. Kelly's hands moved up, gesturing, as if to take Keats's face in his hands. "Did you, by some chance, look into his eyes as he died?" "I did, sir." "Edward. Did he die well?" "How well can you die when someone is chopping you to pieces?" Keats whispered. "Godefroy Monongo?" Mr. Kelly moved Keats's head forward. Their lips almost met. Mr. Kelly whispered, "Did he scream?" "He screamed." Remember Lumumba dying," Kelly said. "How would you like to work with Laura?" Chapter 6. "I think we have company," Keats reported to Holcomb. "He's making his move?" "Not him, them. And it's not exactly a move yet. His contacts have appeared and are coming closer." "How's he acting?" "Normal, as if he doesn't know a thing. I think his contacts have spotted us." "How do they know we're on to him? Sloppy work?" "No, I think Morrison is doing a fine job," Keats said, letting his tone say the opposite. "Should we increase security?" "Not yet. That might get Aquilino killed off, rescued or abandoned." "I think abandoned. A few more days, a week or two, but Their appearance tells us something important about the operation.
And that is?
If he were a conscious agent, and he sensed us, he'd go to ground. Go to ground, Holcomb thought. How he hated that limey fox-hunting talk. When he worked for the FBI in the Second World War, he and Hoover, how they hated the British. But if he's not conscious, he'll keep on listening in. If he were a conscious agent, no one would have to come out of the woodwork to see what was wrong. I think that tells us something. Aquilino doesn't deliver the take through the phones, so he must do it in person. But we haven't found the signs of any other kind of delivery. No drops, no paper except for his notes. No microfilm, no microdots, no radio squirt mechanisms. Just a not-much-used ham outfit. No tapes. Probably he just talks it. Talks it? He meets with someone, almost accidentally. Something is shown or said that triggers a post-hypnotic suggestion. That triggers his remembrance, and he goes into a kind of trance.
Why are the Russians doing it that way? Why not through the phone or radio?
They believe in personal contact. When the meet takes place, Aquilino starts talking. He repeats everything he's heard, verbatim. The intelligence mixed in with the other junk. That's probably tape-recorded. Then, at another signal, he wakes up, so to speak, and has no memory of what took place.
They can really do these things?
That was really a good question about himself, Keats thought. Good. They're very advanced in this field. Been doing experiments in mind control all the way back to Pavlov. I've gotten some material together for you to look over, a summary of our ongoing work. The case of the Bolshevik so-called confessions of 1936, the Cardinal Mindszenty episode, a synopsis of The Manchurian Candidate, a rough cut of the film to be released soon. You'll like it, Frank Sinatra.
Shit.
As soon as it's in final shape, the whole agency will get to see it. An outline of our findings about Chinese brainwashing techniques, some programs our side runs. It involves a gradual change of reality, disorientation, destabilization, change the environment, harassment, drugs administered without the subject's knowledge, sub- and ultrasonics, which brings up the question of his probable recruitment. My analysis leads me to believe that it happened when he was in high school. He went through a disastrous love affair. We don't know why it broke up. There was a period of desolation and disorientation, a time he'd just as soon forget. I'll bet when we get to question him he won't remember, unless he's helped along very carefully. That's when they must have made their move. For all we know, the girl may have been part of it.
Who's she?
One Laura Goroyevich.
A Russian?
No, third generation, Keats said, but he knew he had given Holcomb something more to chew on.
Put a trace on her. Find out where she is.
Why Aquilino? Radio ham, so he had the know-how. He was ripe. As for the technology, I'm having trouble getting straight answers out of Bell. They say they haven't a clue as to how it's done. I think they're holding out on us. In the meantime, we're continuing to monitor. Want to know what the Fed is going to do next week? We could make a killing.
Jesus.
And advance news of grain shipments to your most favored country?
Let me see that stuff. I'll back-channel it, and maybe something can be done to stop that shit.
That meant send it to Angleton.
It won't be the first time Bell has held out on us,
Holcomb said.
Okay, take another week.
Spring of 1962 was becoming summer. Richard had been trying to stop listening in, cold turkey. He thought that all he had to do was to stop listening, and that would be it. He didn't know how hard it would be. The blinking lights on his plastic board agitated him. The whole world was out there, and he had cut himself off. He disconnected the whole signaling apparatus. The emptiness in his life increased. Soundlessness, a world without conversation. He hadn't realized how much the world of voices without bodies had become part of his life. He stopped going down to the Figaro Café. Might as well make a clean break. Of course, he got phone calls from them. Ziggy wanted to know what the matter was. Had they insulted him? Richard said that he had a bad cold. Then his mother began calling. That was strange. She hadn't done that in a long time. He told her he was feeling under the weather. Why didn't he come home and stay in bed for a few days, and she would take care of him? No, he didn't want to. She insisted, as imperious as ever. His father called, too, gentle, questioning, persistent. Maybe they could go out and have dinner sometime. He began to say and repeat, "Leave me alone. I'm all right. Don't bother me." He was an adolescent again. And then the arguments began again. What was he doing with his life? When was he going to think about what he wanted to do? It hadn't happened for years. All of it depressed him. He just sat around listening to the radio, records, reading science fiction, daydreaming, and sleeping more and more. He missed the voices right away. Was Marilyn Monroe just as miserable as before? Were the football giants going to make that outrageous move to another city? Wasn't there any loyalty left? Loyalty to fans? He still did freelance jobs, repaired television sets and radios. Now and then he had a job with small businesses, repaired their intercoms and improved on them, rigged up switchboards when they couldn't get satisfaction from the phone company. He made enough to get by. What about Laura? Who was she talking to now? How could anyone know so many people? But then she had always had a wide circle of friends, even when she was a little girl. In high school she seemed to know almost everyone. After a few days the boredom became excruciating. He thought it was like those articles he read about heroin addicts. Take away their habit, and they went crazy. He had not been so alone since he was in high school. He was visited by Ziggy, Tarzan, and Marvin. They were angry. They had been visited by the FBI, asking questions about Richard, and consequently about them. They had tried to cover for Richard without knowing what they were covering for. "What have you been doing?" Ziggy asked. The tone annoyed Richard. Who did he think he was? Same thing as always. Listening in now and then. Now and then? Or a lot? Look, Ziggy, you're not the FBI. I told you not to overdo it. And never from your own phone. Ziggy, I'm a big boy. It sure don't look like it, Tarzan said. You have to tell me everything, Richard, Ziggy said, so we'll know what to say to them if they come around again. Leave me alone. Let them come to me. They will, Ziggy said. Why don't you just answer Ziggy what he wants to know? Tarzan had moved in. He was tense, but beginning to smile, getting ready to make trouble. Richard got up. He wasn't frightened. He had enough fights in school. In fact, he thought it might be just what he wanted to do, to relieve the emptiness. Come on, fellas. Let's just talk, Marvin said. Let's leave, Ziggy said. I can get it out of him, Zig, Tarzan told them. No. Richard, just keep away from us till you're in a better frame of mind. We are not your enemies. It may be a lot of fun, a lot of games for all of us. Well, don't spoil it. The government and Mother Bell haven't got a sense of humor. Goodbye, shithead, Tarzan said to him, and they left. Now it was worse than ever. Since Richard had made enough money to last him for a few weeks, he began to sleep most of the days and to go out at night exclusively. He began to do a lot of prowling around the city. But then he, Ziggy, all of them, had always been night people. Richard walked up to the village a few times and almost went into the Figaro, but turned away. He tried other coffee shops. He watched couples drinking their coffee and talking. He watched girls sitting alone. He wondered how to start up a conversation with them. It became harder to sleep during the days. The heavy traffic along Canal Street had always provided a sort of background, soothing if one was used to it, intolerable to those who didn't live there. But now new sounds began to get mixed up in the general sound. He didn't know where they came from, but it irritated him, and he had trouble sleeping. His stereo was always on, but seemed to have developed some trouble. New high-pitched sounds, unfamiliar sounds. He couldn't imagine sleeping without the radio going. He began to have strange, troubled dreams. Something about the sounds, whatever they were, kept reminding him of Laura. Laura talking, Laura... what? Doing something else. He had to do something. He had to do something with his life. He had to get into another field. Should he go back and finish high school? Go on to college and get a degree in engineering? Was it too late? Maybe he was old enough now to manage it. Certainly his parents would be happy. He took apart his stereo, everything, looking for the source of the trouble, the receiver, the amplifier, the preamp, the speakers, tested each component out. It occupied his mind for a few days. He couldn't find anything wrong with it. His television began to develop the same kind of trouble. This time he thought he knew what it was. The raster scanning beam, a constant hum affecting the speaker. Then he began to get the feeling that someone was watching him, following him. Tarzan? Tarzan was crazy enough to do something like that. As he walked through the night streets, he began to turn around suddenly. Nothing. Maybe if he just went back to what he was doing, not do it as much, taper off, apologize to Ziggy, maybe he would be all right and he could begin to think about what to do with his life. He couldn't bear the isolation. He couldn't think. Chapter 7. Dr. Carol Rothschild was seated in front of a cathode ray tube, scanning a subject's brain activity, when she began to feel a disturbing perturbation beginning in her body, specifically the labia, the clitoris, her behind, the back of her neck. She checked her watch. At first she thought she was checking to see if the radioactive tracer in Mr. Gaminsky's blood had taken effect and reached the brain. But then she realized, she blushed, that it was lunchtime. She took her lunch with her boss, Dr. Sidney Ficino. After lunch came sex, as it did again after the day's work was done. Sidney was in love with her. He said that sex helped their creativity. He wanted to get married as soon as he could divorce his wife. No sex today, though. Sidney had a luncheon appointment. Sidney had been excited and mysterious about the lunch, only saying that it could change their lives. Carol had once been a psychotherapist, a Freudian analyst, disillusioned with the lengthy sessions in which everyone seemed to complain in the same way about the same kinds of neurosis. The money was very good, but the work was boring. That was no way to understand why humans malfunctioned. She began to feel the answer to all disturbance lay in the way the brain itself worked. She went back to medical school and specialized in central nervous system studies. The central nervous system, once terra incognita, was the last real dark continent left. It was slowly and painfully being illuminated and mapped. They were getting to know what each part did. In another few years it would all be put together, and she wanted to be the person who did it. On the other side of the screen, a middle-aged man lay on a bed. Mr. Gaminsky, a volunteer. Radioactive tracers had been injected into his bloodstream. The blood, bearing the tracers, went through the brain. The flow was scanned. Electrodes were attached to the patient's head. The wires led to a box connected to the screen. The patient's thoughts, his actions, his thoughts about action, were converted to waves and were recorded on an electroencephalograph. The tube showed picture elements of light ranging from black all the way through the colors to pure white. White indicated hyperactivity. Black was the lack of activity or thought. Death. Carol said, "All right, Mr. Gaminsky, now I'd like you to go through that sequence of thought again. Only this time I want you to scramble the arrangement. Imagine yourself running. At the same time, I want you to recall the thing we talked about, that time when you had that wonderful experience with that woman, the one you met when you were on your vacation in Mexico. And here are some pictures to help you along." She blushed again. Playboy. "Now think about that poem we've been working on and what it really means. Think of it as a puzzle. Try to do all these things together." Memory, dreams, fantasies, real sensations. In the brain they all got confused together. Memory was a complex chemical compound with both a short and a long life, a molecule. One part comes, the other parts are summoned, even if they have little to do with one another logically, linked, associated, hard to sort out, hard to tear apart. Mr. Gaminsky did what the doctor asked. She watched the changing waves, the coruscating colors going from black to blue, green, yellow, to an explosion of white, oddly enough concentrating in the speech center, and then, after a long while, dimming suddenly. The body was tense. The elements, flight, sex, analytic thinking, couldn't be brought together. After a period of intense struggle, the patient was giving up in frustration. She took notes. Her ultimate aim was to correlate each moment of imagination to what she saw on the screen, to create a sort of lexicon of electrochemical impulses translated to certain unambiguous meanings. One day the whole code of human mental activity would be perfectly clear. What would a scan of her brain have looked like as her body remembered the absent Sidney Ficino? A Mr. Barnstable had telephoned Dr. Sidney Ficino, saying he represented the Coffin Foundation. The Coffin specialized in medical grants, emphasizing research into the workings of the central nervous system. Previously, the money had gone only for hard scientific research. Now the Coffin was shifting its stance and looking to expand its horizons, go interdisciplinary with an emphasis on mind, following the Macy Foundation's pioneering work in cybernetics. The Coffin wanted to open new channels for research and was looking around to see what work in progress they might encourage. Some friends of the Foundation, working over at Massachusetts General Hospital, had mentioned a number of promising research projects going on around the country. The Coffin had been sent a series of papers, including the work of Dr. Ficino and his assistant, Dr. Rothschild. Mr. Barnstable knew that Dr. Ficino was very busy, but could they meet for lunch, say at the Harvard Club, and discuss the matter further? Barnstable turned out to be a tall, willowy, somewhat effete and fussy blond young man, wearing rimless glasses, fastidious, probably a fag, certainly no more than a mere bureaucrat, a funding officer of the Coffin Foundation. Mr. Barnstable seemed to have only a layman's knowledge of brain work. Ficino put himself out. He had a superb speaking voice and knew how to use it. He became overwhelmingly charming, as only he could be. He delivered a short history of brain work, the discoveries, the advances, the blind alleys, the effects of damage on various centers. He talked neurons, axons, dendrites, chemical transmitters across the synapses, excitatory and inhibitory neurons, the double signaling system, chemical and electrical, the incredibly complex interconnections, the research breakthroughs. And yet this chemistry, this wiring, is the basis of dreams, of hate, of love, of noble and ignoble acts, of literature and art, of action in the world, and most of all the basis of the kind of mind that tries to see its own structure and function from within itself. Sidney Ficino could see that the young man was impressed, if not to say downright charmed. Sidney reminded himself, don't be too charming. Barnstable started asking questions, some of which seemed to be science fiction. Sort of trying to see yourself without a mirror, and yet with your own eyes, from the inside. That was a dumb way of putting it. That's a good way of putting it, Sidney said. He didn't know where Barnstable was headed. I suppose that a telephone system with its intricate wiring circuits is in itself analogous to the brain. For that matter, so are all sorts of interconnected communications systems, say radio, an activity of many brains. Maybe the wave of the future lies in reversing the analogy, understanding the complexes of connecting mechanisms of the central nervous system in terms of a radio system or hardwired systems. Then the conversation seemed to change. Barnstable became interested in what he called distant influence. I suppose that in order for you scientists to do something with that, one must understand the connections between sender and receiver in a more intimate way, in which the experimental subject is linked, perhaps permanently, to the experimenter. I'm not sure I'm following you, Mr. Barnstable. Telepathy. I'm only spinning fantasies. Of course, previously, the efforts in distant influencing of minds have been crude, the kind of thing William Lange did with Hitler during the Second World War. Fascinating, though. Sidney Ficino snorted. That was mere guesswork, not even brilliant. Psychoanalytic garbage. Just what the man in the street would have said about Hitler. You don't seem to have any use for Freud. Not for the whole breed. Freud, Jung, Adler. They've taken psychology in the wrong direction. It's become unverifiable, metaphysical. But what does that have to do with influencing? Lange's work did give us insights. As long as the insights remained in Lange's mind, we had a one-way system. But when they were utilized to have an effect on Hitler and his policy, something else happened. Perhaps. But Freud and his followers took what was good, solid research, and mystified it, adding a few catchy names and obscuring the functions of the brain. We're just beginning to find out how memory really works. Sensors receiving and transmitting stimuli, neurons firing electrical differentials, chemical transfers across the synapses, hormones, messengers. That's what it's all about. Biological hardwiring. We're just in the infancy of this kind of research. We're charting the brain, the whole complex of connections. There are, say, maybe 10 to the 12th power nerve cells in the brain, and that's just a guess. And when we consider the way in which they interact, that yields a figure unimaginably large. The way they work is the clue to the future. We're getting to the point where we can assign specific functions, but so that we might short-circuit the whole perceptual process and go directly into the brain? Yes, in time. But given a figure such as you mentioned, and considering the way groups of people interact, to make a sort of brain of brains, one still has to consider the medium through which communication of this brain of brain goes. You're only concerned with the inside of one brain. What about those connections to the sensors? Eyes, ears, skin, and memories of past events, to say nothing of dreams. All a kind of outside. Well, yes, but... And what is seen or heard can come from a very long way off. A radio program, a TV show, a telephone call. Consider the obvious connections. You give someone, say, an electroencephalogram. The spikes in the graph, the alpha, beta, theta, delta waves, the rapid spikes, and so on. Usually the patient is in front of you. That's the way you people work. Supposing the patient you want to reach is far away. Such work is going on, you know. If the patient knows he is being scanned, that's one thing. Their knowledge interferes with natural reactions. What if the subject doesn't know they are being scanned or influenced?
Telepathy?
Ficino asked. Among other things. The Russians are very interested in telepathy. They call it distant influence, transmission through the electromagnetic spectrum. Do you know L.L. Vasilyev's La suggestion à distance? Or Berger's La transmission de pensée, arme de guerre?
Thought? A weapon of war? Witchcraft.
There have been breathtaking developments. Radar, for instance. Do you think we might ever get to the point where we might, if we had the data, be able to analyze the processes of thought? Perhaps anticipate what someone far away was going to do by recording his electrical waves?
If we were connected, Sidney said, or if we had readouts, knew all about the person, had a history, we might come to work up a personality profile which was scientific, not mere guesswork.
Barnstable didn't seem satisfied with this reply. Ficino sensed the disappointment. There goes the grant. He stumbled.
The medium is the thing, the sensors, and the receptors.
Barnstable seemed to perk up and wait for Ficino. A smile was playing on his lips.
Radio, TV, channels.
Ficino trailed off. Thoughts broadcast through space. Powerful transmitters, carrier waves, to bear them to the recipient?
I suppose such work is going on. Should be going on.
Ficino had an idea that the research Barnstable was talking about was actually happening in hospitals and universities all around the country. Fundraising had made him cagey. Barnstable wanted something. Ficino hoped that what Barnstable wanted was what he and Carol had. He realized how hungry he was. Ficino would try to tell Barnstable what he wanted to hear.
Maybe a shortcut is needed to find a scientific, repeatable, demonstrable way of transmitting through an exterior nervous system in which the atmosphere can carry thought. The intuitive scientist can make leaps and short-circuit over centuries of plodding, leap over the barriers put up by our colleagues. I mean, we have to take chances, big chances. We can't wait to understand the central nervous system until all the work is done.
Distant influence.
If we had medical data, it would be crude at this stage, but why not?
Ficino said. Barnstable seemed to cheer up. For instance, what if you were brought a complete medical workup of someone you'd never seen? Ficino said.
If it was a good record, a thorough workup.
How wonderful, Barnstable said, reached over and squeezed Ficino's hand. Ficino's skin crawled. We'll be in touch. And, by the way, I'll send you some reading matter. Do you read Russian?
No. French. Badly.
German. I'll have them translated. And that, Sidney Ficino thought, was a good omen. Chapter 8. In the long run, the loneliness was too much for Richard to bear. He couldn't struggle against his addiction. How many movies can you go to see, some of them twice and 3 times? How many TV shows can you watch? How many times can you go through your record collection? How long can you sleep? How many walks can you take through the deserted streets of Lower Manhattan when the small industries have shut up for the night? And even though you know that there's no one there, between Houston and Canal Streets, you have the feeling that there's someone there in the shadows. The traffic outside his loft was peculiar. He thought he heard voices and the noise of cars, of trucks, of the machinery in the lofts all around him. But when Richard listened hard, he heard nothing. The junkie, or the New Year's resolver, comes to a point where he knows, even though he has said nothing to himself about it yet, that he's going to backslide. This both agitates him and begins to relieve him. Then it becomes not so much a question of if, but of when. If when is admitted to the mind, just below the threshold of awareness, then the nature of abstinence changes. It's not forever that he has given up the habit. He can begin to play a game with himself. He can defer giving in. Richard didn't give up so easily. He also knew that the first time he gave in he would feel terribly depressed, so he deferred his gratification. But then there was the other matter, what Ziggy had told him. The FBI was coming around. He had broken the law, but had he done such a bad thing? The only thing he felt guilty about was listening in to Laura. Of that he was ashamed. As for the others, well, he never had any personal connection. The president, yes, that was terrible. That wasn't right. But still, what was the worst that would happen to him? They would tell him to stop it. If he didn't, they would arrest him. Maybe, Richard thought, that's what he needed to make him stop once and for all. An authoritative voice from the outside. It was day outside. The weather was beautiful, crisp and autumnal. His grimy windows made his loft seem almost twilight-like. He lay there and listened to the heavy traffic outside, the trucks rumbling along Canal Street, going to and from Brooklyn, to and from New Jersey, bringing loads, taking loads, back and forth. As usual, he heard in the traffic's rumble the sound of voices, conversations he couldn't quite make out. They'd come, the FBI, and they'd say, "All right, kid, we got you. What have you been doing?" And then he'd say, "Who, me? Nothing." And then they'd say... No, that wasn't the conversation he heard. He heard Laura. He listened hard. He still couldn't make it out. He felt, as he hadn't felt in a long time, that somehow Laura's voice wasn't really comfortable, assured, but that she was weepy, really unhappy, like Marilyn Monroe. Something terrible had happened to her. Should he tap in again? The day evolved into afternoon, and then the sun began to set, and his room got darker and darker. Finally he got up and took the first step. He connected his big plastic board with all the lights, stars, planets. Abode of the thousands and thousands of people, each light a sign of their life. And then he went back and lay down. Evening passed and became night, and then passed into the beginning of morning. The lights, the conversations died down one by one as the traffic died throughout the country. A few centers were still lit up: Washington, New York, Los Angeles. He got up off the bed again and cut in the sound, and let the whole babble, subdued by this time of night, reach him. He felt happier. Tomorrow he would go up to the village, to the Figaro, and make it up with Ziggy. Maybe they could find a way to rig the whole system up in such a way as to really be undetectable. That was a good idea. Should he begin to listen? No, not yet. He was easing into the habit. He got up, turned on the light, and began to make himself some food. He hadn't eaten the whole day. Eggs, some toast, a fresh pot of coffee. Everything tasted particularly good. By the time he was finished, it was almost 4 o'clock. 1 o'clock in the morning in Los Angeles. Was Marilyn Monroe's light on? No. He sat down at the table with the plastic screen. Where should he begin? He felt a little peculiar, probably because he had eaten too quickly after fasting all day long. Something was happening to him. He began to feel torn apart, That was the only way to describe it. His body scattered throughout the whole system. Before, all the lines reached to him, and he sat there in the center listening to all those voices. But now he began to feel that he was everywhere, that he had been drawn thin throughout the system, passed through the wires, so that his ears were in everyone else's ears, so that his mouth was in everyone else's mouth, that his nerves were drawn through some aperture in his skin and passed through all the conduits, the short lines, the long lines, the cables, and he was hurtled through space from microwave tower to microwave tower. And he could almost see the husk that was his body, sitting there, as if in a trance. See? No, that was the wrong word. He couldn't see a thing. The eyes in the husk that was his body saw the lights and the rest of him, the rest of his insides. They were everywhere around the country and other countries. He heard his seeing self sitting there. Get together, get together. If he didn't, he would never survive. That voice, Laura. He heard her voice being transmitted through his far-strung nervous system, not what she said, but the feel of what she said. No, no, I can't take it any more. I'm through, I'm finished. Let me alone, let me go. And another voice saying, You shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support your friend, oppose my foe, in order to assure his survival and the success. It passed through him. There was something horrible about it. The voices and thoughts of others passing through him, like being raped. He stood up. What was wrong with him? The act of standing up made him dizzy, but still he felt better. It was as if the act of doing so pulled back all of his nerves. The conversations stopped. The lights continued to blink on and off. Go out. Get some air. Something was still wrong. What was it? He had pulled into himself the wrong nerve network. His head and body were stuffed with wire now. Bell's line system now consisted of his nerves strung around the country. That's crazy. Were his eggs spoiled? He put on his jacket and coat and went out. Walk, you'll feel better. He walked north along Green Street. He had heard that Green Street had been, in the 1850s, the red light district of New York. The street had been jammed with whorehouses. He imagined that he could still hear the laughter coming out, the music, the sound of cries of ecstasy, light and laughter pouring out of the grimy factory loft buildings. When he got to Green and Spring Street, he noticed something up ahead. A man standing in the middle of the street as if waiting for him. A mugger? He turned westward. A man standing in the middle of the street, legs planted wide as if waiting for him. He turned eastward. A man standing in the middle of the street, half crouched, hands wide, as if waiting for him. Go back, south. A man standing in the middle of the street, something glinting in one hand, as if waiting for him. He began to walk south. He had taken 2 steps when someone darted out of the shadows. North, west, east, and south, the man standing in the middle of the street turned with almost the same motion to confront the newcomer. Richard stopped. There was a short, silent fight. Knives. The waiters in the street were cut down and then dragged into the shadows of the side. What had saved him? Who had saved him? What should he do? Go on? Stop? Stand here waiting? What? He couldn't move. He stood there for a long, long time. The chill penetrated his clothes and began to work its way into his body. He walked in a tight circle, waved his arms, slapped them against his body. Slowly the dawn came. He began to hear the rumble of trucks as they came back into the area. A truck came down the street, coming down from Houston Street. As it passed him, slowly because the streets were narrow, he began to walk by its side till he passed the place where the combatants had fought. There was nothing there at all. Chapter 9. Mr. Kelly stood by the great window looking out below. Everything, grass and sea, was suffused by the full moon's light. He was in the grip of a young man's passion, but like the sea, he was old and feminine. The dark corners of the bedroom were discreetly lit by moonlight. A cool wind blew in from the Atlantic. He heard the surf's roar, long waves surging from all parts of the world and the worlds past, breaking on Long Island. The trees whispered, rustling. Surf, leaf rustle, the earth's natural white noise, the planet's pulse and breath. She lived. The smell of salt was tangy, as if on wet human flesh. Below was a long lawn, flanked on one side by a line of great oaks, on the other side by marble representations of trees. Greek pillars, topped by stylized oak leaves. Colonnade of trees, stand of pillars, flanking some great theatre's floor, swept around to meet at a little stage, on which little dramas were sometimes given. The previous inhabitant had practiced ceremonial magic here. At the back of the stage, once an altar, a pitch-black entrance led into a wonderful hedge maze. The maze led to a perfect paradisiacal garden at the center, where the killing would take place. Knowing his predecessor's tastes, there had been real killing of real people. The shadows in the maze, the light and dark, were intricate and deceptive, though of course nowhere near as intricate and deceptive as the shadows who moved in the real world, in the real theater. It was one of the best mazes in the world. Mr. Kelly had it changed from time to time. He and Keats had spent the weekend together, working and loving. They went over the transcripts of the tapes and Aquilino's notes. They had been joined by Kelly's policy advisor. A pattern was emerging from the mass of material. Was this pattern happening, a confluence of internal fights for power, or was it being made to happen? Mr. Kelly felt that it was not accidental. What was the source? A number of senior advisers and elder statesmen were clearly getting ready to implement their plan, but was the design springing out of their machinations? After all, everyone plotted, and the plots were balanced out by one another. The pattern Kelly saw was based more on intuition than anything else, but he was used to gambling on intuition. Mr. Kelly tried to feel his way through to the source. Kennedy and his people were double-crossing Mr. Kelly and those he represented, going back on certain agreements reached when Kelly and the whole Parvis group had agreed to back him in his run for the presidency. A crisis was deliberately being mounted. The target date was most certainly in October. The plan had been initiated as far back as a year ago. Military feints, covert operations, something brewing in Berlin, but with its aim toward Cuba. NATO was crumbling, an emergency to shore it up. The Organization of American States was refractory. Pompous little strutting dictators who would have to go. The Organization of African Unity was still a dream in the minds of the poets of negritude hoping to become statesmen. OPEC, a new organization, a brilliant idea, was not yet ready to be effective. So, confrontation in order to achieve standoff in Berlin, a tactic in Angola and Mozambique, all in order to strike once and for all at Cuba? Blockade or embargo, or worse, in the works? What would be the reason given? What the cause? The Suez closed? Not
Bad, a shift to the great tankers which were being built to go around the Cape of Good Hope and bypass the Suez. More efficient and not subject to the vagaries of the situation in the Mideast. Nasser had been bribed to keep the canal closed for a reasonable amount of time. The Panama Canal. Cuba stands astride the Caribbean. Military buildup in Laos and Vietnam in spite of agreements for a cutback. Of those Russians who wanted peace, their position was being made untenable, and surely the hardline ideologues were helping the crisis along. He would have to contact Helfand in his observation post in West Berlin very soon. All was part of the way, the Tao. The emanations of world events would activate the actors to change their hats and put on their new masks before they appeared on both little and big stages. They came out of the maze, small or global, where the spilled blood was processed, transfigured, turned into credit and power before it was turned into flesh again. Laura tapped along with so many of her contacts. It bothered Mr. Kelly. More information was needed. Use Laura? Or was Laura playing her own game? She understood the numbers, a rare trait in a female. The fragments of information began to coalesce again into a coherent mosaic, and the mosaic was the beginning of a plan. But Mr. Kelly was not so sure that so much should depend on so fragile a reed as Aquilino. The events had cast the yarrow sticks. They had come to rest, pointing at breaking apart, number 23, revolution in the I Ching, the Book of Changes. Chance had given him Keats, and through Keats this young man who had heard too much Aquilino. Perhaps it was important that the sticks should point to Aquilino and Laura. What convinced him was the connection, the coincidence. Fragments of a summarized conversation Aquilino had picked up, stuck in his mind. Mr. Lansky talking to someone who had a speech patterns that might only belong to Mr. Nixon. Was it possible? About Cuba and their lost investments on their mind? Obsession with short-term needs. Mr. Kelly admired Mr. Lansky's mind. Had Mr. Lansky grown up in Russia instead of being brought as a child to the United States, he would have been another Lenin. He, too, had a superb head for the numbers, and had wrought a degree of peace among the mafia counts, dukes, and barons. No mean feat. Keats lay on the bed behind him, a slim, delicious shadow, faintly illuminated by the moonlight streaming in the window. How should he play Keats? This first time had convinced him that something deeper between them must be struck. He couldn't let sex and love get in the way. He must bind Keats to him totally, or kill him eventually. Who would carry on the great work after him? Who would be his heir? He would raise Keats up to greatness. Kelly was the gatekeeper to power. Keats had swept him away, yet although Keats's body was open, his mind was closed, impenetrable. Of course, he could have tortured Keats's real feelings out of him. He had it done before. If the material is true, Kelly said, then there must be an agenda, a timetable, leading up to a target date. Is the President planning something he's keeping from his own CIA? And are they watching him, as if he were the leader of a foreign power? Were others planning something they were keeping from their own President, and from him, Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly's copies of national intelligence estimates, of the President's daily intelligence report, of national security action memoranda, showed little. Was Kennedy generating pressure for action against himself, so it would appear he was being forced into an untenable position?
Was it an event that should be prevented from happening, helped along to happen, or just appear to happen? And how could the mere appearance of a crisis be used? To strengthen or weaken the president? If Kennedy was still useful, then strengthen the president, but weaken and destabilize the presidency. Yes. A sigh. An actor's voice projecting faintness loudly. Keats was pretending to be overcome, Kelly knew, but even knowing this, it was as though he could feel Keats's breath on his body. When, he muttered. Mr. Kelly was coming to certain decisions. He would have to act half-blind. Keats would be Kelly's untrustworthy eyes. Others would be used as Keats's eyes. Vasily Oprichnik could use his own KGB subordinates. Aquilino had apparently tapped into the Russian embassy, so there would be justification. Without stirring abroad, one can know the whole world, he thought, through a linked series of eyes and ears. All liars. Keats was an adventurer, using Mr. Kelly to advance himself rapidly in Parvis, skipping over the higher levels by making himself a favorite. Kelly had followed Keats's progress through the CIA from afar, through reports and dossiers, just as he followed the progress of all his children. Keats was brilliant and beautiful. Keats and Oprichnik had worked brilliantly in the Congo, setting up KGB and CIA agents for one another. But they had lost the battle in the long run. The forces were too great. Keats understood the first level, that all maneuvers were directed to your own advantage. Keats understood the second level, the national, which he had left behind when he allowed himself to be also recruited by Kelly's people in college. And thus he understood the third level, the international, the new forces which were emerging again after a long sleep. But he had shown no sign that he understood, although surely he knew of the highest level of all, Parvis. How much did the self predominate? If too much, Keats was worse than useless. He was dangerous. Of course, there would be consultations with Mr. Kelly's principals. That would take time. The few far-sighted Europeans, British, Japanese, Americans, would want advance notice. They hated surprises. It didn't allow them time to shift their investments around. Still, you couldn't call a grand council every time there was an emergency. He would ask Mr. Helfand to come, or go to him. What were the signs on the other side? What did Mr. Khrushchev think? How could they make an end-around play past Suslov and the True Believers? Mr. Helfand would have to consult with his own principals in Russia, Poland, Romania, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, East Germany. He and Mr. Helfand would get together and wander around the estate. Over there, along the shore. They would walk between the oaks and the pillars. They would talk idly at first. That was their style. Like himself, Mr. Helfand was one of the old school, 50 years ahead of their time. 95 and still vigorous. A marvel. They had both lived through vast changes, 2 great bloody and overt wars, revolutions, almost 50 years of covert war, all to move things into the new age. This was the most dangerous stage. The interim period, the warring states period, when things and nations were pried apart in order to be put together again in a new way. No rushing. Begin by gossiping of old friends, living and dead, who had fallen by the wayside, who was moving up, or should be moved up, who was failing, who was replacing the old ones. There was a stirring on the bed. Mr. Kelly's loins began to ache. He hadn't felt like this for a long time. Maybe Keats should be there at his side. Get Keats connected, show him how it was done. Laura in the background to watch Keats. Her instinct was nearly perfect after so many men. But if Mr. Kelly showed up with a second, then Mr. Helfand would want one. Who? Vasily Oprichnik? He smiled. Oprichnik indeed. The Russian boy had a sense of humor, in spite of his silly Brooklyn accent. And Oprichnik would be played off against Keats. You couldn't reach the highest levels by yourself. Science? No, Mr. Kelly thought. The private meeting. The luxurious estate, the castle, the island in the Mediterranean, Bilderberg, Akhnakari, the big dacha on the Black Sea, not far from ancient Caucasus, where Medea practiced medicine and magic. The whispered confidence, the face-to-face encounter, the masks of imperturbability, the acted-out and deceptive rages. Keats was too keen on the modern age's technology. Telephony and radio could never replace the older kinds of contact. Keats would learn to unlearn all that. Timetable. It looked like October or November, with the elections coming up. Revolutions and elections and harvests, March and April for planting and sacrifices. The Bay of Pigs. What seed had been planted then? And now in the fall Nixon might be elected governor of California. It would give him a powerful springboard for 1964. Kennedy would do anything to keep that from happening. How those two hated one another. Kennedy the rich boy, Nixon the poor boy. But Nixon was reasonable. He understood power, its limits, and remembered his obligations and debts. Kennedy did not. He heard the stirring behind him. Keats had swung his feet over the bedside and was staring at his back. He was beyond vanity, he told himself. No, don't lie to yourself. The blonde hair, the gray eyes, the swell of his thighs, the flat stomach, the dust of crinkly golden hair there, godlike. But it was Keats's mind. No, his essence, his life force, his chi, Kelly wanted to drain and drink. At least that's what he told himself. The body acted only as a gateway, a vessel, a storage. The penetrable flesh was the container of what lay beyond. But still he wanted to be loved for his body, too. He was getting old, but he was still strong, still vigorous. Vanity again. Of course, Keats looked lovingly at him. What else would he be doing? Keats was the kind of man who entered his roles totally. Keats had the actor's beautiful facility of deceiving himself for long periods of time so he could act all the better. Did Keats also have the art of projecting the shield that rendered himself impenetrable? Had he learned it in those experiments at Harvard, or was it natural? How like himself. Suddenly Kelly had a mad desire for real love. What a silly, pedestrian, childlike thing to want. Danger lay in that direction. If I cease to desire and remain still, the empire will be at peace of its own accord, Kelly thought. If personal desire overcame him, chaos would follow. Great men's uncontrollable passions. They mistook their cocks for weaponry, and the intensity of their orgasms for policy. Worse if the passions were directed exclusively at women. Heterosexual love brings on war and children. Squandered jing instead of wan jing punao, making the semen return to nourish the brain. Squander jing, and you try to make it up by a substitute. Political power. Money. Laura, though. She took the semen of innumerable men into herself and strengthened her blood. She understood it. After the amenities were over, by that time they would have strolled past the oak and marble pillars, the business would begin. He and Mr. Helfand could begin their tour of the world's horizon and review the flashpoints. The country of chrome, the principality of platinum, the gubernia of gold. South Africa had to go black sooner or later, easier to deal with. Germanium, oil, the county of cobalt, Cuba, the Congo, Korea, copper, diamonds, the endless problems of Israel. That fool de Gaulle, that greater fool Mao, and the greatest fool of all, John F. Kennedy. And what would the purists in the Central Committee want? Would it spell disaster for Khrushchev? He banged his shoe on the UN desk and played the fool, concealing wisdom behind clownishness, not a role many people would take on. Kennedy made other kinds of public display, and was the real fool. There is no disaster greater than taking on an enemy too early, taking up arms when there are no arms, or when the arms were nuclear weaponry. As good as no arms at all. Helfand would give him a sense of what was happening in those higher circles. Everything was coming together for Kelly's people as everything came apart for America and Russia. That was the most dangerous moment. By that time they would have come to the stage leading to the maze, and then go into the sacred grove. They would enter alone, Kelly and Helfand. Keats and Oprichnik had not yet gone through their rites of passage. He had an impish thought. He would regale Helfand. He would line the labyrinth with modern Minotaur images, the Shah, Kennedy, de Gaulle. Would the Organisation Armée Secrète get that pompous, arrogant stork for Kelly's people? There in the maze, the hard thinking, the bargaining, the statecraft would begin. Later on, technicians could hammer out the fine points. Balances, exchanges, trades, flows, reversals of flow, a control of liquidity, regulation of energy, personal, national, international, that's what it's all about, Kelly told Keats. The highest good is like water, and settles where none would like to be, coming close to the way. Harmonious balances, money, light, energy must be allowed to flow along their natural courses, its concentrations. The worst thing is to administer total defeat, to definitively win. The best thing is to handle, regulate those who want to win definitively and so prevent the natural flow. Those who don't understand must be dealt with. A slight creak of the bed. What was it about Keats that moved him so dangerously? He reviewed Keats's features one by one. What did they amount to that way? Yes, Keats was handsome, but not beautiful. And yet somehow Keats could project great beauty. His buttocks didn't jut just right, and yet somehow they seemed heroic. Keats was a shape-shifter who made his body assume many disguises, anticipating Mr. Kelly's desire before he even knew what he wanted. Laura could do that. He wasn't so muscular, yet he convinced Kelly that each muscle was chiseled out of stone that melted to Mr. Kelly's touch alone. And those hands had killed. Warrior's flesh. That, too, excited. Mr. Kelly regretted that he had never killed anyone directly. He knew it did something for you. Laura could do the same thing. He had almost fallen in love with her. Imagine, a 13-year-old girl. She would have, like the legendary Chinese Yellow Queen, sucked him dry. What would they be like together, Keats and Laura? He could watch them kill one another. Keats's words were full of sincerity and love. How like himself when he had been younger. What would it have been like to have had a son like Keats, a replica of himself? A blood son? No, As father and son, they would kill one another too. Keats introduced a slight tremor into his voice. Passion deferred was making him impatient, frustrated. He came a step closer. Coming to him. There. They would walk through the maze, he and Mr. Helfand, arm in arm, creating a script for the proper actors to follow when the time came. They would arrive in time at that perfect ending, the garden. By that time, the broad strokes of what they would do would have been applied. The media campaign, the public relations people, the lobbyists, the distribution of information to the news media through the usual devious routes, and perhaps even the generation of scholarly analyses and the think tank studies. Maybe the time had come to finally propose a more formal merger between the two halves of Parvis, a marriage, dowry and all, and the parent companies. East of the sun marries west of the moon. Keats, he knew, came from an old New England family, English roots, and before that, roots in France, Normandy. Normans, Crusaders, Norsemen. A noble lineage, once rich and powerful, now impoverished. Along with their money, Keats's family had squandered their accumulation of chi and de, life force and magical virtue. He smiled. Maybe what the Keats family had lost, he had accumulated. He had come up from the depths of poverty. Could genetics explain a Luther, a Lansky, a Stalin? Could genetics explain Alora? It was not her body, her looks, not her ability to act, but her essence, all from parents who had neither beauty nor mind. When Mr. Kelly was a child in McKeesport, Pennsylvania, he used to dream he was a changeling prince who had been slipped into someone else's life. Perhaps he had been stolen, planted in the womb of the person who acted as his mother to hide him from certain people who wanted to destroy him. And indeed there were evil people who wanted to destroy him, and millions like himself, by poverty and hunger. So he started out to find who was after him. When he began to claw his way up, he entertained the fiction that thousands had copulated to produce him. Ancestry fascinated Kelly. He studied elites of many countries, how they triumphed, how they perpetuated themselves, how and why they seemed inevitably to decline. He studied secret societies and their breeding patterns, how some of them had maintained themselves through the centuries, Taoists, for instance, the Triads, the eunuch bureaucrats, once the real rulers of China and the Byzantine and Ottoman empires, the Roman system of adoptions and disadoptions. Octavian, on his way to becoming Augustus Caesar, managed to get himself adopted by the right people, Gaius Julius Caesar, and instantly acquired the proper lineage. But that hadn't been enough. History didn't delve much into who put up the money in Augustus's rise to power. It was then Mr. Kelly found the still more ancient Phoenician banking and religious society of the Oracle of Delphi, with its more ancient roots in China. They were the kingmakers. They were the king deposers. They survived under various names through the ages. Delphi, the Cumean Sibyl, and perhaps later on the Gnostics, the Kabbalists, the Jesuits themselves. Perhaps. Thus people like himself decided that they had to go into the white heart of power, into the heart of modern Delphi. It was in that time, 1918, that he had gravitated to Russia, into an upheaval that threatened the end of all dynasty, and found one of its guiding spirits, Mr. Helfand, who almost single-handedly had persuaded the Germans to do everything in their power to get Lenin out of Switzerland and into Russia. And Mr. Helfand had initiated him into the true meanings of power. Empire without contiguous land, whose capital constantly shifted. Mr. Kelly had studied the Mandarin system, and how some Mandarin families decayed in time, lost their accumulated virtue, how their children became stupid, self-indulgent, unable to pass their examinations. Some families went out and adopted bright, tough street urchins who could be taught, if they had a head for numbers and a capability for learning classic poetry and literature. This restored vigor to the line. Or how the Church, distrustful of family accumulation, tried to bypass biological family by its system of celibate priests. That's why Kelly fought almost single-handedly for a worldwide talent search after the Second World War. It would search out the brightest children all over the world, picking them out of the lower strata. This would assure loyalty. Revolution by penetration, by networks, by plants in high places. Revolution in the old way would no longer work. It was picking up where the British had left off, but without the elitist and racist attitudes of the past. This case of Aquilino might not only be important, but interesting. A shame. Caught earlier, and Aquilino might have been another Keats. Conventional psychological theory has it that you learn everything, forget nothing. That's why this Richard knows more than he thinks he does. And what's more, Mr. Kelly thought deep down, Richard Aquilino understood. He had to be prevented from knowing that he did. There are techniques. I leave the details for you. I think, however, that you should work with Laura. Laura should be your paymaster. There was no sound of protest from Keats. Now the time had come. They would move to a higher plane. Kelly stood still, but his mind was filled with a summoning signal. Mr. Kelly wanted another kind of continuity, other than the work. He wanted a child, a son. Their mating would lead to an issue, a kind of issue. Later, after they finished their affair, he would adopt Keats and teach him. Chapter 10. Each day that passed rendered Richard's experience on Green Street more and more unreal. He decided something had been wrong with him, sickness, fever. When he was a kid, he would approach the edge of hallucination whenever the fever got high. In a day or two, he was all right again. Still, the feeling that he was being watched would not go away. He began to go through everything in his loft to see if anyone had broken in and searched it. At first, he found nothing at all. His piles of notes were the same as always. He went through them. He had difficulty in understanding them. He scrawled notes in a hurry, and his handwriting was bad. There were papers of all shapes and sizes, scraps, full 8.5 by 11 sheets, pieces of grocery bags, notes scrawled in the margins of magazines. It was a mess. But after all, if you're not a stenographer, and you're trying to write in a hurry, you make your shorthand up, and forget what convention, what set of abbreviations you've decided to use. Some of the pages puzzled him. He didn't remember writing them. One sheet was written out in longhand, with every word clearly spelled out. After all, he's not an intelligence officer, he's not a military analyst trained to read and remember reams of material, so we've got to find a way of getting our story through to him. Who had spoken that? And to whom? About whom? Usually no names were used. After all, when people talk to one another, they take for granted who's talking to whom. Hi, it's me. How've you been? That kind of thing. There were other sheets he had no memory of writing. He wished he had dated everything and had taken the trouble to put down the phone number. The loneliness was getting to him. He took to dropping over to his sister's more and taking his nieces and nephews out for the day. But that didn't stop the loneliness from building up. That didn't stop the uneasiness. The sense that Laura was in some kind of trouble. Something about that reminded him of listening in to Marilyn Monroe. Should he tap into her phone again? No. No. Keep away. He was through with that. Whatever had been bothering him began to return, a relapse. Time seemed to become a little scrambled. He had periods when everything seemed to be very clear, and he seemed to think that he could do anything he wanted to do. There were times when everything became fuzzy, and he was moving through mud. Times when he felt secure. Times when everything became a cause for a pointless suspicion. When were the FBI or the FCC, did they have their own police, going to turn up? They didn't come. Ziggy was being too cautious. Would Ziggy inform the FBI to save himself? Finally, he gave in. He began to watch for the signal that indicated Laura's phone was in use. The next time it rang, he cut in. She was talking to some man. He sounded young. Her voice sounded impassive and cool. If she was in some kind of trouble, she wasn't indicating it.
"Look," the man said, "it's for his own good."
"Isn't it always?"
"So young and so cynical."
"I'm not cynical. I'm just a little tired."
"Let me plead with you. One more time."
"It's always just one more time."
"It's really the last time we'll ask you to do anything for us."
"What is it this time?"
"It's a question of delivering a message, so to speak. May I suggest that we get together, say, the day after tomorrow, and I'll brief you. I'll throw in a very good lunch."
"Why can't you deliver this message yourself?"
"Frankly, because I'm not as beautiful, and I don't mean as much to him. A little high drama is needed."
It was one of his famous quickies. "Sounds more like a bedroom farce to me."
"Perhaps. It's a question of getting the man to focus."
"Do I have a choice?"
"Of course you have a choice. But I'd be very disappointed if you didn't want to keep our relationship as fruitful as in the past." "Just one more time, for old time's sake."
"For old time's sake."
"It's not as if it's dangerous," the man said.
"All right. Day after tomorrow." "Where?"
"Why not the Chambord?"
They hung up. Was there something in her voice? The man she had been talking to immediately called someone else, a number in Washington. Richard added the number to his collection. This time, taking notes, he remembered to put the date on the notes, as well as the phone number. The first part of the conversation was devoted to chit-chat, reminiscences about Harvard. After a few minutes, they got to the point. "I have a friend your friend might like to meet. You know how many phone calls a day I get? I have to watch out, you know. There are a lot of people who don't approve, including the bulldog. What's so special about your friend?" "Well, I think you remember my tastes from school." "Could I forget? I used to envy you." "Continue envying."
"Got a picture?"
"Right now there's one dancing in my mind, exciting me, even as I talk to you."
"Well, it might just be arranged. I'm having a short interview with him tomorrow."
"Reminiscing?"
"No. Nowadays I can give you exactly 2.5 minutes, and at the end of 2 minutes and 25 seconds someone appears at the door. What do you want out of it? I mean, if it comes to pass." "I'm only concerned with the success of my friends and willing to do anything that will advance their careers." "Which means you'll bill me later." "Have I ever lied to you? Have I ever shortchanged you?"
"No."
"Well, then."
And they hung up. The man in Washington then called up another Washington number and spoke to someone else.
"I want you to run a check on someone. In about 2 or 3 hours?" "Yes, sir. Who?"
Laura's name was given. They hung up. Richard wondered, did she know about all this? He decided to wait and see if the first man in Washington called back the man in New York. After about 3 hours, the call went through.
"The first hurdle is passed," the man in Washington said. "What's the next step? I'm new at this." "The next step is I tell him and she calls him up. If he likes what he hears, then an interview is granted. After that, it's chemistry. Does his prick go up or stay down? If I get a public service medal, then I know all has gone well. If not, perhaps there will be a curt nod, or my next interview will be cancelled. You people live precarious lives. Don't we all, John? Don't we all? The young man in New York, the one called John, his voice sounded familiar by now. He had heard it before, more than once. Called up someone, an older man by the sound of it, also familiar. Well, sir, it's all set up. I'm not so sure. She's on the other line. The other line? What line? Laura's light was dark. She wasn't using her phone. Did she have another phone that he hadn't caught in his net? She's reluctant. I'm talking to her now. Surely she understands, sir. It's not a matter of understanding or not understanding. She's more than bright, John. It's a question of nerve. One's nerve runs out from time to time. It happens to all of us. We only hope that it doesn't happen at a crucial time. Richard recognized the voice. The older man, Kelly. The man who had stolen her away from him. That's who it was. Why hadn't his rig picked up her other phone? They cut off. The lights went blank. It was getting to be evening again. His head was swimming. He looked down at his notes again. He had been so wrapped up in the conversations he forgot to write. What was it all about? Who were they talking about? Who was the important man in Washington to whom a message had to be gotten? Her phone signaled. She was talking now to another woman, an old friend, someone she had gone to college with. She was half weeping. Her voice sounded so much like Marilyn Monroe's, on the edge of hysteria, miserable. I can't do it. I told them I would do it, but I can't. You know, sometimes I wish that none of this had happened. Not the connection with Father, not all the things that came out of it. I was once in love, a long time ago, before Father. It comes and goes in waves like a recurrent fever bout. I'm sick again. I'm caught between two forces. I was in love. I didn't know anything then, but maybe it was better that way. I thought we'd get married, settle down, have children. Who was Father? Kelly? You're just having a bad moment, Laura. It'll pass. Marriage? How ticky-tacky. To one man? No, you're right. But I'm caught. You know, sometimes I get a funny feeling, like he's beside me or in me in some way. He looks at me and he shakes his head because he doesn't know what happened to us. That old love? Yes. Richard. Was that his name? Yes. Laura, it's two different worlds, light years apart. You're just scared. I have reason to be. You've been scared before. When it's all over, we'll have a few drinks and a good gossip. I wish I were in your shoes. No, you don't. Oh, yes, I do. Just try me. You'll see, Laura said. Just try me. But I'll never see, the other woman said with longing. What do I do? Laura, you'll sail between the rocks in great style. They'll find you a husband who's rich and famous and powerful and who's a divine lay and handsome. You'll see. It's nerves, honey, nerves. I need help. You've got help. The other woman hung up. Richard heard Laura saying, I wish he were here. I wish he were beside me. I am, he thought. But I am. Chapter 11. The spring day was surprisingly chilly. The wind chased dust around the streets of Manhattan. Two men, one turning the corner of 34th Street, the other walking down 6th Avenue, almost ran into one another. One was dressed in a tan windbreaker. The other wore a heavy red and black plaid shirt jacket. It was greasy. Workers, mechanics on their lunch hour, Keats and Vasily Oprichnik.
Being good at their jobs, they knew they had each shaken any possible tale. Still,
Jesus, what are you doing here? I thought you were working over in Brooklyn,
Vasily said. The man in the tan poplin windbreaker said, Yeah, I was repairing cars in Flatbush, but I couldn't stand it. Nothing happens in Brooklyn. I got a job fixing up sewing machines. Pays better, and I'm back near the center of things. You?
Same story. Driving the truck. Thinking of moving out west one of these days, maybe Los Angeles,
Vasily said. Los Angeles? Jesus, you'll hate it. Hey, had lunch yet?
Just on my way. How about you?
Vasily was carrying a newspaper turned to the racing section. I ate, but I have some time to kill. The man in the plaid shirt jacket said,
I'm going to get myself a pastrami sandwich and some French fries. Want to come along?
Why not? I'll have a cup of coffee. They walked down 6th Avenue, turned eastward onto 33rd, came to a delicatessen and went in. The place was crowded. The hostess, dyed blonde hair puffed up into a lacquered shell, told them, I can sit you at that table with those other people.
Hey, how about a table for just the two of us?
It'll be about 10 minutes.
Which means about 20.
Listen, I said 10.
She was snappish.
I know my customers' habits.
She waved the big plastic-covered menus.
Hey, 5 minutes early for the big salesman. The models must be coming up today.
2 people were getting up slowly, probing at their teeth with toothpicks, reaching for the coats draped over their chairs leisurely, as the waitress was writing out their check. The 2 men were seated a few minutes later. The noise covered their talk, a babble of talk, clinking plates, silverware, shouted orders. How's my principal eye doing? Keats asked.
My technician, Harkavy, has almost solved the problem. Do you know what I could get selling this to the British, the Germans, the French?
Vasily, how could you spend 5 or 6 million in a week, which is about how long you'd live?
Your field people have finally spotted us appearing to try and make contact with the kid. It took some doing. Had to do everything but sing the Volga Boatman.
I know. You have it?
It wasn't easy.
When this is winding down, I'll have a proposition for you that you will find very attractive. I, too, am thinking of going into business, Keats said.
I don't know if I want money. I want payment and services.
Take it. It's good for your old age. He turned to the waitress.
I'll have a pastrami. It should be very lean, and on rye bread. The rye bread's fresh?
Yeah, the rye bread's fresh. We get it fresh baked every day.
That's good.
Anything on the pastrami?
No. You got pickles?
Right there on the table.
These are a little dry. Could you get me some fresh ones?
Yeah. And you?
A cup of coffee.
Coffee, that's all?
All right, make it a Danish, too. Cheese Danish.
The waitress went away, and Vasily looked after her, staring at the way her buttocks moved under her green uniform.
Something is in the air, isn't it, Vasily? A big change.
Suslov has not consulted with me. Bulganin is strangely reticent. No one tells me a thing.
Why is Benkovsky spilling so much?
You heard?
I heard.
Maybe it's part of peaceful coexistence, the great change from heavy industry to consumer goods. It's a way of saying, look, our intentions are good.
The stuff he's passing is no good?
Khrushchev's deep thinkers figure that you people know it all anyway, but pretend you don't know. On the other hand, protection will be withdrawn soon from poor Colonel Penkovsky unless you people give us some sign acknowledging the gift.
You're sure that's what's happening?
A humble analysis.
You're a long way from the center of action.
But I have what you want. Everything you ever wanted to know about Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev.
Medical information, too?
Medical, psychological, and the way the juice runs down his chin when he eats, and who and how he likes to screw, and what he thinks of his daughter, to say nothing about modern art. You wouldn't believe how strong his heart is.
How thorough is it?
As thorough as you wanted it to be.
But what do you think you're going to learn from Nikita Sergeyevich's dossier that you don't already know? That's my worry. You always ask questions.
That's what I learned in spy school, ask questions. What do you want all this shit for? You going to practice voodoo on the chairman?
The waitress came back with the order. You want your coffee now?
Please.
They finished their meal and talked about sports for a while. The man in the plaid jacket shirt suddenly looked at his cheap watch and said,
Jesus, I gotta run.
Go ahead, it's on me.
You're a real sport.
Nothing is too good for the working man. Vasily left, leaving his newspaper on the table. Keats picked up the paper and finished his meal slowly, drank his coffee, ordered another. He smoked a cigarette. He scanned the markings on the racing results. They told him where to pick up the dossier. He got the check and left. Chapter 12. The spring of 1962. The great plains of America begin to heave with autumn-planted life. People begin to move. The blood expands. Hopes planted so long ago begin to thrive. The dance of spring begins. The baseball players unlimber their winter-chilled muscles. Others stretch and heft their guns, their grenades, and begin again to move through jungle, through desert, moving toward the great metropolitan granaries. Like sprouting wheat, little plots in the minds of men are nurtured. And others move among the precious grains, seeking to pull up what they consider noxious weeds. AID, Food for Peace, the Peace Corps, seeded with warriors, send their seed ideas abroad to pluck the weeds. In America, the deadly battle had been joined in other ways. The heavy weapons, big Army and big Navy and big Air Force boys, with their Minuteman, Nike Zeus, Polaris, Skybolt, TFX, contend with those of a more subtle turn of mind, the counterinsurgency boys. The arm-twisting, the persuasion, the threats, the bribes, the lining up of congressional votes, the quid pro quos all continue. On the other hand, the attacks. You're soft on communism. Senators Dirksen and Keating and Goldwater rush to the attack. Cuba. Cuba. Cuba is the launching platform not just for revolution in South America, but for something more. Battalions of Soviet troops. Missiles 90 miles from shore. No, no, says the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, joined by the strangest people, Truman Capote and Lee Harvey Oswald. Odd bedfellows. A strange restiveness has crept into domestic life. Civil rights. Voter registration drives in Mississippi. Aspirations for freedom, food, democracy, and dignity? Or was it something more insidious? Are we going to sit there and be nickeled and dimed to death by Lilliputians with submachine guns? Even the new dances that are coming in, the twist, the mashed potato, aren't they signs of America's loss of resolve? Aren't they curiously tribal? Danced to ensure the growth of the new grain? Richard didn't read the papers. At best, he watched television, and almost never the news. Whisperings of great events reached him via a low current, fed over wire, thrown through the air from tower to tower, and some now coming in after having gone up and down to a satellite. Who was this he that had disturbed Laura so much? She needed someone. She needed him. She had not forgotten after all these years. And maybe there was some connection between his feeling of being watched and Laura and this him to whom some awful message had been addressed. He had lived with loneliness all his life. Still he needed people. He began to spend even more time at his sisters' houses, playing with his nephews and nieces, returning to his lonely loft to listen. He lay on his bed and imagined little dramas. They got out of hand and became runaway fantasies. They entered his dreams. His jobs fell away. He was going to run out of money soon. His father called him up.
"I'm glad you've applied for that job."
"What job?"
"I think working for the government is a good idea. It's a secure job. Good hours, good pay, security. Of course, I know that you can't tell me what it's about."
"No, Pop, I can't," Richard said. "What job?"
"It has something to do with radio?
"Something.
Or telephones?"
Something like that."
"What job?" "The men who came to interview us said it did, but they wouldn't tell us any more. It was, a security check."
"Yeah, a security check."
"The questions they asked about you, and about us. At first we thought you had done something bad."
"Pop, come on."
I know, but your mother—"
Something played around the edge of his memory. His mother, her suspicions, something that had happened a long, long time ago. What had he been, 5?
"You know, in Europe, where we came from, in Italy, every time they came around asking questions, it meant something bad. That's why we came to this country."
"I know, Pop."
"They visited your sisters, too. They even talked to the kids. I guess they have to make sure. Does it pay well?"
"Does what pay well?"
"The job."
"What job?" "Pretty well."
"Can I ask how much?"
How much did this supposed job pay? What was a believable figure? 15,000 to start?
"That's very good."
"Well, I know you and Mom won't believe it, but I got skills, Pop, and experience. I did work for the telephone company."
"Of course, I forgot."
His father never forgot a thing. Was he trying to tell Richard something? Was he scared?
"Listen, Richard, what if you came over for supper soon? It's been such a long time. Your mother would be very happy. We only see you, maybe 3 times a year, and then only at your sisters' houses."
"Well, maybe. Soon."
"Listen, Richard, I know we've bothered you a lot. I know how these things are. I had the same fights with my father, and there came a time when I didn't want to see him or my mother again. Not ever. I left. I wandered around. I got jobs. We got married, your mother and I. And she had gone through the same thing. We both understand these things. Well, we had to leave Italy, and we never got to see them again. They were killed during the war. I missed the chance. So did your mother. I promise you no arguments, no questions. After all, you have a job now. We were wrong about you. Yes, I'll say that, and so will your mother."
All right. All right, I'll come.
"When?"
"Next week."
"When next week?"
"Wednesday."
"All right, that's good. Take good care of yourself. You're all right? No colds, no flu?"
"Come on, Pop." His father laughed.
"It just sounds as if your nose is stuffed or something. I don't hear you so clear."
And his father hung up. Richard sat there for a long time. "I don't hear you so clear," his father said. His nose was not stuffed. He was fine, except for the residual sickness, whatever it was. Who were the people who had come to interview his parents and his sisters? He had applied for no job at all. He sensed them now, all around him, them in his wires, in his receiver and his earpiece, inhabiting all of this equipment. His parents weren't dummies. They had spoken to him many times what Europe had been like, why they had come here in 34, 35, or whatever, around that time, running away from the stifling air in Italy to a freer climate. His father had been trying to tell him something in his gossipy way. His parents were worried, and now he had drawn the attention of them to his parents and his sisters. What was he going to do? Just stop? How could he stop when Laura was in such trouble? Maybe if he went to visit her. He walked into the Figaro Café, as if there had been no argument with Ziggy. As always, Ziggy was there. Marvin, some of the others. Tarzan made room next to Ziggy.
It's been a long time, Ziggy said.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it, Richie. You're in trouble?
I don't know.
You're in trouble, believe me. And don't worry, we checked the table for a bug.
Checked the table for a bug? He wouldn't have thought of such a thing.
And if they are pointing a directional mic at us, we're making enough noise to cover what we have to say. What happened? Tell me all.
And Richard began to tell Ziggy the whole story. What he'd done, how he'd violated every precept Ziggy had given him. He downplayed Laura. He couldn't help himself. He didn't want to look like a snoop.
You did all that? You got that high up the ladder? No wonder they came around. We got to talk the know-how sometimes, but the question now is what to do. The first thing is to lay off.
But Laura was in trouble.
You don't like that idea?
Someone I know is in trouble.
But not as much trouble as you're in. Or maybe us. We had visitors too. We just laid off for a while, gave them a story that we wanted to sell what we had to the phone company. But we'll never do it again. But we never got anywhere near the places you did. Jesus, I can barely wait to hear.
So what do I do?
What do we do? The fucks. All over the world, they're the same. They sit on your talents. They only let you do things if you work for them.
Who's them?
Mother Bell, who else? The phone company's worse than the CIA. They have their own CIA. Aside from your friend who's in trouble, what did you hear that was so special?
I don't know. Nothing.
All right, listen. You begin to taper off. You can't tell me what kind of trouble your friend is in? No, you don't want to. You don't trust us. Never mind. It's going to take a little time to set up, but we'll do it. I want to fight those bastards. I want to have some fun with them.
Ziggy, that's crazy.
No, it's not. I'm going to give you a number. If you're in real trouble, you call up this number. If I can't be reached, then you'll get instructions on what to do next. I'm going to give you a simple set of codes, and the real story of what to do will be buried inside of the information you get over the phone. When we're ready to establish contact, you'll be told that too, but not in so many words. I'm going to write this down. You have to look at it and memorize it, then burn it. Who's got some paper? Marvin, listen to this. What am I going to do with the paper without the pencil?
Ziggy was bent over, peering through his thick lenses, close enough to see it with his almost blind eyes.
All right, read this, Richard, he whispered. Got it memorized? You see how the system works? What are you doing?
Putting it in my pocket.
Put it in your mind. Burn the paper. This will take a few weeks to set up right, but by tomorrow night we'll have the beginnings of a network going, looking out for you. Then by summer it will mostly be in place. For fall, I'm going to have a science fiction convention. Maybe we'll do it in Boston. And that's when we'll really be ready to go. September.
September?
Sure. We'll get all the space freaks together. The people with the tinfoil suits and the glass globe space helmets. The ones who have already been to the moon, never mind what Kennedy says. And in the middle of it, there we'll be. Listen, this isn't the time or the place. You should be going soon. But I have to hear what you heard that got those people after you.
But Richard couldn't stop listening. When he got home, he was determined not to do it again. But then the trouble started. He turned off the lights on his great plastic board, but they remained burning. He even pulled the plug. They continued to burn. There was something wrong with it. Was it melting? It wavered. He went over and felt it. It still felt solid, but his hands felt sticky, as if parts of it had stuck to his fingers and palm. He tried to back off from it. It stuck and attenuated,
finer and finer, till it was a set of thin, glistening, transparent threads along which the little lights had become embedded, and were drawn thin, finer and finer. Jesus! He shook his hands. They wouldn't come off. He felt the pulsations, words, messages, conversations going through his body. His words, thrown into the wires so many times, were now flowing back to him. He heard himself saying, "Look, sir, there's danger," and heard the President answering. Laura's voice coursed through him. They had a three-way conversation, but he knew it was impossible. And other voices beginning to chime in, all growing in intensity and strength until his whole body was animated by conversations. After a long while it passed, leaving him shaking. He was going mad. They were trying to put madness into him. He was sweating, but everything was still there, in place, normal. The board was dark. He was weak. He lay down again. And that was, he was to think later, the first of his spells. He tried to remember what it was that he had heard, but he couldn't, not clearly. Something very dangerous. There was a little relapse toward morning. A voice said, "Surgical strike," and he felt a knife-point jab of pain in his groin. Chapter 13. A few weeks passed. Mr. Barnstable didn't seem interested. Ficino was worried. Should he telephone Barnstable? No. Wait. Had anything gone wrong? Was Barnstable tormenting him, playing with him? Carol noted his preoccupation and wondered what was wrong. She wondered if she had anything to do with it. Finally, Barnstable called. "I was very impressed with our lunch, Dr. Ficino, and I've tried to convey that impression to my superiors." His voice was definitely fruity, Sidney thought. "You know, we're under constant pressure, bombarded by grant proposals. We have great difficulty in deciding what to fund and what to reject. Coffin doesn't want to throw its money around, and yet our mandate is to spend. I've talked about your work with our president. He's impressed, as I am, but there's a but." "What's the but?" "I wonder if we might meet again. I have a proposal. The Harvard Club, shall we say this Thursday?" "I'd be delighted." They met. During lunch, Barnstable seemed reluctant to discuss grants. They talked about many things. Barnstable went through what seemed to be his whole life, childhood, family, education. He name-dropped, using first names and even nicknames. Ficino thought he would go mad. 12:30 passed on to 1 o'clock and became 2:30. The dining room thinned out. They had dessert. They had a few cups of coffee. They had brandy. Then Barnstable suggested they go down to one of the lounges and talk a little longer. They sat side by side on a couch. Barnstable put his attaché case on his knees, opened it, and took out a large, thick envelope. "In a sense, and you will understand our caution, we want to make very sure. After all, the dispersing of money, even for worthy research, is not merely up to me. We could get hung up for a year." Ficino couldn't help saying out loud, "A year?" Barnstable put his hand on Ficino's thigh and squeezed comfortingly. "I want to move ahead on this just as much as you do." Ficino wondered what "this" was. "If I come up with good projects, I move up. Now, I'm going to propose something. It's, well, in the nature of an experiment." Barnstable kept his hand next to Ficino's thigh. "To be frank, we're asking you to do some speculative work for us, and then we'll see. I don't want to deliver any hard promises. This is a humiliating position for a person of your reputation, and I will understand perfectly if you just reject us. But it's not up to me alone." "What is it?" "Some of your remarks about the future of distant analysis, personality diagnosis at a distance, really fascinated me, and, for that matter, fascinated my superiors.
I didn't do such a great job in transmitting your thought, but then I am only a layman talking to laymen." Ficino started to protest that he hadn't said any such thing, but stopped himself. "I'd certainly be glad to make a presentation." "Their procedure is not to talk to anyone directly unless they know them very well indeed. I am the sole intermediary. This envelope contains a compilation of raw data about some 9 individuals. What would be useful would be to have an evaluation of these people, how they are likely to react in certain stress or crisis situations. The material, alas, is spotty. Some of it is soft and speculative. Other parts contain some useful, hard medical and diagnostic data, in both stress situations and in times of normality. I must admit, Dr. Ficino, that of all the grant prospects I have interviewed, I tend to favor you and the approach of your little research group. It should be bigger. Much bigger." Barnstable smiled charmingly. It made Ficino nervous. He hoped he concealed his feelings. "What I'd like you to do is to make an evaluation of these people and get it back to me as soon as possible. Dr. Ficino, let me be honest. I'm taking a big risk giving you this material. It's highly sensitive, and so I don't have to tell you—" "Confidential, of course." "There are no clues to the subject's identities, but—" "What he's telling me is that if I do this right," Sidney thought, "I should know who these people are." "After I've seen your evaluations, you might work up a draft proposal for a grant. I would look it over, float it around to certain coffin members, get their reaction, do a little politicking. Then together we might work over the final draft. Most people don't know it, but we at the Foundation tend to favor a certain proposal style. You'd be surprised how many worthy proposals are shot down because of style and style alone." "I could be very helpful in this regard." "Then," Barnstable smiled. His smile was brilliant, engaging, seductive. His gray eyes seemed to emerge suddenly from behind his glasses, commanding. Sidney had to admit he looked quite beautiful. Barnstable leaned back, curved back, almost spineless. He sipped his coffee, dabbed at his lips delicately. "What might follow is— No, let's take the positive approach and make the best case. A 6 months grant for starters. The go-ahead to hire more research assistants, more equipment or hook-ins to equipment in other centers, telephone links. Some wonderful technology coming down the line, expanded facilities. Help for the hospital and the university, of course. Then a breakthrough, and perhaps after that a conference. Why not Jamaica? The Bermudas? Addis. Everyone likes to conference at Addis. Yourself convening the conference, the most important names in neurobiology. A few stars to bring the others along. After all, don't want to miss an important event. Travel expenses, honoraria, press coverage, people would be scrambling to come aboard. When you present your paper, and your assistant, I note that your names frequently appear as co-authors, it will command attention. The first conference on remote assessment profiles. Can't call it distant influence. The Russians have the corner on that title market. So it's RAP. Ficino had always had a suspicion about the way things got done. Now he knew. Did he dare ask, "Why me?" Would it spoil his chance? "You're thinking, why me?" Barnstable said, "aren't you?" "It crossed my mind." "Delightfully understated. In the first place, you are not the only me. You're the best of the me's. Look, what I said about you being one of the best is not rhetoric. I conned you not. I've really read your work, yours and Dr. Rothschild's, although I admit it was hard sledding, and I've had a Harvard education, postgraduate work at Oxford. But I also verified it with some experts. You've got something extra. Personal presence. You can sell it. Scholarship, sad to say, is not enough. You're credible in the community. You'd be surprised at those who are jealous of you and have held you down. But is all this enough? No. Prestigious figures who have arrived tend to be obdurate, hardened and hidebound, very jealous of their domains. People who are relatively unknown are flexible and open. I also admit to you that I have a hidden agenda, which you've already suspected. I do some public relations consultation for a number of electronic firms on the side. Radio, radar, medical telemetry, distant influence, telephony, that kind of thing. That's where the wave of the future lies. That's where real distant influence is going to go. Think of 2 miniaturized devices in a telephone. They would record your blood pressure, your heartbeat, your brain waves, monitor stress, do chemical analysis of your breath, all through your voice and your breath. Well, that's a one-way system. Supposing that there could also be feedback. The opposite of diagnosis is treatment. Of course, that's crudely put, but you see where we are heading.
Are there such things?
Not yet. But it's the wave of the future. The medical and biological establishment, the old guard, exercises control over the flow of funds, foundation, university, and government funding for research. These are obdurate people, committed to their pet theories. I'm going to send you some more material, and again, I don't have to tell you it's sensitive, about ongoing experimentation. You should get thoroughly acquainted with it. Unfortunately, most of it's been carried out by electronic technicians, not real medical people. What we need is an interdisciplinary mix, a team. We need people who can work in concert, as you and Dr. Rothschild do. Let me make an educated guess. She has the intuitive sense, and you provide the analytical power, am I right?
Well, yes.
Perhaps it's better that, well, you don't have to talk to her about this yet.
Why not?
Well, yes, you do have a relationship. How did he know that? You'll ask her to help you with these RAPs. Barnstable laughed. I do the same thing, but the less she knows, the more her intuitive processes and powers will be sharpened. Don't you think? Chapter 14. Holcomb was becoming more edgy every day. The Russians had finally shown up and tried to establish contact with Aquilino. But something had scared them, or Aquilino, off. Something smelled wrong. Holcomb couldn't put his finger on it. He had questioned Morrison again and again, walked him through it. What was it? The contact was too clumsy, too obvious. The effects of Keats's spell were wearing off. If he dared, he would have asked someone to privately check his CIA files about his short imprisonment in Moscow, but to do so would raise awkward questions, unwanted attention. He didn't like the tenor of Morrison's secret reports to him. Morrison felt that something was wrong, and he didn't know what. The drugs Keats was using on Aquilino, where had he gotten them from? What were they, exactly? Aquilino was becoming unstable, panicky. Would his mind be wrecked in the process? Keats, that pretty Harvard boy, was fumbling the ball. Or was he covering up the real operation? Was Keats protecting Aquilino? Over-subtle. He should never have let Keats play a mind game with him and talk him into anything this elaborate. He had been faked out, outmaneuvered, outflanked, and he would have to ride it through to the end. Was Keats a double? Holcomb smoked cigarettes. The air was full of smoke shadows. His hands were spread flat on Keats's file, as if the palms could absorb knowledge. The cigarette stuck up delicately between his thick first and second fingers.
a small glow in the darkness. Put the cigarette coal to Aquilino's balls, and really it should be so simple. Hot ashes fell on the back of his hand. He held it still. Self-punishment. Next to it was the complete Aquilino file. Holcomb sensed gaps. He'd gone over it 4 times, memos, transcripts, copies of all of Aquilino's scribbled notes to himself, codes or cryptograms, lists of telephone numbers, names, schematics, circuits. The government was in for a real shocker. Security was a sieve. The government should have built a self-enclosed and totally secure communications system during the Second World War, when it had the chance. He could have sent the information of what was happening through a back channel, bypassing the usual chain, right on up to Langley. But they'd have questions and move in on his operation. They'd also question why he was running the operation this way. He had to route his reports right on up to the legal counsel of the coffin, this Mr. Kelly. Kelly was supposed to send them on to Langley. No direct contact. Langley would send down instructions. The worst part was he was beginning to doubt his own operation. Holcomb had been offered the job when he came home from Europe. He was looking for an assignment at home. It was agreed he would retire to this job. He had caused enough waves. Did the chain of command really go to Langley, or branch off somewhere else from this Mr. Kelly? He had assumed the operation was a company one, but now he didn't know any more. Something smelled wrong. How long did Keats have the Aquilino files in his possession? Time enough to have them edited and retyped? Just might have. Holcomb sensed gaps and insertions. The tapes had gaps in them, too, but there might be an explanation for that. Aquilino wasn't at his listening post all the time. Holcomb backtracked along Keats's history, looking for some point in time when Keats could have been turned around or double-recruited. After he had joined the agency? Doubtful. Before joining the agency? Maybe it had happened in college. Was he a sleeper? College was when they got Burgess and McLean. Harvard or Yale, that was like Cambridge or Oxford. Makes them snotty, think they're gods. Keats had participated in some high-level, experimental intelligence-related psych programs at Harvard. Mind control, mind liberation. What was that all about? There was a gap in Keats's file. Also a higher classification. Neither Holcomb nor anyone at his level had a need to know. Refer to... No, Holcomb couldn't send for those other files without causing more trouble than he could handle. After all, it figured that Keats had friends in high places. What the hell had gone on at Harvard? Or maybe it had happened in graduate school, the London School of Economics. Someone comes to recruit you. Join the CIA or whatever. Or maybe it's your professor. Lots of fun, adventure, the great game. Christopher Marlowe was an agent. Sir Philip Sidney. John Donne. Sir John D. Beaumarchais, Byron, Daniel Defoe, Roger Bacon, T.S. Eliot. And hadn't Dante himself done propaganda work for the great banking house of Bardi? Good company, right up there with the greats. You say, sounds interesting. The recruiter says, we'll be in touch. But there's a watcher. Maybe another student, maybe another professor, waiting to move in. The second recruiter says, he's the next step up the ladder. Or there is a parallel ladder. He's friendly, warm, and takes the trouble to speak your language. You like him. He likes you. He says, for you, we have special plans. Why waste your talents in mere spooking? Deeper cover, inside of a cover. Chinese boxes. Maybe the second recruiter even gives you an assignment, a small thing. Who says it has to be from our side? Why not theirs? They have their talent spotters who follow our talent spotters. Before you know it, you're working for the competition. No, a competition. One among many. Russian, British, French. American society was porous like that. The Russians?
For once in his life he wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with some Russians, certain Russians. His great enemy, El Supremo, for instance. There were times when you traded even with your personal enemy, the man who has tortured you. If he were to do it right, he would have to spend days, weeks, going over the files, checking, cross-checking, building up a real story. He didn't have the personnel to assign. He had to keep running things from day to day. He was no longer in the field, didn't control his assets directly anymore. Logically, the only kind of action he should take was to get help. Where? That presented problems. And he did have a wife. True, they had little to do with one another anymore. He had 2 kids, one in college. He was building up a good pension. He had to be careful and wait for somebody else to make a big mistake. The fact of the matter was that he no longer trusted his own government. Rumors circulated. The agency itself was honeycombed by tunneling moles. Internecine warfare raged quietly, bureaucratic combat just as deadly as the real kind. The FBI fought with the CIA. Naval, Army, and Defense Intelligence were at everyone's and one another's throats. The National Security Agency was saying that future intelligence gathering would be exclusively electronic, get rid of the field assets. Rumor was mafia hitmen were being used instead of their own people. The intellectuals said that intelligence should be all analysis. Read the trends. Do it from a desk. Reading. Jesus! The old guard, the Ivy Leaguers, wanted to be just like the British. They had a foolish love for disguises, trickery, and crazy weaponry. Plastic guns you could conceal up your asshole. Even business was beginning to complain about the company, calling it Big Brother. The company had become so big that it was dividing into 1,000 autonomous duchies, intelligence feudalism. Dukes and counts and knights were out to get one another. Data, information, intelligence became sacred treasure. But the worst of all, really, was that there were moles, agents of influence, among the president's close advisers, intellectuals, closet socialists, so many Ivy League types. The place was riddled. The best agent is the agent who doesn't know he's an agent. Kennedy didn't trust his own CIA, not after the Bay of Pigs. Rumors of his setting up rival operations. So naturally the company didn't trust Kennedy and his advisers. You develop an instinct. He made a quick survey of the operational failures. What faction in the company had initially backed Castro's revolution? Why had that crazy Bay of Pigs operation been mounted in the first place? Who lost Egypt to the Russians? What had led to that fancy fiasco in Eastern Europe? Abortive uprisings in Poland and East Germany. The Hungarian Revolution. Total defeat. Holcomb had lost a string of assets stretching all the way from Berlin to Warsaw and Budapest. Incompetency? Yes. Stupidity? That too. But what else? He lit another cigarette. The flare of the match illuminated his office. He scanned it fast. An exercise. He reviewed what he had seen. Always good to keep your hand in. He had a little difficulty in remembering everything he had seen in the short flash of light. He was getting older, losing the touch. If his life depended on remembering, he would be dead. He got up and walked around the room in the dark. He touched things and identified them by feel. He felt better. He needed help. He was isolated. Should he just have Keats killed? Do it his way? Yes, but not yet. Without Keats, he would not get at Aquilino and his control. Who could he get to do it? People all over the world owed him favors. Keats was covering himself nicely. He and Keats were inextricably intertwined. Was Keats going to kill him? Perhaps. Sooner or later, yes. Did the thought scare him? Well, he had time. Keats had him frozen in place, but Keats needed him, too. What scared him worst, he decided, was the chaos. In times like these, what do? You don't know who to trust. You create a shadow network, a one-time intelligence operation, an informal network built on favors owed. You pretend you still have the power, and you place yourself at the center of an operational universe. Your helpers have no need to know. They owe you. He had done it before. He reached for the phone. What time was it in Berlin? He remembered. No. They would be listening. Aquilino might be watched, but the listening post had new listeners. His own subordinates, patched into Aquilino's system. The old procedures. When modern equipment is unreliable, you do it by hand. The thought made him feel good. It was what he was best at. It was what he had done for so many years. Holcomb would force the issue. He would stage an explosion of impatience and temper and insist Keats shit or get off the pot. Begin putting on the pressure faster. 2 weeks. It was all he would give Keats. Chapter 15. When they appeared again, the men had been very nice about it. They were sympathetic, almost apologetic. They had come into the Aquilino's little office and sat down. They were offered coffee. No. Tea. No. Richard's mother had come around from her desk, pulling her chair after her. One of the men noted that she was a big woman. She was wearing a smock, and her hands were in her pockets. The father had come from his desk, on which were spread the account books, and had brought his chair with him. They sat there, almost knee to knee, in a tight little circle. One of the men reached into his pocket and pulled out a small notebook, and turned to the middle. "You have more questions?" Richard's father asked. Outside, in the other room, some men came and went. Out in the yard, back of the apartment house, the lot, the heaps of junk dappled by sunlight and passing clouds. "I don't know how to say this, Mr. and Mrs. Aquilino, but we think that your son's in some kind of trouble." He sensed the mother's sudden tension. "Could I ask again who you are from?" the father asked. "Sure could." They both pulled out identification. "We're from the FCC." "FCC?" Federal Communications Commission. "So what's Richard done?" "To begin with, he's listened in, through the telephone, to a lot of people. He's overheard a lot of private conversations. That's against the law." "That's not a nice thing. My son did that." "Your son, sir." "He shouldn't do such things, should he, dear?" The mother didn't move. She was the kind, one of the men noted, to whom her children were always right, no matter what they did. He had met the type before. He wondered if they could understand the nature of what Richard Aquilino had done. How could such simple Europeans understand high technology, or for that matter, spying? He looked at the other one, Corson. Corson was impassive. He was ready, if he had to play the heavy. "How did he do it?" "How is a very complicated question, Mr. Aquilino. Let's leave it at this. He found a way to bug.
"Bug?"
Tap.
"Tap? What is to tap?"
Morrison noted something peculiar. They were Italian, but they didn't speak with Italian accents. He would ask about that later. "Listen in to."
"He could do that?"
"He found a way."
"All right, so tell him not to do it."
"It's not as easy as that."
"There's a fine?"
"Usually."
"So fine him. I suppose you have to."
"It's not as easy as that."
"He has to go to court? Jail?"
"It's not as easy as that." True, he's violated more laws than we can count.
By just listening in to someone.
A few hundred people.
My goodness! You hear that, Mama?
He never called her that. It was a signal. She shook her head.
Okay, so we'll tell him, and that will be the end. He's really a good boy.
Morrison sighed. There was still no use for Corson. He's listened in to some very high government people, VIPs.
VIPs?
Stands for very important people. The point is, Mr. Aquilino, that he's overheard matters of importance, perhaps involving matters of national security.
You're saying he's a spy? Is that what you're saying? He's a spy? Richard? Excuse me, Mr. Please, let me see that card again.
Morrison.
Mr. Morrison. A spy?
Might be.
Excuse me again, Mr. Morrison. A spy has to be smart. Am I right? It has been a burden of our life that Richard has not been, well, too bright.
He's been bright enough, Corson growled. It's just that, well, he may have fallen into bad company, Morrison said.
Who?
We don't know. We do know that there is contact.
Oh, the Russians?
Richard Aquilino's father asked. Maybe.
Oh, my God. You hear that, Mama? The Russians? No, not him. He's a good boy. He's patriotic, very patriotic. He couldn't have done that of his own free will. I'll tell you the truth about something. He was always a little ashamed of us because we weren't really American. We weren't born here, but, we're citizens.
We know.
We came here. We had a few cents. We built a small business. It does pretty well. Richard could have gone to college like his sisters.
Yes, we know. Morrison had always been uncomfortable putting pressure on innocent relatives.
In Europe, I was something of a scholar, sure, self-educated. I have respect for learning, wherever it comes from.
Look, Mr. Aquilino, we know this, but that's beside the point.
He played around with the radio even when he was a little kid. That's fine for a hobby, Richard, I said. But what are you going to do when you grow up?
Well, Mr. Aquilino, we see what he's done when he grew up, Corson said.
The arguments we had about it.
Sure. Look.
What kind of very important people?
Some senators. Some business people. A few military people. The point isn't so much what he heard, but who his contacts are, and what he told them about what he heard.
And you think Russians?
The father shook his head. Morrison and Corson were getting nervous about the mother. She said nothing at all. They knew she understood English, that she ran the business. Look, Morrison said, if the Russians feel that we are moving in, they might do something. Or if Richard decides he doesn't want to continue doing what he's doing, they might apply pressure in other ways.
What kind of ways?
On you.
On us?
Yes, sure, hostages. Look, I'll be straight with you. They might want to get at you to put pressure on him. Maybe we should protect you.
Protect us? How? Police? We run a business. We can't have police around here. It would scare off the customers.
Well, it might happen that you might want to take a vacation.
Where?
All expenses paid until this is over. We want you to think about it, and we'll be back in a few days, a few weeks.
But our son?
Don't mention anything to him. It'll only be worse. We're pretty sure that he doesn't know what he's doing, and we want to find out how it all works. Be patient. Have a little faith in us. And start winding down the business for a while. You need a small vacation.
This is so sudden, so shocking. Give us a little time to think.
Sure, but if anything should, well, bother you, here's my card. Call up this number, any time, day or night. The men got up and left. Richard's parents sat there for a while. Richard's mother took her hand off the gun and out of her pocket. Her fists were clenched. She opened her mouth. Her husband turned his eyes toward the door, a warning.
They got up and went outside, into the junkyard. They walked in the bright sunlight, a big woman and the little man.
So that's what his talk was all about. In Sam 100, eh?
Why weren't we warned? The father said.
Shamil, who are they? Americans or the Russians? You think it's him? Does it matter, Lily? I told you to leave him alone, Sam, she burst out. I told you to stop with those stories, Lily. I should have killed them.
Better you didn't. Well, there's no help for it. We have to act.
Leave him?
No, we'll be watching him. Come, there's a lot to do. Chapter 16. Sidney Ficino went back to his office with the case histories in a state of high excitement. He left instructions that he was not to be disturbed by anything. He sent a note to Carol Rothschild, putting off their evening sex. It would leave her puzzled and disturbed, but that was good. It would make him more desired afterward. He called his wife and said he would be staying very late, maybe sleep over. They had a short and bitter argument until he slammed the phone down on her. He had never gone this far with his wife. Good. If this worked out, he would leave her. The children, he would deal with them later. They were almost old enough to be on their own. He took the 9 stapled sheaves of paper out of the thick envelope and began to skim them. He wanted an overview of the territory. He would go back and read them more carefully afterward. 7 men, 2 women. In most cases, the material was sparse, abstracted. Each case history ended with a hypothetical crisis situation and the question, how would the subject probably react? 2 of the case histories included complete medical workups in history, electrocardiograms, EEGs, injuries, diseases reaching back to infancy, chemical analyses, psychological and social material, work records, a series of past stress situations, times of crisis, general observations about how the person had reacted to each situation, sexual habits. There was nothing specific to identify the subject. The first 2 were political figures, statesmen, leading national figures. Something familiar about them. The third was an important figure in medicine. Something familiar about him, too. A medical czar. Physical characteristics, speech patterns, control of a large medical facility, a general hospital, public service in Washington, international conferences, national institutes of health, presidential commissions. Philemon Baird, the consummate health politician. That's who it was. Philemon Baird held a stranglehold on grants and mental health in America, and it must have been Baird who stood in his way in the past. There were clues in the case history, clues that would help Ficino in the future. He now knew of some of Philemon Baird's desires, some weird peccadillos. This discovery made the first 2 cases seem more familiar and the 5th and 6th almost recognizable. Were they all linked? Ficino put the case history down and tried to control his excitement. It would get in the way of his analysis of the other cases. He picked up the 5th case, the first woman. Familiar, familiar. He knew her. He stopped himself from naming the name to himself the way he deferred an orgasm. He went back to the first case, the first statesman. And then suddenly it was easy. Why hadn't he seen it the first time around? It had to be President Kennedy. No, it couldn't be. He shouldn't even be looking at something like this. He was shocked. He went back to Philemon Baird. Baird's crisis situation was this. This hypothetical and prestigious figure was asked to fund research with living subjects, delicate experiments that might cost them their health, their sanity, even their lives. What moral struggle would take place in his mind, and how would it be resolved? Philemon Baird, the strong electroshock and lobotomy advocate,
the advocate of drugs, tranquilizers, stimulants, and just about anything else. Half his cases, it was rumored, were experiments on healthy people. Wouldn't hesitate for a second. He went back to the first statesman. A confrontation with another world statesman which threatened his position, if not his whole thinly disguised constituency. Which would he choose? Keep his position or endanger his constituency? The first statesman's opponent in the crisis was, of course, the second case history. Clearly the man would defend his position and take on the highest risks to do so. Thus the second case belonged to... Clearly, in spite of the masking, it could only be Khrushchev. The experimental and hypothetical crisis situation was not the Bay of Pigs, but an event Ficino had never heard of. Perhaps it was still an experiment, a simulated global crisis. That shoebanger? Short, pudgy, pugnacious, communist? He wouldn't hesitate. Ficino put the folders down. Why was he entrusted with such cases? Why had he been given the medical histories which looked perfectly accurate? Where did they come from? Move on. Come back to the others. Calm down, Sidney Ficino told himself. The fourth case was that of an older man, about 65, a figure of command, perhaps a banker, rich, powerful, a maker and shaker, moving in a world up there above his imagination. No medical data. All the documentation was the most fuzzy, merely speculative. Much more in Carroll's line. Carroll. The fifth case history was Carroll's. And the sixth was himself. He took deep, calming breaths. He didn't know whether to be frightened or proud. He was being entrusted with heavy, sensitive material. He went back to the fourth case. Bisexual. Rich. Poor origins risen to the top. Not a well-known figure, but a broker of power. What was it that a broker did? Ficino had no experience with such people. The crisis situation involved a conflict of interest. The banker had investments in certain foreign countries, and yet at the same time his own country, the United States, had bad relations with a number of those countries. In the case of a threat of war, who would the banker back? Off the top of his head, Ficino thought that such a man would have no morals, no allegiance to anything except himself and his investments. But no, leave that part to Carroll. The fifth case, Carroll's. Professional attainments and social work. She comes to a crisis in her life. She changes her profession and her life. She goes back to school and becomes a lawyer. She goes to work for a prestigious law firm. There she exhibits superb abilities. She will rise to the top in time. She has an affair with one of the senior partners, her immediate superior. In the long run she is smarter and perhaps tougher than her boss. Aspects of her life Ficino had never known about were disturbing. Some gleanings from the psychoanalysis she had gone through. Some insight into her latest sexual partner. She manipulated her partner without knowing she did. No, absolutely startling. The lawyer had actually been a virgin until she slept with her boss. Her situation, like the one before, was a conflict of interest situation. She was offered a case that belonged to her boss. Her boss was about to make a terrible blunder. She sees he cannot handle it. What does she do? Warn the client? Perhaps take the case away from him? The warning message Barnstable had given him was clear. Tell her nothing, yet. He leaned back and closed his eyes. He was a little hurt by what the case speculated, what she thought of him. He thought of the Carol he made love to twice a day, and this Carol. He grew excited. No, it was a matter of controlling her. They were wrong. Why should he assume they were right? He read the sixth case, himself, eagerly, as if reading about someone who was very familiar and yet a stranger. Who had been spying on him and Carol? What else could Barnstable be but CIA? Where else could such material have come from? He blushed. He was spared nothing. His pretensions were exploded. But his brilliance and drive were noted. His morality, his ethics are such that he would be completely cooperative in any phase of our program, regardless of how revolutionary it may be. His marriage was described, his impossible situation at home, his children, his wife's vindictiveness, some notes on how he and Carol's restiveness, her guilt, her impatience with him. When was he going to get the divorce? Her weaknesses, longings, needs he had never seen. Their two histories did something peculiar to him. They excited him. There was something sexual about them. He wished Carol was here. He would deal with her in another way. The crisis situation was very much what was happening to him now. Yet instead of being unresolved for him to figure out, there was a resolution to the case, just what he was going to do. A brief vision of the future. What successes flowed from his decision. Exciting. Get on with it. Get on with it. He sent out for sandwiches and coffee. It was getting very late. The rest of his office, beyond the pool of light, was in darkness. What did they have there? Microphones? A camera? My God. It depressed him and cooled off his excitement. And then he closed his eyes and visualized himself, Carol, as they must look, and the excitement returned. The seventh case was that of a much younger man, obviously not in any position of command, obscure. Yet the case must be in some way as important as that of Kennedy's and Khrushchev's, since it was included with the other cases. Technological obsessions, pathological shyness, parents quite rich, very important. Father sits as a director on many boards, mother in charities, many committees, no time for their son. Brought up by nurses and tutors, tall, good-looking, but thinks of himself as ugly. The parents can't get their child to live a life appropriate to his class, won't go to college, hangs out with lower-class elements, motorcycle types. Obsessive interest in radios and cars. In high school, he has a disastrous relationship. He's serious, she's not. Then the young man begins to have a series of breakdowns. A few psychotic episodes. He begins to imagine he hears voices, in and out of asylums for short periods of time, but the voices he hears are really memories, replays of conversations he has overheard in his own house. His father talking. The information is valuable. Business rivals of the father can make use of the son's knowledge. Someone appears. He's sympathetic to the boy. A spy sent by the business rival. Gets close to the son, nurtures the son's hatred, plants the notion of revenge in the boy's mind, turns him into a spy against his father. The ethical crisis dilemma is not really the son's, but the parents'. What can be done, if anything, to help the young man to health and perhaps help him to forget what it is he has heard? Or is institutionalization the only answer? The father's dilemma is that he loves his son, but his affairs involve a great deal of money and power. What if his son cannot be cured? Psychoanalysts and psychiatrists have been tried, no help. What recourse? Chemotherapy? Or some still untried course of treatment? But what would that be? The hypothesis, a bold and dangerous experiment, is indicated to the father, which may succeed or cripple the son. What to do? The eighth case was the other woman's. Ficino wondered, why 2 women only? She's young, beautiful, determined, and comes out of relatively poor origins. Her parents are both teachers, and they are ferociously ambitious for their child. They want their child to be a professional. There was no medical information, but a thorough physical, an almost pornographic description of her. A young man falls in love with her. He comes from a wealthy and important family. but he is a wastrel and irresponsible. Of course, the young man. And is the father the banker? The girl's parents help to break up the relationship. In reaction, perhaps to spite her family, she then runs off and has an affair with a much older man. She's only 15. The older man takes her under his wing, educates her, but in the process seems to make a whore out of her. A very successful whore, moving only in the highest realms. The 9th case was the most puzzling of all. A man who came from Europe when he was quite young, spoke foreign languages, runs an export-import business, establishes ties with European businessmen, some of them of a shady character, dealing in varieties of contraband. There was no crisis situation to solve, only the request for a personality assessment. There was something sinister and disturbing about the case. Now he was ready for a 3rd reading. Ficino took some dexedrine to keep himself going. He hadn't done this much intensive work since he was in college. He felt more alive than he had in years. The case histories, with their attendant requests for personality assessments, the crisis situations, were clearly, as Barnstable had said, an important test of his abilities. Were they all interconnected? Were any of them merely diversions, control cases? Were they important in their own right? What was the meaning of showing Ficino his own case and Carol's? If he got Carol to help him, then would she supersede him? He did need help. He decided that the histories of Kennedy and Khrushchev, or himself and Carol, were the diversions. It was the other people who were in some way important. Those were the ones he would show to Carol. Don't cut corners. Stop thinking for a while. His mind was becoming fatigued. No, wait. That couldn't be right. Why would he be passed material that was obviously so secret about the American president and the Russian premier? Think. Everything was important. Leave it alone. Return to it when you're fresh. Go home? No, he couldn't contend with his wife. He stretched out on the couch. Sleep here. He couldn't sleep. The stimulant was working inside of him. He had to sleep. The couch smelled faintly, leather mingled with something subtler and lingering. Carol. He half dozed and had fantasies. He envisioned in the dark office himself standing in front of a distinguished audience, delivering a speech. Faces formed in the darkness. The smell of the leather faded. Carol's smell emerged, turned loose by the leather each time he moved, and the creak of the couch excited him. Here, where his head was, her head had lain. There, where his hips were, her bare behind had been. Ficino got up and walked around in the dark. He was too excited. He had to drain off energy. He wouldn't be able to sleep otherwise, and it was hot. He took off his clothes and lay naked on the couch. He imagined her above him, her hanging breasts brushing him. She would never do it that way. Barnstable's sardonic smile. He lay down again. The chill of the leather shocked his skin. He had an erection. He shut his eyes and began to masturbate. He had new insights into her now, and it affected his fantasy. As he began to approach climax, little memories, flashes from what he had read, entered his fantasy more and more. Carol. His penis began to become limp, and the fantasy started to slip out of his control, take on a life of its own. Something emerged from Carol. Instead of being totally responsive, she began to become agitated, inventive, lascivious, demanding, beginning for the first time to become like that other woman in the case history. And it scared him. But Ficino remembered her fears, her qualms, her secret timid life, her guilt,
a guilt that a knowledge of psychoanalysis and therapy had never wiped out. And somehow, without talking, he used his new knowledge of her to re-establish his dominance. His penis grew rigid again, aching, bigger it seemed than it had ever been before. But then he remembered. If they were watching... Masturbation, he told himself. It was a natural act, normal. Went on even when you were quite old and no matter how much sex you had. Normal, normal. His penis remained defiantly rigid, but he couldn't bring himself to come. After a week, Ficino sent the cases back to the Coffin Foundation, to Mr. Barnstable. He received a phone call from Mr. Barnstable. "You've done a brilliant job, Dr. Ficino. Such sensitivity. I think it's almost perfect. However, the Coffin is simply not interested. I'm not only sorry, I'm devastated."
"I guess it's all over now."
"Well, not really. Others are interested, but from a slightly different angle. Metatronics, a lively and small electronics firm I have an interest in, is very involved in a new field, psychological telemetry and telemedicine, the kind of thing we talked about. I took the liberty of sending them your reports and added some material to it, a word or two, anticipating the future. Metatronics, the president of the firm and I went to school together, is going to send you a consultant's fee, some of which is for yourself, for the work you've already done, and some of which is for the work they would like to see done. They are willing to provide instrumentation and some telephone link-ups to experimental machines being tested around the country. You'll be quite excited by what's online. You'll get a quantum head start over the others in your present work, to say nothing of being in on the ground floor of what's coming down the pike."
"What kind of instrumentation?"
Barnstable laughed. "There's the true scientist for you. I knew I made the right choice. Aren't you going to ask how much?"
"Well,
You mustn't be ashamed to ask such questions."
Well, yes, you're right. How much?"
50,000. 10 for yourself. The other 40 for your work. You're going to have to hire some technicians, an accountant." Ficino was shocked at the size of the... What, grant? "Well, there's something called axial tomography. It's a device for scanning the body or the brain, microslice by microslice. Costs a fortune, but in due time there'll be one in every major hospital. Right now there are only 2 machines like them in the world, shared by a number of researchers via telephone link-ups and through a coaxial cable, very much like television."
"I don't know what to say."
"What is there to say? As they say, take the money and run with it. Or am I mixing metaphors? Incidentally, a cautionary word. I did suggest that the material was quite sensitive."
"I haven't shown it to anyone, except—"
"Of course, but you did mail it to me. You should be more cautious. After all, you don't want some misguided and over-enthusiastic person to accuse you of espionage, do you?"
Chapter 17. "They're gone, Mr. Keats," Morrison said over the phone. "Who's gone?" "The family. Aquilino's family." "What do you mean, gone?" "Just that, disappeared." "Gone where? Didn't you have the place staked out?" "We decided to take them into custody according to plan, and they weren't there. We found a whole network of tunnels underneath their junkyard." "What about the sisters?" "Gone, too. Husbands, children, all of them." "Look, a family doesn't just disappear into thin air." "They split, Mr. Keats. It was an operation. We got close, and they vanished." Keats whistled. His mind was working fast, completely unexpected. "Should we bring Aquilino in?" "Are the Russians still hanging around Aquilino?" "Yes." "Let me consult with Mr. Holcomb. My instinct is against it. This will be an additional shock. He'll be destabilized soon. He'll have to start running to his primary or backup contact. I'll get back to you. Just don't let Aquilino disappear too, you hear? Vasily, your people have double-crossed you. Keats spoke into the transmitter. It switched frequencies automatically every 3 seconds, a simple but effective scrambler. Who? Your bosses in Moscow. What the fuck are you talking about? The family, the Aquilino family. They've been vanished into thin air. Probably on the way to... John, we have no operation of any kind running these people. What do you mean, vanished? They had a visit from Morrison and Corson, I know. They went home, up to their apartment. They didn't come out. They're gone, and so are their daughters and their families. Vasily began to laugh. It's not funny. Well, if we don't run them, and I assure you we don't, and you don't run them, who does? We're going to find out, but that will take time. Holcomb will have a shit fit. Skip all the steps up to the last one and start the kid running. Maximum panic. You know what to do. You have the lady? Mokraya Diala. I have the lady. All right, get going. I have to report to Holcomb. It's going to take a few hours. How many? About 3, 4. I'll delay the report to Holcomb as much as I can, Keats said. The next thing Keats did was to call for a complete investigation of the Aquilino family. Everything, from their arrival in the United States up to the present. He cabled a contact in Rome asking for any possible records on the Aquilino family. He then called up Ficino. Mr. Barnstable, how nice to hear from you. I'll have some reports for you soon. Things are going very well indeed. Your people aren't going to have any regrets. I'm sure not. In the meantime, there's a favor I want from you. Anything, Mr. Barnstable, anything at all. You will prepare yourself for a guest, so to speak, experimental model. I'll give you complete instructions. I want you to house him somewhere in the hospital till you're ready to work with him. Isolated. Arrange it. I'm not set up to do work like that. We've always worked with volunteers. He is a volunteer. Thing is, he's in a disturbed frame of mind, but he is a volunteer. Will he sign a release, Mr. Barnstable? You're a big boy now, Sidney. You became a big boy when you took the money. You became a big boy when you looked over those case histories. Don't fuck around with me, Sidney. I want you to get Carol Rothschild ready to work on this person. What am I going to tell Carol? Ficino was shocked at the change in Barnstable's tone. It was hard, brutal, and took him off guard. Use your imagination, Sidney. Do your job right, and you're going to move right to the top. International reputation. Foul it up, and you can retire and go into general practice. But Carol... Right now, she has no need to know anything. Listen, Sidney, you have a golden tongue. Why don't you use it? You can delude your wife. Surely a few little lies to Dr. Rothschild shouldn't cause difficulty. She, at least, loves you. Just get a room ready for this kid. And remember, he's had a psychotic episode. We don't know how to handle... Sidney, this is on-the-job training. Get ready. A few days at most. Goodbye. Keats took the elevator up to the top floor of the Coffin Foundation. He announced himself to Mr. Kelly's secretary. After a few minutes, he was ushered in. A simple desk, and clear. Antique wood with a deep sheen and golden lights dancing imprisoned in the wood. Behind, a picture window looking eastward over the East River, toward Queens, and beyond that, toward the Atlantic. Keats said, Shock goes here and there. Danger. However, nothing at all is lost. Yet there are things to be done. Kelly smiled. The I Ching. Keats was learning, and waited. The parents, Aquilino's family. We did the usual thing, approach them, begin to tell them stories about their son, scare them a little, question them, increase his isolation. We had preliminary interviews. As soon as we got closer, they disappeared. They were prepared. That speed of reaction is not accidental. It was a practiced reaction.
I don't think Holcomb is finessing me and took them. He is getting suspicious and beginning to play his own game, but that is not the one. Then I thought Vasily. It might be useful to plant hints of suspicion in Mr. Kelly's mind, Keats thought. After all, Vasily was a possible rival. I can vouch for Vasily. I'm having the family backtracked before they came to this country, and in greater depth than before. They're gone. A simple immigrant family cannot disappear like that without preparation and the right connection. And we'll get a history, but it might be a legend. You mean you concocted a fiction for Holcomb, and now the fiction might turn out to have something to it? I'm not sure. They came from Europe in 1936. Their passports Italian, their names Italian. They're Jews. Sephardic Jews? Possibly. But they are not Italian. Perhaps German, possibly coming from further east. Everything has checked out, but now something feels very wrong. Gaps. The documentation might be false. We'll see. And in the meantime? We'll cover and jump a few steps ahead. I will need Laura, however. That is up to her, John. Kelly sat there as Keats nodded and then left. Keats let Holcomb say it for him. They're Russians. Now we'll step up the tempo, Keats told Holcomb. The whole family are agents. A family operation. That's hard to believe. Why? Been in a place a long time. They trained the son. Years of suggestion and conditioning. He didn't even know what he was. That's why we had so much trouble. I think we're close. The Russians have no respect for families. Okay, he's all alone now. What if he chooses to do nothing at all? Their operation is being folded up. He'll move, Mr. Holcomb. He's got to move. We're putting interesting drugs inside of him. The drugs are breaking up his conditioning. He's disoriented. He's going to be terrified. What are you using? Truth drugs? Something better and more effective. LSD. Lysergic acid diethylamide. He's already paranoid, terror-stricken. He's going to think he's going mad, and he's going to want someone to help him. He'll start moving. And when we've been led to his control, that's the first step. They must have set up a series of fallback options. That's their standard way of operating. Then comes the next step, when we take him apart. A few more days. Holcomb wondered. Were these the experiments Keats had participated in? I'm giving you another 2 weeks, no more. And this time, no one better escape. Chapter 18. Richard came home from his parents' house. It was funny. No one had been home. He could never remember a time when his parents hadn't been home. He was supposed to eat with them. They had been looking forward to it. He had tried to call his sisters, first one, then the other. They hadn't been home either. He tried calling them a few times, wondering if he had made a mistake in dialing. The phones were working, but no one answered. Had he gotten the day he was supposed to eat with his parents all wrong? As soon as he stepped into the long stair hallway leading up to the various floors, all the way to his loft on the top floor, he felt that something was wrong. He went up cautiously. It was quiet. The small businesses that owned the lofts under him were shut down for the night. He opened the door to his loft slowly. It was completely dark there. He switched on the light, and switched it off again. He stood there, trembling. Get out of here. He couldn't move. She was there. The equipment had attacked her. One flash, that was enough. She was there. She was dead. The equipment had attacked her. He stood and listened. He heard nothing. No sound, not a moan, nothing shifting, nothing at all, no breathing. Only his own, which was very, very fast. Don't turn it on. You know what you'll see. He turned it on. She was there, dead, naked, strangled. Gray eyes staring straight at him, black hair entwined with delicate and colored strands of telephone wire. He closed the light again. The smell reached him, heavy, sticky, sweet, and putrid. Get out of here. Call the police. He heard a sound. A flat clack of black plastic, telephone on telephone, wire rubbing on wire. He turned on another light. Someone had killed Laura and broken every piece of equipment he had. Someone had killed Laura with every piece of equipment he had. Shards of plastic had entered her flesh. Her dress on the floor was drenched with blood, blood in rivers. Only her eyes, alive, reproachful, not alive, dead, just looked at him. Looked at the door through which he must enter. Were they somewhere in the room? He felt around. He picked up a wooden chair. He would kill whoever had done it. His life was over. He was through. All these years he had kept hoping he and Laura could get together again and start where they had left off. Those years ago when she had been taken away by that older man. And she still thought of him, wanted to come back to him. What was the point of anything any more? The older man, Mr. Kelly. He did it. A whisper of sound. The building creaking. A faint noise. Wind rattling the escape hatch on the roof. Sounds. Whoosh, whoo, you. And a blast of sound. You. Where did the sound come from? He got up. He couldn't stand it any more. He turned off the light again. He began to weep. He stood up and turned and backed out through the door. He looked down the long, long flight of stairs. 5 stories. Throw himself off. He began to walk downstairs slowly at first, then 2 and 3 steps at a time, until he was running down like an athlete, taking the steps 4, 5, and 6 at a time, and shot open the bolt at the bottom and was out in the street, running fast, getting away from dead Laura in his loft.
"There he goes," said Morrison. "Get moving." "There they go," Dudientsov said into a microphone. "Call up Keats," Morrison told Corson. "Just keep up with the Americans," Vasily told Dudientsov. And watching the 2 sets of followers, Russian and American, following Richard, was a 3rd set of followers. Chapter 19. Stick to where the ordinary people go. Keep your feet, your hands, your body moving. Run away from everything. The train, a local, made its way stop by stop toward Manhattan. Junction Boulevard, Jackson Heights, Woodside, Queensboro Plaza, Courthouse Square. Time played funny tricks on him. The train crawled between stations. The doors seemed to stay open too long at each station. A dangerous place to be. Laura was dead. What had happened to his parents and sisters? He realized that if one of them, whoever they were, would just come up to him and say something like, "We just want to talk to you," he would talk. Oh, how he would talk. "I didn't do anything. I'll tell you anything you want to know. I eavesdropped on the president, sure. I didn't understand what he was talking about. Why? Because it was fun. What secrets?" He looked up. People were staring at him. He giggled. The hunted knows who the hunters are. They edged away from him. "Shut up. Look ordinary." Richard got up and walked into another subway car. Lots of people there. Get lost in the crowd. Lots of weird people there. Weird city. Nobody would notice another ordinary nut. Go into a bar. Have a brew. Hang around for a while. Call Ziggy up again. Go through Ziggy's security procedure. "You'll never know who's listening in," Ziggy's voice said in his ear. Whatever was in him acted up. There was a rush, and he felt as if he was fused to the rattling subway car, and its vibrations were his vibrations. What was it they had slipped him? Would it kill him? Was he dying? Sit still. Control yourself. No, it's not a poison. It must be some kind of drug. His nerve ends began to stick their way through his skin and pierce through his clothing. They began to fill the subway car, entangling everyone, reaching into them, through their skins. He began to feel what everyone was feeling. It'll pass. You'll get off soon and feel better. Get to Ziggy. He'll get me out of this. But how would he be able to leave the subway car if his nerves were intertwined with everyone else's? Holcomb said, "Keats, when this is through, I'm going to have your ass. Why didn't you take him in Queens when you had the chance? You let him get away."
Keats held the phone away from his ear. "Not so, sir. I think he went to Queens to throw us off the track. He's acting confident. Now he's moving toward his control. I've got people on him. He's on the subway headed back into Manhattan." Keats was in a command post, an office in the Paramount building, high over Times Square, looking down. There were radios and telephones in the room.
"Keats, I don't have to spell out what I'll do to you if you let him slip away."
"Mr. Holcomb, I'm with him all the way. He's made phone calls. I've got a car paralleling the subway. I've got people on the subway. Don't worry. I figure he's going to surface around Times Square. We'll take him there as soon as he makes his contact. He's almost out of his mind. He's panicking. He's finally leading us to his control."
"I'll be here. I want you to report every half hour. Now run through all the procedures again, and all the optional moves."
Keats went through it again, bored. Tradecraft bored him. When he hung up with Holcomb, he picked up one of the radios, the Russian one. Use the wrong channel, and the thing would explode. To be used for a short time only. One time. "Well, Vasily?"
"The schmuck is on the way."
Richard stood at the side of the bar. It was on the west side of Times Square, between 42nd and 43rd Streets. Pimps, hustlers, male and female prostitutes. His body was half in and half out of a telephone booth, ready to run. He heard the phone ring again and again. He muttered, "Come on, Ziggy, answer it." No one at the bar seemed to notice him. They drank, they talked, they watched television. After the 15th ring, the phone connected. This time it wasn't Ziggy's soft German accent, but a number of alternating voices, each saying 2 or 3 words at a time, combined to give Richard a message. He could sense the interruptions because he knew what to listen for. The punctuations, switchings, pauses where there should be no pauses if spoken by one person, relay clicks, each voice pitched differently, with slightly different accents. Ziggy had put together the combine all around the country. He had done what he said he would. Richard began to feel better. The string of numbers included the hour to call back, the number to dial, the number of phones or phone booths, and their locations to call from. A real Ziggy operation coming to him from all over the country. The backup times if the initial contact failed. Several phones were in buildings on different floors. Were there phones in the corridors? Only a half hour to recontact. If he had to wait a long time, he would go off the deep end once and for all. He hung up the phone, went back to the bar, and ordered another drink. He watched the baseball game on television. A commercial filled the dead spaces between innings. A girl came on, selling something. Laura! But Laura was dead. Dead in his loft 2 weeks ago. No, it was someone who only looked like Laura. Hallucinations. Maybe Laura wasn't dead. Then what was the blood on your hands? He looked up at the screen. Yes, it was Laura. No, this time it wasn't an illusion. Painful. He could see the baseball game right through her. The pitcher looked toward the mound. He shook off the call. Close up, the pitcher's face frowned, just the way Laura used to frown. Laura, how much he had loved her. Now he was free. "Richard, look my way," his beard told him. "I won't. Go away. You're dead." "Laura, I loved you." "I know. I loved you too, Richard. Please, Richard." "All right, what's the difference?" He looked up. The scene cut away. The baseball game began to fade. The President of the United States appeared. The baseball crowd roared, cheered, whistled. Some boos, but there are yahoos who boo anything and anybody. Laura waved John F. Kennedy to his seat behind a desk. "Take it away, Mr. President." Kennedy nodded to her and began to pass her. He stopped. He gave Laura a quick kiss and patted her behind, and winked right at Richard. "You son of a bitch," Richard muttered. But it was only his mind playing tricks on him. In his vantage point, Keats received a call. "Should we go in and take him?" Not yet, Keats thought. It was still too soon. "Is the back secure?" "We've got our people there, one man inside the bar. Wait until he comes out, then make your move." Keats reported back to Holcomb, telling him where Richard was. "He'll be coming out soon. He's just made another phone call. He'll be establishing contact." "No, take him now." "But you heard me, Keats. I don't think anyone's going to turn up for him. They know we're after him. That's why his family left. They're just throwing him to us. I've seen it 1,000 times. I've had experience with this kind of thing." "But that's a direct order, Keats. No more games. Bring him in as soon as you take him, and we can begin." "Yes, sir." Keats's team reported. "Trouble. We got company." Keats looked out the window. Now 2 sets of cars and 2 teams flanked the bar entrance. Vasili's people had gotten there just in time. It wasn't going to be easy. President Kennedy was back. He began his address to the nation. Ghostly baseball players flickered through his face. Richard suddenly knew everything he was going to say. Richard remembered what the president was about to say. But how did he remember? Richard suddenly felt that the president had to be prevented from saying those words. Not saying them would stop what could happen from happening. But the president went on. As he talked, the screen seemed to fill up with a final and holocaustical fire, to go almost completely white, to blaze and pulse in time to the solemn cadences of a voice announcing a national emergency. No one else in the bar seemed to notice. The president spoke to Richard of the crisis that had been brewing now for months, and had now come to a head. Nuclear missile sites in Cuba had been built. The danger of America, 90 miles away. Most of America within reach of nuclear warheads. There was a cut to Russian ships plowing through the Atlantic, bearing atomic missiles to Cuba. America could not countenance such a violation of the Monroe Doctrine. An embargo. National security. The Russian ships must turn back. Nuclear confrontation. And Richard was full of hatred for this man who had made it happen just by speaking about it. For one clear second, Richard almost put the reasons for his persecution together. Something was missing. Those words must not be said. It was a moment of clear, cool reasoning. And then he lost it. Richard was saying, "No, no, no." His voice was raising in intensity and anger to a higher pitch. "Don't say it. You mustn't say it. I won't let you say it." People were turning around, looking at him, edging away from him. The bartender was on the phone, calling for the police. He began to run. From his perch in the Paramount Building, Keats could see most of Times Square laid out like some enormous stage set. Both teams of actors were in place. What was happening on the street, that was going to be the real drama, not what was playing in the movie houses and Broadway theaters. The bar was flanked. Only in this case, Keats thought, the shootout is not the denouement, it's the beginning. 4 cars had drawn up, occupied by drivers only, keeping their motors running, manning communications, standing in spite of any number of no parking or standing at any time injunctions. The great random factor was all the passers-by in the square. They, too, were actors, part of the scenery, but they didn't know it. The crowd necessary to mask the operation, all recruited as temporary agents. The crowd was the maze through which the experimental animal was going to be driven. There would come a time, Keats thought, when television cameras would be placed all over, and the operations would be in real time. Richard shoots through before anyone can react with the proper speed to grab him. He's running across the street, not even bothering to dodge cars that screech to a halt to keep from killing him. He's in the square and sprinting. The only thing on his mind is to get to shelter from the coming nuclear storm. Across 7th Avenue, someone jumps into his path. Richard knocks him down, runs right over him, just the way Frank Gifford used to do it. Veers, running northeast up the middle of the street. That's the point where Richard becomes aware he's being chased. Behind him, there's a shout in Russian. One of Keats's people's radios.
He's theirs. It's them, all right. The fucking Ruskies. Why don't we get them? We need help.
You have your orders. Keats radios back. Don't take any independent action, you hear? There's no answer from the car. Did you read me, Morrison? Answer me. Reluctantly. Yes, sir, I read you. What if they start shooting? Then, and only then, respond appropriately, but with great care. You're in a crowded area. Keep that in mind. Will those bastards keep that in mind? They don't have much use for life. Get moving. I don't think they want an international incident. All begin to run after Richard. People who have been run into by Richard are smashed into again. A wake of jostled, pushed, bowled over people marks Richard's run. Many turn around to watch. They can't see much. It's too crowded. Times Square. A crook being chased by cops. The team cars begin to drive. One pair sideswipe each other. A clashing of metal, tinkling of breaking glass, chrome runners peeling off. Men pile out, face one another, hands reaching under their jackets, shirts, nylon windbreakers. They face one another until someone yells, "Get moving! Get moving! He's getting away!" Up above in his command post, Keats began to laugh. He saw runners tripping one another. Keats loved complications, knots, incredible tangles. He loved solving puzzles, the harder the better. The whole operation had become clumsy, intriguing. In order to solve it, Keats's mind worked faster. He saw Richard suddenly, east, on the corner of 44th Street, knocking over some innocent couple from out of town. Richard stopped for a second. He said something to the two people. Instead of seeming to yell at him for his rude act, they shrunk away. Richard turned and continued to run. Keats's American radio signaled. He switched on. Someone, not Morrison, reported, "We're stuck here. Morrison is trying to show the cop his identification. The cop thinks he's trying to reach for his gun." "Go help him. Talk to the cop slowly, clearly, loudly. Smile. Think of him as a very skittish and dangerous dog. Use simple words. Got that?" Morrison had to be moving to get to his appointed place. In the middle of the crowd around the crashed cars, in the middle of the cops, in the middle of the stink of car exhaust and the din of horns, a man wearing a yellow shirt, brown tie, sank slowly to the street, held by the press of the crowd which prevented him from being slammed forward by the silenced bullet. The pens in his pocket disappeared, replaced by a huge, spreading red stain. At first no one noticed that he had slipped to his knees. They were all watching Morrison, trying to explain who he was, without anyone else knowing. They were enjoying the other driver's rage. The New York cops had already gotten the idea that Morrison was a Fed, FBI, and were making trouble. Then someone noticed the fallen body, the blood on the shirt, the dead eyes, the face set in an astonishing calmness. A woman screamed. Others backed away. A little circle was made. "He's shot! He's shot! He's shot! There's some nut with a gun here!" "I didn't hear a thing." "Jesus, let's get the hell out of here!" People were beginning to scatter in panic. The cops and Morrison, who was still trying to show his government identification, were almost swept away by the stampeding crowd. "It must be that nut," one of the cops said, and turned to go and radio for more help. Morrison slipped away. Richard emerged into Times Square, pausing at the corner of 45th and Broadway. He couldn't see much except a big crowd further down on the square. Traffic tied up, horns blaring. The sun was beginning to set. Some of the Broadway movie house lights were beginning to blink. Phantom of the Opera at the Palace. Guns of Darkness further on. Behind him, toward the east, the sky was deep blue as night came on. To the west, everything was golden. The shore of New Jersey was incised beautifully against the eye-catching gold. Sunfire. The ultimate atomic fire. There were the 3 phones he could use. One was in the basement of the Times building at 42nd Street, one of the public phones. One was in a street booth at the north end of Times Square. The third was in the building on 7th Avenue, right around the corner, on the 14th floor in an office. He decided to use that one. There, coming down on him from the north. There, converging from across the square. He turned. Yes, coming from the south. Men. They hadn't spotted him yet, but Richard sensed that they knew where to go to get him, triangulating on him as if he were a radio beacon. He moved fast, into the office building. Deserted, dirty lobby. In the back, an old elevator operator dozed on a stool. He sneaked past. The old man continued to sleep as Richard began to walk up the stairs. The 14th floor was empty. Deserted hallway, dim bulbs. Frosted glass windows set in old-fashioned wooden doors, painted over with dark stain, laid over and overlaid until they are all almost black. Flaking signs on the glass, small businesses. Hexagonal tile floor, Clorox cleaner. Rubbed-in dirt swirls. Did anyone use this floor at all? Should he stay or go down? He walked along the corridor and stopped to listen at each door. No lights inside the doors, but the offices obviously faced toward the outside because the hot and golden glow of sunset filtered through the frosted glass. He found the office he was looking for. He tried the door. It opened. He was in an anteroom that hadn't been used for a long time. Only one desk there, covered with a green blotter, turned gray by dust. It was quiet. Find the phone. Maybe in the inner office. One that was never disconnected. New York was full of such phones, abandoned but still usable. The inner office was deserted, except for a desk. No phone. How was he going to make his phone call to Ziggy if there was no phone? Maybe it was in one of the desk drawers. He went around. The desk was close to a window. A chair was backed up against the window. The squeak of its unoiled wheels made him jump. He looked under the desk. A telephone wire, but it was cut. Richard examined it. It was an old cut, dusted over. Relax. He opened the drawers one by one. Nothing. Yellowed memo papers, used in flimsy stencils, dust balls, clips, pencil shavings. His nose was beginning to itch. He felt watched. He straightened up and began to look around the room for a camera eye. He walked around the room. Not even a filing cabinet. 2 closets. He opened them. The first one held nothing at all. The second was full of telephones, a graveyard of telephones piled as high as his shoulder. Old telephones, some of them he had only seen in museums. New telephones, some dulled, others gleaming. A tangle of cut-off wires bristling like spines sticking out the plastic and wood mass. A closet full of corpses, a whole history of telephony. Richard's curiosity almost took over. He wanted to sit down right there and begin to take them apart, see how the old ones worked. The whole pile shifted slightly, settling into a more stable position. No working phone. Or was the working phone in the pile? No, everything was uniformly dusty. No sign that anyone had been there in a long time. He looked at his watch. It was almost too late for the contact. He'd have to go downstairs and try to reach the next nearest phone on the list. But by that time, even if he ran all the way down the stairs, it would be too late. Richard worked his way around the 2 rooms again to see if he'd missed something. Maybe the phone didn't look like a phone, a Ziggy trick. There was nothing at all that indicated a telephone or any kind of sensing device monitoring him. He looked up at the ceiling lights. It might be there, but it didn't feel like the watching was coming from there. He walked over to the window and raised it. It came up easily. That was strange. The roar of traffic came in as the sun dipped behind the rocky cliffs of New Jersey. The window let in the pulsing Broadway lights. Judgment at Nuremberg. A shot in the dark. Getting brighter as the night came on. A sudden memory. When was it? 1959? John F. Kennedy campaigning for president? Richard was standing down there among the crowd cheering when Kennedy's motorcade had come through. He had seen Kennedy sitting on the back of the convertible, waving to the crowds left and right. Richard was lucky, tall enough to see over others. Kennedy's head and waving hand. Kennedy looked his way, and Richard was sure of it. Their eyes met. And then the man who would, and did, become president was gone. He felt a glow then, a feeling of awe and worship. Then, almost as if there had been some bond struck in the meeting of the eyes. He didn't feel that way now. He wished then, as he wished now, that he could get a good long look at Kennedy. If he had been in a place like this, he might have seen the whole procession clearly, an unobstructed view. Across the square, through the air, in another building across the way, Richard saw a man sitting behind a desk at another window, looking directly at him. Richard could see every feature. The man smiled. Blonde hair, neat dark suit in spite of summer. His mouth moved. He seemed to be talking to someone, but looking right at him. Their eyes met. The marquee lights came on. The face across the way turned orange and green, the teeth red, off, on. Was the man talking to him? Richard pointed at himself and raised his eyebrows as if to ask, "Who, me?" The man picked up a phone and dialed, looking at Richard all the time. When the man finished dialing, one of the phones in the closet rang. Richard jumped. He turned and ran to the closet. Which one? One of those phones was still connected. Richard began to scramble wildly through the phones, lifting one after another, trying to find the one with a live wire. But they were entangled. Wires cut at him, as if the mass were alive. Then, one by one, all the phones began to ring. At first they rang singly, their sounds overlapping. All kinds of sounds, flat, like a clapper on wood, deep, almost soprano, shrill and commanding, shallow, like a buzz. Gradually they began to become synchronized, falling into a single phase till the totality of it became deafening. He raised his hands as if to plead with the other man, only 100 or so feet away, but the man was gone. Richard turned and began to run across the office. He had to get out of there. Don't use the elevator. Get down the stairs. He opened the door. A fist, smashing into his face, hurled him backward. Chapter 20. The blow was calculated to stun, not to debilitate. The two men moved in. At last he was face to face with them. Morrison followed up his fist to Richard's face. Richard, backing away, yelled, "Take it easy. Wait a minute. He didn't have to do that. Let's talk. I give up. What do you want?" The men didn't answer. They moved after him, silent. Morrison first, Corson behind. Corson moved around to flank Richard. All right. I give up, I tell you." Neither Morrison nor Corson said a thing. They didn't even seem to hear Richard. They just kept coming. Richard backed away. He was in the inner office. Corson was trying to get behind Richard. "Who are you? Are you the guys who have been following?" "What did you do to me?" Morrison was cold about it, almost scientific. The thing was to work Richard over quickly, to break his will to resist. No questions, no answers, no talking. Just blows in total silence. Terrorize him. Make him think he's dealing with madmen, so he'll be ready for Holcomb's interrogation. Make him grateful to see Holcomb. A short jab, fingers extended, caught Richard low, made him gasp and double over. Corson, half behind him, grabbed his hair and jerked him upright, while Morrison gave Richard's face 2 hard slaps. Punches and slaps all over the head and body, fast. Get him backward, spread him over the desk. Morrison had his training in interrogation at the International Police Services, a CIA proprietary. Morrison had learned all about the body, its nervous system, its musculature, its weak and tender spots, all its pain nodes. How to hurt without damaging, or how to cripple. It was not physiology from a doctor's or artist's point of view, just what the body can take without going mad, or worse, dying. "What do you want? Wait, listen, just let me talk." Edge of the hand to the neck, pulled punch, jerk the head backward. Silence, silence. Neither one of them said a word. Time slowed up even more as the drug inside of him reacted in strange ways. Richard was pulled down across the desk. Corson readied with one hand, while the other held its grip on Richard's hair, to grab first one arm and then the other, to spread-eagle Richard across the desk. Richard kept his head up, slowly being pulled back. Once his head was pressed back on the desk-top, he was through. And yet he worried. "What if my hair is torn out? I'll look funny." His head was still raised. Corson was surprised at the strength of Richard's neck. Richard could see those slow and floating fists, hear those thuds and slaps coming. Morrison's hand was reaching between his legs for his balls. Richard bellowed. Time speeded up again. Richard was stronger than they expected. His foot lashed out, aiming for Morrison's face, but hit his fist. The other foot kicked, and this time Morrison, before he could turn his head, was hit grazingly across the face. His eyes teared. Blood began to trickle from Morrison's nose. He was infuriated. Keep cool. Ideally, this should have been done in a prison or a safe house. Richard's body was going crazy. The drug rush flooded his spirit. Time slowed up in his mind. Time speeded up for his body. Visions. Keep your mind on here and what's happening. He was beyond his body. He could almost view it with detachment. He stood at the side. He hovered above. He watched the three of them. He could think of other things. He gave that thing that was Richard's body instructions. Twist, writhe, kick, bite, scratch. Keep those feet moving. No, not too fast, or you'll have your hair torn out. Punch coming. Anticipate the pain. Not so bad. Morrison was on top of him, pinning him, almost smothering him. Morrison's hands were groping along his body, reaching again to grab and twist his testicles. Plenty of time, hours of time, years in which to plan each and every move. He heard a voice, a high-speed monotone, questioning them. "Who are you? What do you want? Why don't you stop? I'll tell you anything you want to know. Why are you chasing me? What did you do to me? What did you do to my mind? Why did you kill Laura? Where are my mother and father?" At the same time, he remembered the little spell his father had taught him. He invoked the angel. "Oh, most holy God, blessed be he, I need helpers." Morrison and Corson only heard a wordless cry, a rising and falling sound, almost chant-like. Terror. They thought they almost had him. But the body was wise, terrified in its own way, and continued to struggle. Lots of time. Time enough for Richard to reach out and grasp the man's fingers and jerk backward, and see the expression on his torturer's face, his body reacting, his face contorting. The angel had responded and was beside him. Morrison swung to shove an elbow into Richard's neck. The pain slowly reached Richard, jumping the gap from where he was being beaten to where he was watching. Richard's body's foot shot out again, catching Morrison in the chest and throwing him backwards, and, uncontrolled, unstopping, Richard's body curled into a ball and his feet shot backwards, behind him, over his face, crashing into Corson's face. Richard followed his feet, his legs over the desk, landing on his feet between the chair and the desk, his back smashing into Corson, almost knocking him out the window. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" They converged on him again. Morrison, in spite of his training, was getting angry. He hadn't expected this. They had told him Richard was softened up. 4 men had come into the office behind the struggling group. They moved in fast, silently, before they were seen. A swift milling, fists moving, hands chopping, knees, elbows, legs, and feet kicking out, blackjacks. Richard was in the middle of a storm of fighting, trying to work his way out. No one was hitting him now. Guns were drawn. Morrison and Corson. No one was making any noise at all. None other than breathing, panting, gasping. He could hardly see his body. All of them. They had become as one beast with many limbs, fighting itself. There. He burst free. A gun was in his hand. Had he grabbed it from someone? A pistol with a long clip. Morrison raised a gun to fire. Richard jerked up his hand, screaming, the only voice, "Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone!" And heard another voice, a memory from the past, the voice of a woman saying, "Leave him alone!" And towering over his head, his mother, like some great and radiant angel, shooting. Something or someone outside the apartment door. Or was it a closet door? He had forgotten all about that. Was she shooting at some demon that had come after him? The sound of the gun, fired so long ago, in his ear, didn't so much deafen him as blind him, so he could never remember who or what his mother shot, or that she shot at all. Him, almost like his mother. He stood there and began shooting, spraying the whole room, all of them, for Laura, for his mother and father, for his sisters, for their families, for his own wrecked and persecuted life. It was strange. He heard nothing. The gun jerked in Richard's hand. Shell casings dropped onto the floor, making odd, tinny sounds. He began to run. Down the stairs. Get out. The only family he had left was Ziggy. 14 flights. Somewhere he threw the gun away. His legs were weak and trembling when he reached the lobby. The old man wasn't there any more. And he was out into the street, trying to run, staggering. His face and body were beginning to hurt. And he ran into the arms of the police, who had been warned to keep their eyes open for someone who had gone crazy. Richard was subdued. He was handcuffed and thrown into a patrol car. 2 cops flanked him, 2 more cops sat in front. The cops on either side held him. He couldn't move. They were trying to calm him down.
"Where are you taking me?"
"You need help."
"I'm not crazy."
"Who said you were, kid?"
"They tried to kill me."
"Who's they?"
"They're up there, all dead."
"Sure, kid, sure."
"I shot them."
"Sure, kid."
"You don't believe me. Aren't you going to look?"
"Don't worry about it.
"You're not cops. Where are you taking me?"
It's for your own good."
"I killed 6 people."
"Hey, you're right up there in the big time."
"You're taking me to the loony bin."
"No, we're just taking you to some people who can help you. Take it easy." They were more afraid of him than he was of them. He heard them radio in to their headquarters. They were going to Bellevue. Then a different operator at headquarters radioed back. Bellevue was full, and they were instructed to take Richard up to Columbia Presbyterian. Behind a patrol car, a panel truck started up and began to follow. Keats made his phone call. "Mr. Holcomb, they got him away. We almost had him in part of his network, but they got him away and—" In the room where Richard had fought, 4 of the bodies stirred and rose after a few minutes. Morrison and Corson continued to lie there. The 4 brushed themselves off and straightened their clothes. They didn't look at Morrison or Corson. They had seen enough dead bodies in their time. Corson's head had been blown open. The features were gone. Morrison had been hit across the chest with real bullets. They left. Keats made another phone call. On impulse, he tried something. "What was to be laid aside has been set up. The fish has not been allowed to leave the deep." There was a pause. A chuckle. Was Mr. Kelly pleased? "Block the openings, shut the doors, and without stirring abroad the whole world will be known." Keats was beginning to understand Mr. Kelly. In Mr. Kelly's favorite book of writings, which Keats had taken the trouble to read a few times, it was said that the hub had 30 spokes. Keats, who had been on the wheel, was now moving down one of the spokes to the center. Mr. Kelly's spokes reached out everywhere. Without stirring abroad, one can know the whole world. But this Richard, he was a hub too, a hub on a runaway wheel, not attached to any cart. Without stirring, this Richard had come to know the whole world too. He really had. Keats, who had access to Richard, was even beginning to feel a slight advantage, and a loss of awe for Mr. Kelly. He would find out all that Richard knew, and control the flow of intelligence to Kelly. The patrol car drove across Manhattan and turned north onto the West Side Drive. Behind it, going onto the Parkway, even though trucks were forbidden on the drive, Ziggy's panel truck followed. It kept back out of sight, behind the traffic. As soon as the driver and the passengers in the panel truck knew, from tracking the patrol car's radio transmission, where it was headed, the truck turned off at 72nd Street. The patrol car continued up the drive. The lights of New Jersey made dancing light tracks on the water. The Palisades amusement park glittered, and the many spokes of the great Ferris wheel turned.